At Coletco, and we are right on time. 5:02 p.m. Oh, wait a minute. That's Central Time. Oh, so we are an hour late, Tanner. Dang it. I thought it was 5:03. I thought I was here early. Dang it. 5:03 p.m. Well, I guess we'll just keep this boat on the water and fire in the sky. Okay, great. Awesome. I got to go ahead and pull some stuff out here. Black Sabbath Sly, Black Sabbath, Grover, Bread, KC, Prong, Kiss, Genesis Slayer, Sleep Token, Black Sabbath, Godsmack, CSN. All right. There's Prong. All right. And then we got, let's see. Was there any ACDCs? Doesn't look like it. And then we need a Black Sabbath Paranoid. We need another Black Sabbath Paranoid. I think most of the claims are here in this box. Genesis, Ritz, Limp Bizkit, Almond, CSN, Sly, Bread, King Crimson Red. All right, now what else? So we're looking for, I got his Paranoid, got his Sly, got his Paranoid, and then Grover Washington. Just the two of us. That's for Troy. I pulled a Bread for Michael Potts. I've pulled King Crimson Red for Samuel. I've pulled Prong. And I've pulled Kiss Ritz. Did I pull a Kiss Ritz? I pulled Kiss Ritz. I pulled Mike Bartlett of Genesis. Slayer Hell Awaits. Everybody's got to get the devil music out of them. Thank you, John, as always. There's Paul Cruz. Sleep Token for Gerald Whitworth. I got those right over here. And then we also need to make sure he has a Paranoid. Yeah, he needs to go ahead and get a Paranoid. All right. And then we got Godsmack. Which Godsmack did I have in here? Oh, the new Godsmack. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Did I already pull that for her? I did. Awesome. The reason I'm going to go ahead and I'm pulling all the video stuff now off screen because thanks to y'all, we've hit a milestone on YouTube, and we got some business to take care of. We got on sale new vinyl tonight, and so what I'm doing is I'm going to encourage everybody to like and share, and I'm getting everything set up for a pretty massive blowout sale tonight, kind of a surprise. If you've seen the post in the group, I made a post and asked everybody to go follow or technically subscribe to our YouTube channel. And we needed about 26 subscribers when I made the post. 10 minutes later, we're at 20,000, I think now like 20. So everybody has done their job. And now I said I would reward them with nothing but on sale new vinyl. Or not nothing but on sale new vinyl. But we would basically go through our new vinyl inventory and blow it out as a celebration. And also because there's only one crate of new vinyl. We didn't have Laura here again today. And we need basically something to go through and kind of focus on tonight. So the theme's going to be on sale new vinyl. We got all these great auctions. And so it's time to play the game. It's time to play the game. And then you do an evil laugh right in there like Lemmy. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum. It's all about the game. Can we get some lyrics, Craig? The game, Triple H. And if you can take it. Alonzo. Idea. Do you want to sell that, Alonzo? I think I might be able to do something with that. Let me know if you want to sell it. and then I'll reply to you tonight, or bump me and remind me, and I'll take care of you, okay? Let me do a little bit of tidying here. A little bit of tidying. It's time to play the game. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Sugar. All right. So that's sealed. There's an empty crate. Sealed. And sealed. John found 3 full crates of sealed vintage and OG records today in one of these collections we've recently bought. I was like, I don't know where those came from, honestly. There we go. There's the lyrics. Thank you, Craig. Turntable Tuesday. Wow, that's a cool name. All right, we had a fun night. We went all the way to 2 a.m., and it looks like since I'm starting late, we'll probably go to 2 a.m. again tonight. I really, honestly need to stop at 1 and do cleanup tonight, so we'll try to blast through everything. Let me clear off the table. I'm working behind me right now, getting everything organized. These were new arrivals, right? Yep, these were new arrivals. Doing a little bit of tidying up. And so what we're going to do tonight is on sale new vinyl. And basically to do that, I'm going to have to do some sorting before I bring it over. And it's that time of the month, but usually instead of doing just any old titles, we're probably going to try to do everything. And you might even see some like brand new releases that I have reluctantly now decided let's go ahead and reduce the price and get them sold. So it'll be a fun night to be watching. It'll probably be a crazy comment section for a while. And ministry poster is not going tonight. I know where it is. It's up front, but it hadn't been photographed or researched. But John, I do have an update. I told our John that works here to get some Mac Davis, and somebody asked for Ronnie Millsap. He said we probably have every Mac Davis album 3 times over. He said we just have to get them together. And I said, all right, that's your new project. Get every Mac Davis album together because we got a buyer. John Durden wants the entire discography. And then somebody asked about a new buyer asked about Ronnie Millsap last night. And I was like, boy, that's a couple of requests we don't get too often. Usually everybody's asking for Tool and Alice in Chains. Now we got requests for Ronnie Millsap. The times, they are a-changing, folks. The times, they are a-changing. There we go. And there's new vinyl. So here's the crates from John. We are going to go ahead and start the show by doing our newest new stuff. And I've got that right here next to me. There's new vinyl to do on sale. I'm going to go pick stuff off the racks. Maybe Tanner can help me out doing that in just a second. Tanner says, I'll do it, right, Tanner? And he said nothing after that. Here's Otis. There he is. Good old Otis. He's trying to figure out where Tanner went to. He went in the outhouse. Oh, there went my knee. What a great day to be alive. That's an old song by somebody. It's a great day to be alive. That's a country song. Who does that? Somebody does it. Somebody does it. Somebody does it. All right. Something still shines when I close my eyes, and it's a hard day in the neighborhood. Yeah, Travis Tritt. Wow. Can't get his stuff on vinyl. That's one of those bizarre 90s country deals. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So we are ready for action. We are ready for action. Cool item I found that I'm going to keep. Vintage magazine with Bond and the Beatles. But don't worry, I've got more like this we're going to try to sell tonight. Tanner's trying to find where Tanner went. He's coming out right now, Tanner. I mean, Otis. And then, here we go. Here's where we ended the show last night. We had some cool stuff right in here. And I'm going to cut these autographs in half, not literally. We might run through those now that I've got them over here next to me. We got some cool autographs to maybe breeze through. I'll have to reorganize them. And we're going to start with reading through a few of these CDs right quick. And these are all $6.99, right, Tanner? And let's go ahead and put up a couple auctions. Basically everything on the racks up front, crated. Yeah, the store racks. We got crates. Yeah, everything on the racks brought back here. Okay, that's probably some of the first stuff I'll show on sale. All right, let's clear up. I'm about to put up a Star Trek auction. Hopefully those people are watching. But I have Black Crows. These are all $6.99. Let's go through these right quick. So Black Crows, I got several. I got War Paint, Three Snakes, One Charm, Southern Harmony, Amorica. That one's Be Your Side. Very tough to get on vinyl. And then Shake Your Moneymaker. Those are all $6.99. Dave Matthews Band, Bare Naked Ladies, Matchbox 20, Bare Naked Ladies, Bad Company, and David Lee Roth. Those are all $6.99. Creed, Human Clay, AC/DC Back in Black, AC/DC Ball Breaker, Alice Cooper Classics, Poison, Flesh and Blood, Aerosmith Get a Grip, and Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. Those are all $6.99. That was Black Crows, David Lee Roth, Bad Company, Bare Naked Ladies, Matchbox, Bare Naked, Dave Matthews Band, Bruce Springsteen, Aerosmith, Poison, Alice Cooper, AC/DC, Creed. Those are all $6.99. Christina Curtis wants Black Crows War Paint. That is sold to Christina Curtis. Christina Curtis wants David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth is sold to Christina Curtis. All right, and then Tim Graham was second on David Lee Roth. Travis Woods wants all Black Crows. She already got War Paint, but I'll give you the other 2, 4, 5. I'll give you the other 5. Also to Travis Woods. And that leaves Creed, AC/DC, Alice Cooper, Poison, Bruce Springsteen. You know the drill. Okay? And then over here, we got Dennis Daly second on Black Crows. I got 3 random cassettes. Samantha Fox, Touch Me, Madonna Blue, and The Very Best of Foreigner. Those are all $6.99. Here's a few more CDs to clear off the table. Leanne Rimes Blue, Carpenter's Gold, Chuck Berry, Rock and Rollin' New Year's Eve, The Essential Heart, Brad Paisley Part 2, Celine, All the Way, A Decade of Songs, Celine Dion's Greatest Hits, The Ozark Mountain Daredevils, and REO Speedwagon 2. Those are all $6.99. Sherry Darnell got Creed. Rebecca Barber, You Were Next on Black Crows. Also over here, we got Casting Crowns live song, Casting Crowns. Jeremy Camp, Karen Mead, Chris Tomlin, See the Morning. Chris Tomlin, Love Ran Red. This is Amberlynn, Devotion. We have Scott Springer, a tribute to Rich Mullins, and Rich Mullins songs too. Those are all $6.99. Sherry Darnell, still buying from the last stack. She Gets Poison. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell, on that. This last stack here was Rich Mullins, Here in America. Newsboys, Shine the Hits, Third Day Offerings, Michael English, Heaven to Earth, Avalon, and Chris Tomlin, Arriving. Christina Curtis wants The Essential Heart. The Essential Heart was right here. Where are you, Essential Heart? Essential Heart is right here. That's sold to Christina Curtis. Thank you, Christina. That's sold to you. And then we have here another stack. We got Robert Plant, Band of Joy, Animal House soundtrack, Robert Plant, Faded Nations, ABBA number ones, Little River Band, and Linda Ronstadt, dedicated to the one I love. We have Sandy Villa. Hold on a second. We have Sandy Villa on Jeremy Camp. Sammy Villa on Jeremy Camp. Let me find that one right quick. And then we have Carpenter's Gold, so to Topographic. All right, so let's go ahead and tag that to Topographic, Carpenter's Gold. Sandy V on Jeremy Camp, that right there. I think there was just one, right, Sandy? Guy Shard wants Alice Cooper from that very first stack. Alice Cooper Classics, that's so to Guy Shard. Thank you on that one. And then Thomas Hujar on BOJ, Band of Joy. That is Robert Plant's Band of Joy. That is so to Thomas Hujar. Melanie Jennings on Animal House soundtrack. And then Fate of Nations, Robert Plant sold to Travis Woods. All right. So those are all sold, and that still leaves ABBA, Little River Band, Linda Ronstadt, and then the ones from the first stack. Thanks everybody there. And then we are just got this one little stack here left. We got Grand Funk Railroad, Greatest Hits, Patsy Cline, 12 Greatest Hits, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Night Castle, Kenny G Miracles, the Holiday Album, The Joy of Christmas, City on a Hill, Songs of Praise of Worship, and then Stan Getz, The Essential. Those are all $6.99. And then here is a stack with Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. The Zombies, Colin Blunstone and Rudd Argent, live in London. We have REO Speedwagon riding the storm out. The Very Best of the Beach Boys, Tony Bennett duets, and Billy Currington. Those are all $6.99. Darren Chrisman wants Grand Funk. That was right here. That is sold to Darren Chrisman. Thank you on that. That is sold. And then over here we got Mark Steele on Trans-Siberian Orchestra. That is sold to Mark Steele. And then Sandy Villa on City on a Hill. And then City on a Hill was the Songs of Praise and Worship. Thank you, Sandy Villa. That is sold to you. We have Ken Simmons. This is Solitaire. Over here, this is Back to the Blues, Greg Fingers Taylor, Herbie Hancock, Maiden Voyage, and David Fathead Newman, I Remember Brother Ray. Those are all $6.99. And now I kind of have enough room after I pick up this stack. I am going to put up our first auction, which is a sealed record. This is Star Trek, book and record set, sealed, never been opened, Peter Pan label. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Auction number 1 is now available. Sherry Darnell wants the Patsy Cline comp. I know where that is. That's right over here, and we're going to sell this to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. That's sold to you. And then the last stack here is the Imperials Legacy, 1977 to 1988. This is Carrie Job, Chris Tomlin, Hello Love, Casting Crowns, The Altar and the Door, Amandiza, True Beauty, Watermark, REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Over here, we have Phil Keagy, 15 Keagy Recordings, Chris Tomlin, If Our God Is For Us, and David Crowder, Band Remedy. All right. If you missed those, I'm going to stack up those and whatever else doesn't sell tonight. And there'll probably be a post tomorrow on the group. And thank you. Let me go ahead and take all the no sales. And if you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I'm feeling a little bit frisky here on a Tuesday afternoon. I've already had 2.5 bottles of wine. Go ahead and give me all those CDs. Go ahead and give me all of them. I am feeling a little frisky, and I've had 2.5 bottles of wine already. Go ahead and give me the rest of those CDs, just all of them. I need some to play when I'm driving to the pickleball court every morning. I need something to listen to to the pickleball court, on my way to the pickleball court. And I need some CDs, Chad. And I'm like, hey, I can hook you up. I know when you're commuting to your local pickleball court, you need some tunes. Can't play vinyl in your car. A little bit too bumpy for that. Okay, so over here, this is Star Trek 15, 20, 25, Star Trek 35. Over here, CDs, I grade them as this. They're guaranteed to work. If not, we'll give you your money back. If we tried grading these, we would never sell them. We would have 15 billion in the back still. So we just kind of peek at them. Typically, I have sold... How many CDs have we sold, Tanner? 10,000 lately in the last couple months? 0 returns. So most of them are A-okay. If there has been a return, I hadn't known about it. Okay, I showed those like 20 times last night, so I'm not going to show those again. Sorry. If you wasn't watching, you should have been. Okay, next auction is, so Star Trek is at 35 of Kelly Vlodarchek. Thanks everybody that just participated in the CD Blitz. Those are all sold. I actually think through the last 90 days we had sold, including bundles, we've almost sold 10,000 CDs. I can pull up the count year to date, but I think we've sold almost 10,000 CDs, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And if I had everything where I could get to them, we probably, and I would have done it earlier in the year, I bet we could have sold twice that many, and we still have twice that many to sell. So we are moving some compact disc. I wish I had a lot. Hey, we'll buy CD collections, without a doubt. We'll buy them. So bring them on. Bring them on. Just contact us ASAP. Tony just brought some by the other day. All right, and then we're going to put these magazines up. These are really cool. I sold a couple last night. They're vintage movie magazines from the 60s, probably early mid-60s. They're called Screen Thrills Illustrated. Very cool covers. Tarzan, The Phantom, Batman and Robin's on a couple of them, Captain America. Very cool. And there is a total of 2, 4, 6, there's 7. And we're going to put them up for a $35 start. Vintage Screen Thrills Illustrated. A lot of 7, $35 start. Star Trek is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $35. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $35. Thank you on that. And John said somewhere there might be more of those. Okay? First sale of the night goes to Kelly. Next thing we're going to do, what was this crate? This was a best offer or half off crate from last night. Yeah, I think that was a, I can't remember. I think it was I think that's where we stopped at a half off crate. So, yeah, and we didn't do a bundle. It was mostly, was a little bit of everything. Okay, then I've already pulled everything from the video. And the reason I didn't do it live is because some of that stuff's going to be on sale. And I don't want to show it live at Sticker when it's probably going to be on sale. So, here's this. And let's put this right in here. That's everything from the video. So, that was a total of several records. And then we have, we'll probably have to find our first crate of new vinyl to sort. So, what I plan on doing tonight is I made a post over in Whole Lot of Records. Help us get to 20,000 subscribers. When I posted that, we was at 19,974. I said, if we do that, I'll put all of our new vinyl on sale. Since then, we are now at 20,023. So promises made, promises kept. What we're going to do is we're going to, oh, here they are. So yeah, I've got several new old stock. Well, first of all, let me finish my thought. We've got basically all the new vinyl in the store. I'm going to discount it 24, 29, 20% off. We're going to go through our entire inventory. We're going to clean out some crates. And I think we're probably going to sell a ton of stuff tonight. I just got to make sure everybody's on and watching. We've got auctions galore, a few Japanese, the new stuff for tonight, and all kinds of surprise crates. And then we got new stuff from John, okay? Yeah, look what I just found. So, I've got 4 more sealed Star Treks, book and record sets, original sealed. They're cutout records from back in the day. 35, we just sold one for 35. I got 4 more. Wow, there's some cool stuff in this crate. There's 3 whole crates over here of sealed OG records and vintage reissues. And there's big stuff like, I don't want to mention titles because you'll be asking for it. And then there's stuff in here that I'll probably have to bundle. But if anybody else wants a Star Trek, 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. There's 4 more. I know John said there was like 5 or 6 of them. There's 4. Book and record set. And now the magazines are at 35. Magazines are at 35. iSturf to your left. $44.99. We'll go ahead and say it's on sale, Jeff Harris, $34.99 if you want it. $10 off. That'll be our first on sale record of the night. How could you say no? But we do need to go ahead and knock out some pre-orders. Some stuff that will be sticker price and a couple waiting list. And as soon as we do that, then we'll be full speed or nothing on all the on sale stuff. And I got to go get the auctions from Paul's desk. Here we go. Autumn Betts wants a sealed Star Trek. Let's make sure these go in new sleeves. I have 3 left if anybody wants one for $35. Speaking of $35, Razman gets the magazines for $35. Those are sold to you for $35. Thank you. Let me go ahead and take those in here in the operations room. Awesome. We sold the Grateful Dead poster last night as an air horn. Thank you, John Kaiser, again. So if y'all seen that Grateful Dead poster we had the other night, we sold it for $5.50 last night. If you, I know everybody likes keeping up with the air horns, and we had an air horn last night at like 1:30 a.m. when we were going through autographs and showed a couple posters. Very cool. Jeff Harris gets iced earth for $34.99 on sale price. Thank you. Ginger Lynch wants a Star Trek for $35. There's now 2 left, and we have 2 pre-orders in here to knock out. Okay. Robert Plant, still available from last night's video, this morning's flip. Carry Fire is still available. Yes. Carry Fire is still available. All right. So auction number 1 is going to be, well, y'all have already took all my other stuff. Where's those alien photos at? We didn't end up selling all those, did we? We didn't. Okay, so last night we ran across some original press photos from the movie Alien. And we have these. So that's from the movie Alien. These are original press photos from Fred's collection. Alien, 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 Alien. And then this one has another photo stuck on the back of it. And then Alien. So those Alien photos, original Alien press photos, $10 start. Those are now up for bid as an auction lot. Star Trek is sold to Juanita Gagney for $35, and now there's 1 sealed Star Trek left if anybody else wants it. Alien photos are a $10 start. Let's go pull Robert Plant from this morning's video before it gets sold or misplaced. And he's referring to Carry Fire. I know exactly where that is. And right here, this is sold to Kevin Voitosh. Thank you, Kevin. This is sold to you. Alien Photos has bids for 10 and 10. All right, and then I'm just going to go ahead and make these a buy it now for $5. These are original, like, flyers. We had a bunch of them at one time. They're just like Xeroxed, but most likely something original from the era, flyers. And we got the Toasters, Power Man, Rollins Band, and the Church. And those are $5 for all of them, okay? Just a quick buy it now, cleaning up some stuff from last night that we had ran across. $5 on the old handbill flyers. We were selling $5 a piece. And then here is a deal on Mr. Kenny. I'm going to try to find the JSA card. I bet it's not in here anymore. That's okay. We can locate it for you at another date. It's not in here, is it? Yeah, there it is. Good. Otherwise, it'd be like, well, trying to find it. I have a signed Kenny Rogers tour book. It is personalized to somebody, but it's signed by Kenny Rogers, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. We're at 20,000 on YouTube. We are. I've just got 2 pre-orders to tag, and when we do these pre-orders, we'll be ready for on-sale new vinyl pretty much for the rest of the night, okay? But first thing I need to do is pull up Prong, and this one's called Cleansing. And there should have been a pretty big pre-order for this. I was worried we wasn't going to get the rest of them in. This is a big one. Snap your fingers, snap your neck. This is the big one from Prong. And we still got some pre-orders to pull on these. Let me pull it up right quick. Prong, P-R-O-N-G. Kenny Rogers autographed tour book is a $35 start. It's been JSA authenticated. Let's find Prong Cleansing. And here we go. And the show's really just kind of getting started. I've been selling a lot, but we've just been tying up loose ends. So here we go. We got Prong, and we'll give this one to Scott Smith. All right. Thank you, Scott Smith. And then Dean Tefford. Also, we got Jen Cast and Ken Cohen. Jen Cast and Ken Cohen. Also, Paul Peterson and Michael Carpenter. Paul Peterson and Michael Carpenter. Also, Kenny Cates Jr. and Dwayne Worley. Kenny Cates Jr. and Dwayne Worley. Scott Beebe and Kevin Jordan. Scott Beebe and Kevin Jordan. Those are sold and sold. Also, Tim Floyd and John Howard. Tim Floyd and John Howard. There's 2 more sold. And then Rich Recor and Randy Klein. And then one for Kelly Gabney. And then I got to go check my laptop because I think we took some names down live that night. That's my last nice one. I got to go grab my laptop and this has a bent corner, and they sent me an envelope, like literally like a thin little mailer with 5 more yesterday, and it looks like they were bent in half almost. I don't know why they did that, but I got some more damage, but it looks like I only have 1 more. Let me go up here and grab my laptop, and let me grab some monsters and put some monsters in the fridge. Right, Tanner? Let's take care of business up here. I almost was about to text Tanner, but I figured I'd just come up here and do it myself. Right, Otis? That's right, Chad. Just come up here and get those monsters. You're going to need one tonight to sell all this stuff. Ain't that right, Chad? And folks, that was not actually me talking. That was actually Otis talking. We have a mic on him, so I cue it up whenever I ask him a question. Right, Otis? That's right, Chad. You can ask. Oh, what's the weather like outside? It's awfully hot. Feels like football season? It did. My way home, it did feel pretty good. Football season is what Tanner said. Falls play at the end of the month. Go Big Orange. That's right, Chad. Scooby-Doo. All righty. Holy moly, we got a lot to do tonight. Hope everybody else is laid off the wine. Oh my gosh. Somebody said earlier they've already had 3 bottles of wine. I was like, oh my gosh. Man, take it easy. 3 bottles of wine. All right. Let's open this up, see if I had a wait list for prong. Let's save that spreadsheet before I open another spreadsheet. And PRONG was his name-o. Prong cleansing. No waiting list. So I got 1 extra. I'm going to send this one back for a refund. And these are limited edition. And so you might want to get in on this action, okay? You might want to get in on this action. Let's update all these other auctions. Holy moly, we got a lot to do. So the last thing we had was the alien photos. Got a bid for $20, $21, $25. Scott Arnold has these for $25. Final call on Kenny Rogers autograph for $35. Did I miss anything else? There was 1 prong. I accidentally didn't shut the door. Otis is back here now. Sorry, Tanner. And then we have Sabbath. Let me wait on that because that's kind of complicated. Let me wait on Sabbath. And then we have Steel Panther, balls out. Steel Panther is $44.99. And there was a wait list for Steel Panther. The waiting list for Steel Panther, a 2 LP music on vinyl, was Mark Morris and Justin Deckelman. Thank you, Mark Morris, and thank you, Justin Deckelman. I have 1 Steel Panther balls out still left. I left the door open. I'm sorry, Tanner. Otis is back here. My bad. And then Rebecca Barber gets prong. Now there's this one. There were sold out of prong. If anybody else wants on a waiting list. And we have 1 Steel Panther left. The alien photos are sold for $25 to Scott Arnold. Let's get all those in a board and bag. And then here's another big pre-order. Slaughter. Oh my gosh. Saying that name, you got to be dangerous. I mean, you got to be careful. And Slaughter pre-order was called Revolution. And we have a pretty big pre-order on it. This is a new release. It's $38.99. This has been long out of print on vinyl for a big band like Slaughter. Holy moly. Okay, let's go over here. And then we have Rebecca Barber got prong. Gerald Whitworth on Steel Panther. Let's make Kenny Rogers a buy it now. And Kenny Rogers is a buy it now for $35. It's autographed. And you can pick that up for $35. And now the pre-order for Slaughter, right after we go ahead and put up another auction or 3. And the next auction or 3 I have, let's go back over here to this sealed crate. Still got 1 sealed Star Trek left for $35. The next sealed record, now I'm going to say this has been resealed, okay? In my opinion, this has been 100% resealed. So it's just one of those mystery type things, okay? But it was definitely in a cutout bin, and then it got resealed. And honestly, I don't know if these even came sealed. Does anybody remember buying one of these new back in the day? I don't know if this even really came shrink-wrapped. This is the Alice Cooper album, Muscle of Love. And yes, it's supposed to look like it's stained. It was made that way. it was made to look like it was stained. But this is sealed. But you can tell, literally, there's shrink wrap over the cut mark. So it's definitely been resealed. I thought about opening it because it's actually a pretty tough album to get, especially in high grade. But we're going to put it up for just a $10 start. $10 start, Alice Cooper. That's now what for bid, okay? Now the Slaughter pre-order. So we got one for Autumn Betts and one for Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Slaughter's $38.99. We got one for Fred Cardinale and Scott Smith. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. Thank you, Scott Smith. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. Thank you, Craig Ruth. Thank you, David Polkey. Thank you, Amanda Davis. And now we got one for Robert Matthews and one for Paul Conway. So that's what I have left in Slaughter Revolution. Slaughter Revolution, $38.99. If you need one, let me know. First thing we're going to do is put Autumn Betts on a Steel Panther waiting list. We're going to put Todd Kilgore down on a Black Sabbath Volume 4 waiting list. The rest of those will be in tomorrow. Okay? They said they did come originally sealed. It was not sealed originally. Okay, we have a vote for each. Brad Waits on Slaughter, Rick Hall on Slaughter. There's 2 more sold, and I have that many left. And that is new. It's a long got to print album from Slaughter Revolution. Okay, there's that. And let's go grab something else then. Let me go over here and officially get the auctions off Paul or Laura's desk, whoever's desk they're on. And then I've got Japanese over here to condense down with it too. So there was 45 tagged auctions for tonight. We did hit 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. So welcome everybody. And thanks for joining us here at CollectCo. And we are rolling. We hit 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I was really nicely asking everybody to do that for this reason. I said, if we hit 20,000, we'll do some kind of stupid on vinyl sale. Everybody's been saying, Chad, what are we going to do when we hit 20,000 subscribers? Now, the only one, for us to do a sale, we do sales every night. I mean, everything's negotiable on vintage and pre-owned. We put stuff up for auction, so you can determine the price. It's about the only thing we can ever technically put on sale is new vinyl, because I keep it very firm. It's a very low margin type thing we sell. So if I ever do put it on sale, it's pretty much just like swapping money, but it gets a lot of inventory gone. So that's the only thing we really can ever put on sale here that's like a big deal, because vintage vinyl's on sale every night. I have it where you can make offers. It's like, if you don't like the price, make an offer on some stuff. Sometimes the first go around, I'm like, yeah, these are firm. They're brand new. I think they've been marked at fair prices for the first time. They're literally brand new from a collection. Sometimes I'll grab a John crate and I'll say, hey, he's marked these, but I'll take offers on them. But so the really only thing we can sell here legitimately and do a true sale is for new vinyl. And that's what we're going to do tonight. I usually sort them by price. I take the 29 stuff and I make it 19. I take the $44.99 stuff, I make it 34 or maybe even 29. And that's how we do it. Okay? Now, over here, Slaughter, I know we sold 2, and I've kind of lost my count. I know I haven't got one to Sean Drew. And did I say one for Jim Stafford? I don't think I did. I might have to count right quick. Autumn Betts, Alonzo, Fred, Scott, Justin, 5. Craig, David Polkey, Amanda Davis, Robert Matthews, Paul Conway, 10. I think that was 10. So let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And then I pull one for Brad Waits and Rick Hall. And then Jim Stafford. And then there's one for Sean Druin. And that's all I have left. Okay, Chad, you still have the new Nico album at the front of the store. Not a hassle. Love to buy it. Still there. Appreciate the hard work everyone at CollectCo. Nico, was that Nico? Yeah, I probably did. Tanner just crated all that stuff up. Okay, I'm going to move these autographs out of my way. Al Stewart, 35. Emmylou Harris, 35. Desert Rose, 45. Sam Andrew, 35. And Kenny Roger, 35. Those are all available. $35 each on those autographs. Except for that one, it's 45. Multiple signatures, almost fully signed. Okay, let's move Slaughters right over here. Some of the first on sale new vinyl is going to come out of this crate though. There's that. And now Alice Cooper. It's sealed. It's at $20. Did we ever figure out if we think this was originally Sealed or not. Discogs Poster said his copy's still sealed. Yeah, I think this might be a mystery. But either way, this is sealed, and it's at $20, okay? $20 on that. Can I see Emmylou? You sure can. Those were the only 3 autographs from last night that didn't sell. Of course, I just put up Kenny Rogers right now. Okay, here's Emmylou. It does say to Dale from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Best wishes, Emmylou Harris. It's JSA authenticated, burning new dance, and it is a $35 buy it now. Okay, there's that. And we started the night with a sealed Star Trek, and then I found 4 more. I knew I had extras. I found them, and now we have 1 left. It's sealed Star Trek, $35. Alice Cooper looks like it's about to go to Guy Shard for $20. Seems like a great price either way. I think that's one of those, if I were to open it and it was OG and it was really high grade, it would be closer to a $50 record opened. Here's another quick auction. This is Motley Crue. It's a 2005 tour book. Motley Crue is a 2005 tour book. $20 start on Motley Crue. That's now up for bid. Okay, there's the track listing for Slaughter. Craig has it in the chat right there. There's the Craig listing, Craig's list. There's the Craig listing for that. All right, so let me go ahead and sort our first crate of new vinyl. I got to send one message right quick. Okay, there's that. And sorry, I had to send a message. All right, that didn't take too long. Sometimes they're lengthy. My day's just getting started. I don't know about y'all. Probably most of y'all, your day's winding down. You come home to enjoy an evening with Chad. I'm starting my morning with my customers, my favorite people. Almost the only people I talk to every day. Legitimately. I chat with a few people in the middle of the night that might be going to bed or something, and then that's it. Then y'all are my only human interactions through the digital spectrum. All right, let me start doing some sorting, and let's do that right now. So I'm going to have to do some sorting each time I bring over a crate. We're going to have 20% off, and then we're going to have straight priced. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's 24 and 29, so I'm making a $24.99 crate right now. A lot of the $24.99 stuff was stuff that was originally 34 or 33, and I'm doing that right now. And a lot of this we might have just ordered, but that's why we do on-sale new vinyl. It's blowouts, knockouts, and dragouts. So let me get all this sorted. There's going to be some stuff that's 29. And I'm working on that right now. Let me combine a couple things here, a couple things there. You have to give me a second to make up some of these crates, and then you'll be wanting to pay very close attention when we start going through these. Let's see, that's going to be $29, $7 off. We'll do that for $29, $10 off. We'll do that one for $24, $10 off. We'll do these for $29, $9 off. That'll be a straight percentage. That'll be a discount of 10. That one be 29. These will be 24. Those will be 24. And these will be 24. Awesome. Is this all 24 stuff in here? It is. All right, we'll do these for 24. And then we'll do that for 29, that for 29. This needs to be straight percentage. There's another one we'll do for 24. Another one we'll do for 24. I'll save those for later. That's too many of the same artist. Straight percentage. Straight percentage. We'll do those for 29. And percentage. And let's move a couple of these in here. And here we go. All right. So this first crate, everything in here is $24.99. Hope everybody's ready. I'm back and focused. We're officially in a groove until I sell all these, and then I got to make up another crate. Alice Cooper's at $30. This is a sealed, possibly, definitely resealed copy of Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. It's at $30 with Guy Shard. $30 with Guy Shard. Motley Crue is a $25 start. We're looking for a $25 bid. It's a 2005 tour book. No bid, final call. Those have been up for a long time. Here we go. These are all $24.99. Some of them, I might as well just shoot myself in the foot. But we're here. A celebration, 20,000. So I did the math. If you add TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, we have a final call or a total of, I think, 75,000 followers on all platforms. That's incredible. So thanks, everybody. That's big for small business to have that many followers for what we do. That's amazing. So thanks, everybody. Here we go. Of course, Thin Lizzy. I've had one stray copy. It seems laying around forever. $10 off, $24.99. $24.99. We have John Prine, Sweet Revenge. That's $24.99. Sisters of Mercy, Floodland. That's $24.99. A MoFi pressing. And Taylor Swift, Speak Now. Taylor's now $24.99. All right, so first thing is Alice Cooper is sold to Guy Shard for $30. If anybody wants Motley Crue, it's a $25 buy it now on Motley Crue. First is X-Wing, Brandon Lack on Thin Lizzy for $24.99. Stephen Parton second, Jason Thomas third, Rob Scheffler fourth, Jim Sedal fifth. AM is Philip Holt, and that was for something, AM. And then we have another Thin Lizzy, another Thin Lizzy, another Thin Lizzy. There was only one. It's been the last stray copy for a while. Rick Hall got Motley Crue for $25. Thank you on that. So I still got Sisters of Mercy and John Prine. And we have Taylor Swift. And then we have another Taylor Swift. This is Fearless. That one's also $24.99. And then we have Dag Nasty, Wig Out at Dinko's. And that's $24.99. Dag Nasty, Wig Out at Dinko's. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. He wants the MoFi Sister of Mercy. That's so to Philip Holt. All right, thank you on that. We have Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. That was $38, now $24.99, Municipal Waste. And then Led Zeppelin 4, clear vinyl, $24.99. And our next auction is going to go up right now. We have the following to put up. And this is a white label promo of Billy Joel's 52nd Street. A white label promo of Billy Joel's 52nd Street. A 1978 U.S. white label promo with original under sleeve, VG Plus, Billy Joel, a $25 start. It has a note from late WLAV DJ's Uncle Buck private collection of Ed Buchanan. That is going to go up for a $25 start. Next is Patrick Johnson on Taylor Swift Fearless. That's sold to Patrick for $24.99. Jeremy Bryant on Municipal Waste for $24.99. Rick Hall, you did get Motley Crue for $24. Brian Reynolds on a Led Zeppelin 4. Sandy Villa on a Led Zeppelin 4. Now, I'm trying to get all of them together in the same bin. However, you may see something pop up again later, okay? So, like, I know we have a backup on Led Zeppelin, but just wait until it pops up again. And we really don't do waiting list on any of these because they're literally closeout prices. Sometimes I'll have somebody say, dang, Chad, I didn't even know you had that in stock. I'll go ahead and go on a waiting list for one at the original sticker. And I'll be like, no problem. And we'll put somebody on a waiting list for the original sticker price, okay? And then over here, we got Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, that's $24. Meatloaf, Bite Out of Hell's $24. And then Slayer is Divine Intervention. And those were originally $34, $29, and $33. Those are all $24.99. No, Billy Joel is one of his original classic studio albums, 52nd Street. And that is a 78 white label promo with original on her sleeve. And we're looking for a $25 start. Now, over here, we have the following. I have not officially, I don't think I've officially shared tonight's feed or anything. So let me go ahead and do that right now. I was playing clean up and sort, and make sure everybody's hit the like button. Please go ahead and share it if you don't mind doing that. I'm going to go ahead and share it right now, and thanks everybody. I need to get the YouTube posted on our story as well. Let's go ahead and do some claims. We're doing new vinyl here, and everything you're seeing is on sale, and these are the final price. Definitely no more, definitely no less on these. So next is Michael Fairchild. He was first on Meatloaf at $24.99. Jim Sedal got Motley Crue for $24.99. Brian Campbell next on Motley Crue, but you were first on Slayer. Billy Joe has a bid for $28, and then Billy Joe has a bid for $30. And we have Megadeth, Peace Sells, but who's buying? That's $24.99. Only one available right now. And then Van Morrison, that's one of his newest albums. That's now $15 off, $24.99. And then Dwayne Sevilla next on Slayer. Johnny Cash is Volume 6. That's $24.99. And Pink Floyd Animals is $24.99. Wow. $24.99 for Animals. Billy Joel's now at $31. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. That next auction is going to go up right now. And what do we have here? We have a 1987 USOG Smiths. Holy moly. Don't get this too often. Let me repeat that again. A 1987 USOG Smiths. That is now up for bid. That is, it has both original inner sleeves. It's an SRC pressing, EX and EX Plus near mint minus, a $65 start. First claim on Megadeth was Chris Keller. He gets that for $24.99. Stephen Parton first on Johnny Cash. He gets that for $24.99. John Oliver on MF, and that was for something, probably Megadeth. Billy Joe info. Darren Crispin gets Pink Floyd. Can you get more Dr. Feelgood? Not at $24.99. And then Christina next on Cash. Dennis Daly next on Pink Floyd. John next on Megadeth. Billy Joe 32. That's Van Morrison's newest release. Brandon next on Megadeth. Billy Joe 35. Smith 65. And Billy Joe 40. So if we're doing on sale new vinyl, the price I'm telling you is the price. If you miss out on it, there's not going to be another one unless they pop up again later. Now, if you're like, Chad, it doesn't matter. I just want I want another Motley Crue. I'll order you one, but it will be $33.99. So this crate is 100%. If you ain't first, you're last. This is the final call on these. But if you want one at sticker price, there's probably a really good chance I can still get it. But not at this price. At these prices, like I said, I'm pretty much swapping money. Cheryl Poultice on this. That is $24.99. And then over here, we have Billy Joe info. What is the Billy Joe? And Billy Joe info, please. Sean David, ever since you've been asking for Billy Joel, I bet you've missed about 20 or 30 of them since you've been asking. So here is your opportunity. And it's probably the best copy you could get far as a collectible. Billy Joel's 52nd Street, a white label promo, a 1978 US white label promo, VG Plus condition. The high bid is $41. The Smiths have two $65 bids. Two $65 bids. And then what do I have to do to see if you can get a certain few albums? You send us a message on Collectco. You say, hello, Ed, can you order me the following albums? And you give him a list, and he'll give you an answer. Michael Peveler gets Taylor Swift. That's sold to Michael Peveler for $24.99. And we have Cradle of Filth, Evermore Darkly. That's $24.99. Testament, The Legacy's $24.99. And then Vampire Weekend, it does have a bent corner. It's $24.99. Last copy. And The Sisters of Mercy, First Last Always, new 40th anniversary, $24.99. Billy Joe 41, Billy Joe 42. The Smiths has bids for 65 and 65. 65 and 65. Billy Joel's at 41. Billy Joel's at 42. First thing is Steve Riley on Cradle of Filth. Sold to Steve Riley. Next thing over here is Billy Joel 42. Kelly Vladorchek on Vampire Weekend. Brian Campbell on Cradle of Filth. Hiram Ponte on Sisters of Mercy. Rob Scheffler on Testament. There's one Testament left. There's no mention about a photo and inserts on Billy Joel. I think promo inserts are just a random deal. They don't come with every promo record. Or if they do, this one's missing. So it just has an original inner sleeve. No photos or inserts in that one. Smith's is now at 70. One Testament remains. Another Megadeth. So far, so good, so what? Suicidal Tendencies is $24.99. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil's $24. Led Zeppelin and Overkill. That is taken over. Wow. Those are all just $24.99. Whoa. Get ready for a bunch of claims to come in on those. Now, the Smiths is at 70. Eric Van Leuven on John Prine. That sold. Stephen Parton on Motley Crue. That was Shout at the Devil. That sold. Mark Stanley on Led Zeppelin. That sold. And let me read you what's left in here right quick, very quickly. These are all $24. I still got 4 copies of Dag Nasty. That's We Got a Dinko's. I still got 4 copies. Dennis Daly next on Led Zeppelin. Jeff next on Motley Crue. Scott Arnold first on Overkill. These are all $24.99. I still got One Testament, The Legacy. I still got Megadeth, So Far So Good, So What. I got Suicidal Tendencies. Those are $24.99. So that means Ron Eat next on Led Zeppelin, Rebecca next on Motley Crue, Dwayne Sevilla next on Overkill, but David Smith does get Suicidal Tendencies, and we have John Oliver on Megadeth. I was about to say, is there not going to be any Megadeth claim come in? There we go, John Oliver on Megadeth. That took a while. That was surprising. All right. Nice. Where's that monster at? Pop, pop, pop. I'm going to need it. Oh, it's way over here next to Phil Collins. Hello, Phil. Phil Collins here tonight. We have this right here. Thank you, Jim. All right. Let's get this going. Here's Otis. Here comes Tanner. And here comes the monster. You want some monster, Otis? Well, Chad, I don't know about that. I'll be getting zoomies all over the store. All right. Smith's final call, Joey Fino, $71. One more time. Wow, we don't get this too often. This is a 87 U.S. original Smith's, Louder Than Bombs, a double LP gatefold, beautiful jacket with the original under sleeves. Wow. I mean, we just do not get albums like this in too often. And then how about a white label promo, Billy Joel? Not a common version for this, a promo copy. And this is a final call, and Sean David has it for $45. Thank you, Sean. Final call to you. The only thing left in here is Dag Nasty. I'm assuming it's on black vinyl. It doesn't say, so I'm going to have to presume black. Testament, The Legacy, and Suicidal Tendencies. Those are all $24.99. These are our first 2 auctions of the night. Nothing else has been sold. That was advertised. That was advertised, okay? So, let's sort through another crate. Let's do some more stuff on sale. First thing I'm going to do, let's knock out a short and sweet 29er. Hold on a second. Let me do some more sorting here. Give me one quick timeout. We'll make that 24. I'll make that 29. Let me add some more stuff to the 24 crate. That'll be 24. That'll be a straight percentage. So will this. Those are going to be 24. Those will be 24. There's Nico, Jeremy Bryant was asking about. Jeremy, I'll give you a discount on it, okay? Give me 1 second, though. There's 24. We'll make these 29. That'll be a straight percentage. That'll be 29. We'll go ahead and make that 24. All right, and then we'll make that 24. 24. We'll make that, we're about to have a killer 29 crate. I'm going to go ahead and make this 24, that 24. That's going to be 29. That's going to be 24. That's going to be 29. That's going to be 24. 24, 24, 24, 24, 24. And we almost have another full $24.99 crate. This is going to be very fun going through all this tonight. We'll do that for 24. Some of these will be 29. We'll go ahead and do those for 24. And here we go. So I have restocked most of the $24.99 stuff. Let's see where we're at on these auctions. I have a feeling we're done on Billy Joel. But here we go. And then we have a putback on Vampire Weekend. So if anybody wants that, I'll make that the first record. Vampire Weekend. It does have a ding corner, $24.99, okay? Vampire Weekend, $24.99. That's a putback, so that's available if anybody wants it. Let's end these auctions. We have Billy Joel sold to Sean David for $45. Thank you on that. And I'd lost a couple people on the Smiths. I figured it'd bring well over $100, honestly. But it is sold, the Smiths, to Joy Fino for $71. Joy Fino, $71. Let's get some new auctions going. First thing I have is Vampire Weekend. That sold to Natasha Pickett for $24.99. The first $24.99 in here is U2 October. Nice. U2 is $24.99. I have an original Rolling Stones tour book from 1981. Nice. Original Rolling Stones tour book from 1981. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Why don't you start me up? That was the Tattoo You tour. And now, let me put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to be this right here. This right here. I have this right here. And this is Juice WRLD. And this is Death Race for Love. Juice WRLD is a 2019 orange vinyl, limited to 2,000 of insert, $125 start. Also, Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. Nice. Whiskey. White and Whiskey Brown Marble Vinyl, $24.99 on that. Outcast, Southern Playlistic Cadillac Music. Outcast, just $24.99. The Cars Greatest Hits, Red Vinyl. Those are originally $33, now $24. Same price for Outcast, same price for Pantera. We're going through an on-sale new vinyl in celebration of hitting a milestone over on YouTube. Now the next one's $50,000. Well, actually, let's get to 30 and 40 first. I'd really like to get to 100,000 on YouTube and have one of those big, gigantic play buttons. That'd be cool, right, Tanner? One of those big, gigantic silver play buttons they send you when you hit 100,000. Surely we can do that. Shouldn't be a problem. Mark Stanley on OK for Outcast, $24.99. We have Ken Crooker. This is $24.99 on the Cars. Sig got Pantera for $24. Chad Thompson second. Scott Arnold third. Chris Keller gets a Cars. Final call on the Rolling Stones for $15. One bid. And that one bid for $15 is with Stanley Richmond. Final call to get a bid on Juice WRLD for $1.25. And then Joseph Ellis gets the last Outcast. Next was Ed Hickey on Cars and Michael Peeble on Cars. Wow, still got U2 October. With book, just $24.99. Shania Twain, come on over. 25th anniversary, 2LP. Shania Twain is $24.99. Back to the Future, $24.99. Smokey and the Bandit, $24.99. And there's that Fallout Boy from under the cork tree. It's now just $24.99. Mr. Beast has hit 400 million. Yeah, we're a long ways away from that. We don't want 400 million right now. Man, listen, if we went live on his channel selling vinyl, it would be, we couldn't. You wouldn't be able to moderate it, even paid subscribers. Oh man, yeah. He probably makes. He could. That's insane. That's truly remarkable. I don't know if y'all realize how insane that is. 400 million followers on a YouTube account. That is insane. It'll be very hard for somebody else to do that again. And doing what he's doing. Back to the Future to Philip Holt. That's sold for $24.99. Also Madonna, Bedtime Stories. And we have Taylor Swift. There's another copy of Speak Now if you missed the other one. The Rolling Stones is sold for $15. That's sold to Stanley Richmond. I'm going to put that in a sleeve and a board. Thank you, Stanley. That's sold to you. Might have been some of y'all that seen the Stones on that tour. That's a pretty cool thing to look back on. I'm going to put that in a new board and bag. Right over here for Stanley. If anybody wants Juice WRLD 125. Juice WRLD 125. Juice WRLD 125. Do y'all remember some of the original videos he did to get viral? He counted to 1 million, didn't he? Like he sat in his chair he sat in his chair and counted to 1 million, I think. That was one of his first big viral videos. He counted to 100,000 or 1 million. And he was stayed awake and he really didn't mess up. And that was one of his first big viral videos. He did some crazy stuff to get started. Alonzo on M from Madonna, $24.99. And Juice WRLD, like I said, $125 buy it now. 2019 orange vinyl limited to 2,000. $125 on that. That is now available. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next thing we have right now is Steve Miller Band. Check this out. This is a 1978 promo radio station copy only. Radio station copy only. Blue vinyl promo with original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition. $45 start. Steve Miller Band, greatest hit 74 to 78. So this was only shipped to radio stations on blue vinyl as a promo. How cool of a record is that? Blue vinyl promo only from Steve Miller Band. And what a great one to have. Their greatest hits, his greatest hits, a $45 start. Okay? Everything right now, in celebration of 20,000 subscribers, we're doing on sale new vinyl for $24.99. And I have another Madonna right here if you want one. I have another one right here, Monica. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. It's yours. Everything in here is discounted to $24.99. Motorhead Overkill, that is available. So is the Black Crows live at the Greek Theater. That's live unofficial. Vertical Horizon, everything you want. Orange vinyl, last copy. Yola Tango, that's now $20 off. $20 off on Yola Tango, $24.99. Juice World, so did Jason Thomas for $125. Thank you on that one. Over here, Mark Stanley on Motorhead for $24.99. Also, George Strait's number 1, Volume 1, $24.99. Scott Oman on Vertical Horizon, that's sold to him for $24. Also, Slick Rick is now $10 off, already an on-sale price of $34. Cycle Circus, $33. And check this out. Sticky Fingers, $24.99 for Sticky Fingers. Half-Speed Master, that is pretty sweet. Michael Peveler stuck on Motorhead, and now Steve Miller Band has a bid for $45. Let's run another auction. And I'm going to go over here and see what's in our Japanese crate. I'm going to bring these a little bit, just a little bit closer to me and go ahead and throw up some of these Japanese. David Johnson wasn't watching last night. David Johnson's not watching tonight. He's missed thousands of Japanese pressings at auction. Unbelievable. Let's go ahead and add one up right now. Here's one I don't see too often on Japanese Obi. This is a Stevie Wonder fulfilling this first finale. And this is going to go up for a $35 star. Tamla Motown Japanese pressing with insert cover and Obi. Stevie Wonder, a $35 star. Amazing. $35 start on that. So let's go back to the top. We pulled Motorhead, and then first on Kiss was Greg Smith. Greg Smith on Kiss, and that was Cycle Circus for $24.99. Pickle was second. Steve Miller got another bid for $45. Matt Shepard got George Strait for $24. Diego got a Rolling Stones. Michael Peveler next on Kiss. Matt Shepard on Slick Rick for $24.99. Pickle, you were second on Cycle Circus. Monica Malley got Madonna for $24.99. Steve Miller has a new bid for $50. Natasha on Yola Tango. Thomas Baumhart got the second Rolling Stones. And then Steve Miller, $52. Steve Miller, $51. Now, James Sanders, I have looked for that Lost Boys pre-order, and I honestly do not see it. I'll check again. But are you telling me that you've seen one for a pre-order? Because I don't think there's actually one available. Because I thought I saw one myself, and unless they've already took it down, which means they're sold out, then right now there is no Lost Boys. I'm going to double check it over here for you right now. But I don't think there's a Lost Boys up for pre-order. I will check it again. I'm going to go newest, and I'm going to look for it right here. And I'm going to search the main largest website in the world, and there is no Lost Boys for pre-order. Let me check probably the second biggest distributor in the world. And the second biggest distributor in the world, I'm going to log into their database right now. And I am sorting by vinyl, and then I'm sorting by newest. There's one up for pre-order, but here's the problem. I don't know what's up, but it's a Halloween edition. It's on Halloween colored vinyl, and it's not going to be cheap. I don't know what Halloween colored vinyl is, but they're going to be $54.99. Lost Boys original soundtrack, clear red vinyl Halloween edition. I don't know what that means, but it's $54.99, and I knew that's a lot more than what they normally are. So if you want one, let me know. I'm going to post it anyway because I'm sure some people might want that. I don't know what really a Halloween edition is going to look like, but that's what they are. I'm looking at it right here. And then one website's not even offering it. They're probably getting them through Friday Music, probably just at a small wholesale price, and that happens sometimes. I don't think I've posted on our story tonight the auction, so let me do that right quick. Link, and then we got a lot more stuff to do on sale, right, Tanner? Holy moly, goodness gracious. We got to keep this flow going. Okay, and let me not take another pause after I do this. Otherwise, we're going to be still trying to show this stuff at 11 o'clock tonight. And we want to get through it all as soon as possible. All right, so there's that, and that's posted. Okay, so over here, we have Steve Miller Band at 55, Steve Miller Band 53, Steve Miller Band 60. Slaughter is new for Friday, $38.99. Slaughter, that's new for Friday, okay? Now, first thing I have is this. Steve Miller Band, 50, 51, 52, 55, 55, 53, 53, 60. The only thing left in here for $24.99 is the Black Crowes live at the Greek Theater, live, $24.99. Speak Now, Taylor Swift, $24.99. From Under the Court Tree, Fall Out Boys, that's $24.99. Smoking the Bandit and Shania Twain, wow, that originally were MSRPs, I think, for close to $50. U2 October, Suicidal Tendencies, Testament, and Dag Nasty. Those are all on sale for $24.99. There's not supposed to be anything left in there, right, Tanner? There's not supposed to be anything left in there, right, Otis? That's right, Chad. What are they thinking not buying all this vinyl for just $24.99? We got Matt Shepard on Slaughter. Thank you, Matt Shepard. That's so to you. I've got 2, 4, 5 copies left. Slaughter goes to Matt Shepard at $38.99, okay? And we got Michael Peaver on the Black Crowes. Let's go find some more. We're moving right in. I think I have a $29.99 crate almost full, and this has fantastic stuff in it. They're real, and they're fantastic. And let's go ahead and find out what we got over here. I'll start building another $24.99 or two. Let's go ahead and show what I have in this $29.99er. Boy, I love $29.99ers. I don't know about y'all, but I love some $29.99ers. Here we go. I'm going to swap out right quick. And if you change your mind on any of these, then it's up to you, okay? Let's go back to the top. We have Michael Peavler got the Black Crowes. Jerry Metal Guy Garrar got a Slaughter. That's sold to him. Steve Miller Band 65. Stevie Wonder is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. What is the Testament? Testament is right here. Testament is right here. And Testament is the Legacy, $24.99. $24.99. Testament, the Legacy, $24.99. Here we go. First thing I have for you is a crate of $29.99ers. You may say, golly, you mean, Chad, you're going to be selling these for just $29.99? Otis just came up behind me and said, do what, Chad? $29.99. You've got to be joking me. Can I get a turntable and start listening to vinyl? Hey, Otis. We gotta post that picture tomorrow of Otis with the mail. He helped out a lot, didn't he? All right, so first thing we have is Cheryl Potus on U2 October for $24. U2 October for Cheryl Potus, that's $24.99. Thank you, Cheryl Potus. Michael Peavler or Michael Salazar says, I'll take it. And that was for Testament for $24.99. Thank you, that's so to you for $24.99. And Steve Miller Band's at 68. So let's look at this again. This is a really cool record. This was only shipped to radio stations. It's on blue vinyl. Radio station only promo, blue vinyl with original on her sleeve, and it's in shrink and it's nice, EX Plus, and this is at $68, Stephen Parton. Now it's at $70. Stevie Wonder did not get a bid. It's a buy now for $35. It's a Japanese pressing of Fulfilling His First Finale. It is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, and you can pick it up right now for a $35 buy it now. Yes, you heard me right. A $35 buy it now. Folks, pretty much every new LP in the store is going to be on sale tonight, unless it's a new release from the last 24 hours, which is only 5 records over here, Godsmack, and I think Black Sabbath Paranoid, and Slaughter. And I think about everything else, I'm willing to go ahead and say it's going to be on a discount in anticipation and celebration for hitting 20,000 subscribers. And then Stevie Wonder is sold to Lee Seigert. There is that. Okay, everything in here is $29.99. On sale price. That's the discount price for new order Substance, which was originally $40. $29.99 for new order. I've only got 2 available. Wow, Rhino Stooges numbered for just $29.99. Whoa, Saigon Kick, limited edition. The Lizard. They call it limited edition, even though it's been in print now for about a year. The Lizard, $29.99. Saigon Kick, I've got 3 of those. Wasp is now just $29.99, a half-speed master. And Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, which was $36, now $29. Whoa, those are all $29.99. Let's get all those picked, pulled, and assigned to their rightful buyers. First thing was we already sold Stevie, which was sold to Lee Steigert. He got that for $35. Diego was second. Steve Miller Band, $72. Steve Riley got new order for $29. And then Heath Norman wants a Suicidal Tendencies from the last crate. And that was our only copy left, right? Yep, that was our only copy left. So this is sold for $24.99. Make sure that goes in for $24.99 for Heath Norman. And then Melissa Bailey got Saigon Kick for $29. MT Matt put S. That could be for Stooges or Substance or Saigon. So MT Matt, let me know. Michael Peevler says he wants a Godsmack. That was one of the new releases for this week. I still got a few left if anybody else wants one. These are $33.99. This is 1,000 horsepower. These have been long out of print. 1,000 horsepower. Sell that to Michael Peevler. Pickle wants a new order. Let me see what MT Matt wanted. He did want the Stooges, okay? So let's go ahead and pull MT Matt with the Stooges, just $29.99. Michael Peevler got a Godsmack. Pickle got the last new order for $29. Steve Miller Band, $75. Philip Hope next on Stooges. Chad Thompson first on Wasp, though. Did I already pull that out? Did I already say somebody got Wasp? I must have pulled the wrong record. Hold on. Let me go back now and make sure I didn't mess something up. Give me 1 second. I can get pretty fast-paced going through these. Let me start this crate over right quick. There's Stevie Wonder. So first is Steve Riley got new order, and then Heath Norman got Suicidal Tendencies for $24. Melissa Bailey got Saigon Kick for $29. That's what I did. I didn't pull Saigon Kick. I pulled Wasp. So Melissa Bailey got Saigon Kick. MT Mac got the Stooges. And then Michael Peevler got Godsmack, of course, his sticker. Pickle got new order. Philip Holt next on the Stooges. Chad Thompson got Wasp. Margaret Gerhold on Pink Floyd. Jim Sedal next on Pink Floyd. And then over here we have Patrick next on Wasp. And then we have Saigon Kick and Saigon Kick. So Steve Miller Band, the last bid was Rob Fordham at $75. Rob Fordham at $75. We have Grateful Dead, American Beauty, cut from the original Analog Master by Kevin Gray. That's $29.99. The new Toy Story Zoetrope, $7 off. Recent release, 30th anniversary edition, picture disc, very cool. I have 4 Toy Stories. Those are $29.99. Fastway, limited edition white vinyl, $10 off. That's $29. Prince, the Gold Experience, that was $38, now $29, and Dave Matthews Band is now $29. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction is this right here. What do we have here? Holy moly. Is this real? It is. It's a 2025 anniversary edition of Audio Slave. Wow, Out of Exile. This is now out of print. It's numbered and it comes with 4 lithographed pictures. Holy moly. Audio Slave is a $55 start. That's up for bid. Let's answer a few questions. Paranoid is available. Yes, Paranoid $29.99. Noah, Psycho Circus is already sold out. And then Chad, last night I was on the Godsmack pre-order. If not, I'd like one. I'll double check in here in just a second. Greg Herman on Toy Story, $29.99. And now my crate's officially full. If you're just hopping on, this is all on sale new vinyl. It's a first come, first serve. If they're gone, then they're gone. So hopefully you're locked in and you're not going anywhere because you're probably going to miss something. These are no waiting list unless you want to pay the original sticker price. So you better be sure you're locked in with me or you're going to blink and miss something. Margaret Gerhold on the Grateful Dead for $29. Joy Fino gets the other Toy Story for $29. Steve Miller's at $80. Brian Eaton on Dave Matthews Band for $29. Brad Waits gets that Fastway for $29. Audio Slave 55, Audio Slave 55, Audio Slave 63. And Todd Kilgore says, I'll take it. And he had asked about a Paranoid. And I think I have 0 left now. I just ordered a buttload more of Luckily, Black Sabbath stuff is still in stock. Most of it was, and then most of the Aussie stuff was back ordered, but they told me it should be right back in. I think they literally have the pressing plants turned on just pressing Aussie albums right now. All right, so this is sold for sticker, and that was my last copy of Paranoid that I had on hand, okay? And now, we have Eminem Curtain Call, his greatest hits. That's now just $29. Everything in here is on sale for $29. Transformers is $29. Metallica Load is $29. The new remaster Gorgira the Link and Dark Knight soundtrack Hans Zimmer on colored vinyl. These do have corner dings, so they're probably worthy of a discount anyway. They do have corner dings, $29.99. Whoa, a lot of great stuff in there. So over here, this has been up for a while, but it's worthy of getting lots of bids. It is a promo-only radio station copy that they did make back in the original release year for Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. They did blue vinyl just for promos for radio stations. And the last bid that came in on this Steve Miller Band was Corey Ross at $80. Everybody else is out. And then Audio Slave is an official. A lot of these are bootlegged. This is now out of print. It's a numbered, limited edition copy with 4 lithographed pictures. That's, of course, Chris Cornell, Audio Slave. And that has a new high bid right now of $75. We can do puzzles on sale. It'll be after we get through with all the vinyl, though, first. And now we have X-Wing on M. And M was for Metallica or M&M X-Wing. M for Metallica or X-Wing. If it's for Metallica, you got it. $29.99. That's for X-Wing. Tyler McDaniel on MM for M&M, right? That's sold to Tyler for $29. Audio Slave $78. Philip Holt was next to Metallica. Jim Sedal gets Transformers. Von Galipsy wants a Toy Story. Audio Slave $85. Matt Shepard next on Metallica. And Jim Sedal says, sorry, can I see the Transformers? This is Transformers, the movie soundtrack. Unicorn, marbled vinyl. Sam Bush, Weird Al Yankovic, etc., etc. I've got that tag for you unless you say otherwise. Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. on Gorgira. Okay, so moving Steve. Hammer's definitely up on Steve Miller. $80, final call. Audio Slave has now hit $85. This is all that's left in the $29.99 crate. I have first from the back, Saigon Kick, The Lizard. 2 left at $29. Toy Story Picture Disc, $29, was $36. Prince is still available. Prince's first album as the artist formerly known as Prince. That was $38, now $29. The Dark Knight soundtrack, $29. And then Metallica, I hadn't shown that yet. Boom, there it is. $29.99. Chad, did you just say I bid on Steve Miller? No, I didn't, Corey Lawson. I said that Corey, his name is Corey Ross. Corey Ross has it. Corey Ross. Steve Riley got Metallica for $29. And Jim Sedal does want to keep the Transformers. Okay. So let me go see what I can do. And some things that sell out, you may see them pop up again later. Okay, you may see them get popped up again later. Let me do a little bit more sorting over here. And so I'm working on 29s and 24s, and that's what I'm doing right now. So this is 24. I'll go ahead and do that for 24. These are 24. All right, so let's see here. Deaths. I'll give you some sneak peeks to some stuff that's coming up. And then, I'm not going to say that one. Can't give you too many previews. All right, I'm going to put all these together. Those are going to be $10 off. I'll add these to the 29. It's a soundtrack series. We got a bunch still left. Those will be 29. I'll go ahead and make that 24. That 24. Those are 24, 24, 24, 24. Okay? And so that goes in the 29 department. See if we can get another crate of 24 filled up right quick. And this is fun. Should be for everybody. Kind of hurts me sometimes. I'm like, oh. But a lot of this is probably out of stock and I can't get it again. Some of it may be here in about a couple weeks or end of the week. I might even order more of it again. So I do that sometimes just to kind of mix it up. And there's all that. Awesome. And let me jump over here and see what's in this crate. And these are 24s. All right, and then we'll make those 29s. That's pretty crazy. Definitely crazy for those to be 24s, but let's do it. Let's do that. And then those will be 29s, 24s, 24s. There's some stuff that's like $69.99. I usually just go ahead and make those straight percentage. We'll do like an expensive original sticker price stuff as a straight percentage. That's always fun because that will be where some really pricey stuff gets down pretty cheap. Okay. And let me make sure I don't have too many titles back to back of the same artist. Nope, except that. Let me mix that one up. And here's some more 24. Let's keep the show going. Okay. Here we go. First thing we have is this. We sold Metallica, then another Metallica, then another Metallica. Audio Slave is at 90, Audio Slave 92. All right, here's what I'm going to do on Steve Miller Band. There was a question. There was a question from Tecker Time. So here's how I do this since it's been up for a long time. Corey Ross has this pending for $80. Tecker Time, this is a 1978 promo only for radio stations. The high bid is $80. I'm going to put it over here in pending. If you bid 81, the auction continues. If not, I'm going to put it over here with Corey for 80. It's up to you, though, since you asked. Audio Slave is at $92. It's a 2025 Silver Translucent Wave 20th Anniversary, limited to 3,000 numbered copies with 4 lithographed pictures near mint. Josh Jones has that for $92. Okay? Now, we're going to say we was right here with the on-sale new vinyl. Taylor Swift was $24.99. That was the last record left in the last $24.99 crate. Taylor Swift, just $24.99. Let's put up another auction right quick. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. In shrink, an 87 US Club, a $25 start. This is Shrink and Hype, a $25 start. First, Michael Jackson Thriller, $24.99. Michael Jackson Thriller. Also, the Smiths, The Queen is Dead, $24.99 on the Smiths. And the Black Album, $10 off, $24.99 on the Black Album. $24.99. Exit Light. It's a double LP remaster. Kevin J. Reitz on Taylor for $24.99. Everything in here is $24.99. X-Win on a Black Album. Greg Smith on a Black Album. There's one left on those. We have Jeff Hallsworth on a Black Album. Audio Slave 95. Audio Slave 95. And Fleetwood Mac 25. I didn't hear back from Tecker Time. So let's go ahead and sell Steve Miller Band. That is sold to Corey Ross for $80. Okay? And I have no Metallicas left. I do have one copy of Deftones Adrenaline for $24. And I have one copy of Korn Untouchables. That's a double LP, $24.99 on that. So we have Taylor Swift. We sold Black Album, Black Album, Black Album, X-Wing, Greg Smith, Jeff. Audio Slave 95, Audio Slave 95, Fleetwood Mac 25, Rick Hall next on Metallica, Dennis Daly next on Metallica, Joy Fino next on Metallica, Michael Peveler next on Metallica, Joy Fino first on the Smiths, and then Tony Clem next on Metallica, Sheldon next on Metallica, Tyler McDaniel next on Metallica, System of a Down, this is their self-titled album, it's now 24, and Weezer, the Blue Album's now 24. Joy Fino on Deftones. Joy Fino on Deftones. Let's go ahead and tag that for Joy Fino. Give me 1 second. I got to send one message. Quick timeout. All right, let's go back over here. We have first, we had Joy with Deftones, Audio Slave 100, Michael Peveler on Korn, Audio Slave 105, Audio Slave 110 was Korn 24. Everything in here is 24. Tyler McDaniel on SOD, Ryan Mustaine on Weezer, Audio Slave 114, and Joseph, you were next on Korn, Joy next on Korn, Incubus, Light Grenades, Incubus is $24.99, Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion, and Nirvana, Nevermind. I'm going to keep it very simple. Everything in this crate is $24.99. That's the discount price, no more, no less. Everything in here. Only copies is what you see. If they're gone, they're gone. Nirvana's $24.99. We have Smith's Meat is Murder. Over here, we have Joseph Ellis on Incubus. That's sold to Joseph Ellis. We have next Sarah, I'm going to try to say your last name for the first time. Waberdink. Hopefully I got that out correctly. Sarah Waberdink on Depeche Mode. That's sold to you. And then I think you're a first-time buyer, so I probably need to get you registered, Sarah. If you are, just say, yes, first-time buyer. Michael Salazar, next on Depeche Mode. We have PF33. Who's PF33 over on Twitch? That is Nirvana. And then Philip Holt, you also get a Nirvana. So PF3 on Twitch gets a Nirvana. Philip gets a Nirvana. Dustin next on Depeche Mode. Audio Slave 115. Dennis next on Nirvana. Sandy next on Nirvana. Tyler next on Nirvana. And then we have a Flag, another Nirvana, Phil Freeman, another Nirvana, Fleetwood Mac 26. Let me ask Tanner a question. Okay, let's go over here, and sorry about that. Let me see what the flag on the play was. Michael Salazar threw a flag, okay? Michael Salazar threw a flag. I'm going to try to see what his came in on. Michael, your first comment says flag. That's what I see. So you'll have to let me know what your challenge flag's on, and then we'll take it up to the booth and review it. But I don't see anything before you even said flag. I'll go back over to those really quickly one more time, because in between that, there was about 4 or 5 questions on how much are these and what is actually going on. So the first thing I'm going to do is this. I'm going to read off who got some of these most recent claims, okay? And we did Korn, and we did System of a Down, okay? So those go right up here. Michael Salazar was not first on Depeche Mode. Let's go back, and I will show y'all who got all those, okay? So over here is where they start. There is System of a Down, Tyler McDaniel. System of a Down, Tyler McDaniel. Okay? Ryan Mustaine on Weezer. Ryan Mustaine on Weezer. Joseph Ellis got Incubus. Michael Salazar, Depeche Mode. Michael Salazar, Depeche Mode. Nirvana is going to P-Free 3. Philip next, then Dustin on Depeche Mode, then Dennis on Nirvana, then Sandy on Nirvana. Sarah was first on Depeche Mode. I've messed myself up. Sarah was first on Depeche Mode. I was right the first time. Y'all are making me question my own natural instinct. Sarah was first on Depeche Mode. Y'all were probably looking at the Facebook chat. Sarah, our first-time buyer, was first on Depeche Mode. Sarah was first on Depeche Mode. Sarah was first on Depeche Mode. There it is. Sarah's first on Depeche Mode. And then the other Nirvana. Now, if you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're missing a lot. Probably for the next hour, it's going to be some of the fastest claims you've probably seen in a long time. You're going to have to take my word on a lot of them, because there's people watching on Twitch. There's people watching on Facebook. There's people watching on YouTube. There's even right now some people watching on X. And if you're just looking at your Facebook chat, you're looking at the wrong thing. You're not going to be seeing a third of tonight's activity. It's whatever appears here on the screen. Okay? So, first thing we got to do is make sure nobody got the Smiths. My rhythm was completely destroyed. Jim Sedal on the Smiths, okay? So that's sold. Now, we have Audio Slave at $138, Fleetwood Macs at $28. So if you got anybody new watching, and sometimes I will make a mistake. I'm in a pretty good rhythm tonight. Let's keep going. These are $24.99. Yes, everything in here. I like these crates too, because it is clean and simple. Everything's new and sealed, and it's all the same price. So it is, boom, there it is. Yes, Fragile, Steven Wilson green vinyl. I have 2 at $24.99. Bullet Boys, 10-cent billionaire. Sonic Youth is now $20 off. Hold That Tiger, blue vinyl, $24.99 on that. We have Cold, a different kind of pain, limited edition 1000 on silver vinyl. Vanilla Fudge, that's on blue vinyl mono. And Sting, the Soul Changes. Sting is now $10 off. That's $24.99. Audio Slaves at $157. Fleetwood Macs at $30. Fleetwood Macs at $31. Todd Emick, first on Yes. Fleetwood Macs at $31. Sean Lee Hooker on Sonic Youth for 24. Patrick first on, yes. And then over here, we have Robert Scheffler. You were third on yes, only had 2. Holy Moses is 24. Badfinger's 24. Sturgill Simpson's 24. So now, Russell Snedgear is out on Fleetwood Mac. That is the final call to Sheldon Bergenhire. And then Audio Slave is with Josh Jones at 157. Repeat that, please, Chad. Which social media platform should be watching for quickest actual response time? Over here, we have 3 copies left of Death. That is symbolic. Death is $24.99, $5 off. Sturgill Simpson is sold to Joseph Ellis. And then Lothal was second. Then Matt Shepard. Everything in this crate is $24.99. Stacy Metternich on Badfinger. Jackie Reynolds was next. And then Kevin was next on Sturgill. All right, so I'm going to read what's collectively left. This is the 3rd time I've refilled the $24.99 crate. Here is what's left. Okay, we'll start even back from the old stuff. Dag Nasty, Wig Out at Dinko's, 24. Shania Twain, come on over. Everything in here is $24.99. Smoking the Bandit, everything is on sale for $24.99. Fallout Boys sold to Dennis Daly. Michael Jackson Thriller, 24. Bullet Boys is 24. Cold, which was originally 38, now 24. Michael Peveler on Bullet Boys. I think I have more of those somewhere. Vanilla Fudge, Blue Vinyl Mono, You Keep Me Hanging On. Sting is now 24. Holy Moses, Queen of Siam, and Death, Symbolic, which the original, I think, German presses of those is like a $500 record. Fleetwood Mac is sold, and Fleetwood Mac is sold to Sheldon Bergenhire for $31. They are still battling over here on Audio Slave. Stephen Parton gets Vanilla Fudge. Awesome. Now it's time to jump back over to the 29 stuff. We'll leave all this in the crate. I'll keep trying to fill it up until everything's gone tonight. Right, Tanner? Right. Tanner said that is absolutely... You couldn't be more correct, Chad. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what you said, right? Otis said, that's right, Chad. Oh, where's my Scooby snack? I've been a good boy today. Chad's going to drink some Monster. Had to stop by the old 7-Eleven and get some today. Yeah, I'm going to try to do some of that tonight. As much as I can. Yeah, just push stuff in. Yeah, we got to find a place for our ladders, though. They need to go... Yeah, we got a 15-foot ladder. We never know where to store it. Okay. Here we go. Ben Digert on Shania Twain. Fun night. This is on sale new vinyl is always a thank y'all. You know, if we're usually doing on sale, it's usually almost like a thank you to our amazing customers because, you know, a lot of this... I typically could never sell at these prices, and then it kind of helps us both out. Y'all get new titles that I never discount, and then we're about to clean out and free up a lot of cash. And I ordered a ton of stuff this morning. I went to bed a little bit earlier, and then I woke up and I ordered a ton of stuff this morning. Holy moly, I ordered... Gosh, and I was like, well, we better go ahead and get to 20,000 and then do a blowout sale because I'm about to start restocking new stuff. I take turns on stuff. It's like I sell out of stuff and then I don't order it again for months, and then I try it again because we have so many new people. You know, we have dozens of new people watching every week. So there's Stacy, you got the Badfinger. Let's put up another auction. Let's get right back to it. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's try a Japanese pressing right quick. One of my favorites, Queen's Greatest Hits. Wings. Let's go down to Junior's farm where I want to grow old. He stayed here at a farm in Lebanon. Right down the road from us here, the Paul McCartney, Junior's farm here in Lebanon, Tennessee, where he wrote that song. Wings Greatest Hits, a $35 start. I have a very symbolic relationship to that. Paul McCartney, one of my favorite musicians, and knowing that he lived and stayed a summer right down the road here in Lebanon, little old Lebanon, Tennessee, and a Beatle stayed here one summer, pretty amazing. That's where he wrote that song, Junior's Farm. That's a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. All right, we got Stacy got Badfinger. This is New Slaughter, comes out Friday. Revolution, $38.99. First time ever on vinyl. First time on vinyl, it says $38.99. Wings has a bid for $35. Audio Slaves at $215. $29.99. $29.99. The last one that was left earlier was the Dark Knight soundtrack. It's on Joker colored vinyl. It does have a corner bump. $29.99. We have Rush Vapor Trails Remixed. Rush is $29.99. That was $45. The feed will probably be glitchy. We already have 356 people watching on all platforms. And because so many comments come in, it's probably going to get a little laggy and a little crazy. Because every once in a while, I'll show a record and boom, there's going to be a bunch of claims. The Harry Potter soundtracks are on sale. Music by John Williams. The Sorcerer's Stone. There's the first one. Now $10 off. Harry Potter, $29.99. Joe Salamo gets Vapor Trails for $29. Thank you, Joe. I'm going to skip ahead because these are all Harry Potters. I'm going to show the Sorcerer's Stone, and then I'm going to jump up here to this. Nice. Takedo, first time on vinyl in the U.S. $10 off. That's $29.99. Wings has a bid for $35. Band on the Run. And Kevin Reitz has it for $35. Jim Davis second on Rush. Takedo. Also, Rush. Yeah, let's do another Rush. Counterparts. That's a 2LP. Rhino Remastered, $29.99. Jim Davis second on Rush. Philip Holt on Harry Potter. Music by John Williams. Very, very cool. And let's go ahead and show the Psychedelic Furs. Talk, Talk, Talk. These are $29. That's $10 off on Psychedelic. $10 off on Rush. Takedo's $10 off. And that is so to Christopher Onzo, Takedo. Thank you on that. Audio Slave is at $225. Let's go ahead and show another Harry Potter. Lothal wants the Rush counterparts, and Ryan Mustaine was second. The other Harry Potter is Goblet of Fire. Goblet of Fire, that's a 2LP. That was done by Patrick Dull. That's $29.99. The Rushes are gone, so that means that Ryan and Russell's next, but Patrick C. Smith Sr., you do get the Psychedelic Furs. And check this out. Billy Idol, the best of, $10 off, now just $29.99 for Billy Idol. Kevin J. Reitz, you get Wings Greatest Hits. We're so sorry. Boom, boom, boom. Uncle Albert. Boom, 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 boom. I listened to Revolver this morning for the millionth time. Just really appreciating Paul McCartney's bass work. Man, I love Paul McCartney's bass work on Revolver album. Just here in the back, boom, 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 boom. I mean, it's amazing if you really kind of mix it. If you listen to that new mix where they really bring it forward, it's pretty amazing. Especially on the singles, the non-album singles from that era, the bass work in Rain. The bass work in Rain is almost the lead, and then Paperback Writer. Very, very good. Next is Philip Holt on Goblet of Fire. That's sold to Philip. And now the Billy Idols. We got one for Rick Hall. We got one for Stephen Parton. Lothal was second. Anthony Clark third. Chris Keller fourth. And Melanie fifth. And then Audio Slave is at $230. Karen, you just missed Wings. Let's do another Harry Potter. How about the Chamber of Secrets? That's $29.99. The Chamber of Secrets, $29.99. And we have Rush. Oh, wow. This is $29.99. 180 gram, A Show of Hands. That was $46.99. I messed up there. That was supposed to go in the $34.99 crate. Oh, well. Yeah, that's well below wholesale on that one. Show of Hands. That was supposed to go in the $34.99 crate. I think that's about the cost on those probably, or more. $29.99 for Rush Show of Hands. And we have one more Harry Potter. Prisoner of Azkaban. Prisoner of Azkaban. Prisoner of Azkaban. Azkaban. They say it even differently in the movie. $29.99. Depends on which British accent you're listening to. All right, next question is Audio Slave was at $230. And then, Chad, did you catch your boo-boo this morning? My boo-boo? Oh, yeah, I called that AC/DC, I think. I said I called this AC/DC. I did. Yeah, a lot of people brought that to my attention. Y'all love picking out my flaws. I'm sorry, I'm only human. Are you going to the McCartney concert? And that's I'm going to make a last-minute decision. It's going to be a stupid amount of money, so I really don't know. It's about $1,000 to get into the building right now. Lothal gets a Rush for $29. Jeff Malwitz was next. And then Matt Shepard, you were third. Patrick fourth. Tyler fifth. Dennis Russell, Jim Davis, Audio Slave $240. And then over here, Let's run through these again, okay? Let's put up another auction. Wow, they're still battling out over Audio Slave. I had a feeling we would. It's at 240. How about we slip in some MoFi Vanilla Fudge? I hope Christopher Dean's watching. Christopher, we were able to find a few MoFi pressings. Here's Vanilla Fudge. 2020 MoFi, 45 RPM in mono, $55 start. That's now up for bid. $55 start on that. All right. Band on the run. All right. There's that. So Gerald Whitworth wants all Harry Potters, okay? I'll give you, there's still enough for one of each. That leaves one Chamber and one, let's see, there's Azkaban, there's Chamber, Goblet, and then the first one. Yeah, you got one of each. Okay, that's sold to Gerald. Nice pickup there. Okay. I'm swapping out crates. All right, here we go. On sale new vinyl tonight. What rush? You just missed out about 5. All closeout prices. They're all gone. Vanilla Fudge, final call, Audio Slave 240. It is up to one person. It is up to one person, and that's Dylan Stewart, okay? Here we go. First thing we have is Saigon Kick the Lizard, $29.99. Toy Story, last copy, Zoetrope Picture Disc, $29. Prince, $29.99. What is the barcode on Prince? 1943993559617 194399359617. The Gold Experience. The Dark Knight soundtrack, colored vinyl. Takedo. The only 2 Harry Potters that are left are Chamber. 2 Chambers. Let me make sure, Gerald, I got you one of each. That shouldn't have happened. Let me make sure I got Gerald one of each. He got an Azkaban. He got a Chamber. Did I have that many extra Chambers? I might have, because that's the original. And Sorcerers and Goblet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Chamber is John Williams. Very nice. Okay, so I got 2 of those left. All right. And let's swap out. So let's get another crate ready. I might need to pull some stuff out of this that's been sitting over here for a while. That's all that's left in the 29 department. And then I have a short but sweet crate over here left of 24. Let me start making another one. I've got to go over here and let me do some more sorting. I'll have to take little breaks in between to get more of these crates to make up. Here in a minute, we're about to go probably through a 34 or a 20% off, which will actually be really good because that's going to be some pricey stuff. You know, that was originally, if it's going to be marked down to 34, that means that it's probably 44 or 40 or 54 or maybe even 64. So let's see, 24 there. We'll do this for 24, this for 24. And in celebration of hitting 20,000 subscribers, I'm pretty much grabbing about everything in my site and we're doing it $24.99. So let me start refilling the $24.99 crate. What have I done with it? Right over here behind me. Let me restart filling this one up. And then we got some stuff that's 24 that might have to be marked down to 19. Let me see what I got over here and here. All right, so we'll do that for straight percentage. Let's see, we'll make that 34, that 34, percentage 34. This is going to be, the red crate's going to be my percentage. We'll make this 34. There's a good 24.99er. Okay, and then that'll be a good 24.99er. Is this my 34? Yeah, this is 34, 34. And percentage. And then 34, 24, 34, 24, 24. We'll do that as a percentage. And 24, 24. There's another good 29er. Gotta love those 29ers, folks. Gotta love those. There's this. I'll see if Jeremy Bryant wants that for 34. Nico, do you want the Nico for 34, Jeremy? You asked me to go pull it. I'll go ahead and give you a discount on it. We'll make that our single 19. There's more 24, 24. We'll make that 24. Messed up hop sticker. We'll make these 34, 34. These would be 24. What have I just grabbed? Nice. 24, 24, 24. All right, we'll put this over here in the 29er. I realize I am talking to myself. I love saying these numbers. What do we got over here? Those are all 24s. These are now all 24s. I think we're probably going to do, I don't know what we're about to do. These are 29. We might have enough for some more 29s right quick. That's going to be stupid to do those on sale. Absolutely stupid. We're going to do it, though. Hey, there's more of those for 29. There's a good 24. Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. There's another good one. And I just did that on sale for somebody, so there's another one. There's some good 29ers. Holy moly. 24s there. Goodness gracious. Oh, my gosh. Forgot about all these over here. All right. We need to put those in here. What is this? This is the 34 stuff, right? I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see. So this stuff's pretty recent. Let's see, we'll do that for 34, that for 34. All right. This is $34.99 stuff, okay? This is $34.99 stuff. So a lot of this is stuff that was originally, well, you're about to find out. A lot of it was $44 or more. We're going to now make it $34.99. First come, first serve. All on sale. No more, no less. Audio Slave. This is sold. And this is sold to Josh Jones for $240. Vanilla Fudge. Vanilla Fudge. Somebody asked, what was the starting bid? Yeah, $55. Final call on that one. Let's get a new auction going, okay? New auction is going to go up right now. What is that auction, you may ask? I don't even know myself. I'm about to grab something out of here and find out. Let's do this Motley Crue. Wow, a live unofficial Motley Crue. Hiroshima, Japan. A 3LP red vinyl unofficial 1994. Motley Crue's a $95 start. Here we go. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to show stuff in here for $24.99. $24.99. Hope y'all are ready. If not, probably need to get ready. How many subscribers did we get to right now? We have, how many did we get up to? 20,028. Awesome. All right, here we go. $34.99 stuff, which is all discounted. Bill Withers, Steel Bill MoFi. That's $10 off. $34.99 for MoFi Bill Withers. Wow. Miles Davis, $10 off. $34.99. $34.99. That is the discount price. $34.99. Dawkins, $34.99. Wasp, the Last Idol's $34, and Rat Out of the Cellar, $15 off, $34.99. So Rat's the lenticular colored vinyl, Dawkins the lenticular colored vinyl, Wasp is a 2LP half-speed master of bonus tracks, Miles Davis is MoFi, Bill Withers is MoFi, all $34.99. What is Vanilla Fudge info? Vanilla Fudge is a sealed MoFi pressing, 2LP 45 RPM, a $55 start. Motley Crue has a bid for $95 of Joy Fino. Ken Crooker first on Wasp, $34.99. Michael Potts first on Miles Davis, $34.99. Motley Crue has a bid for $100. Stanley Richmond gets a Rat, $34.99. Lee second on Miles Davis, which Miles Davis already sold. Rat is sold to Gerald Whitworth, $34.99. Tony Clem, Wasp is already sold. Margaret gets Bill Withers for $34.99. Record guy, you were third on Rat, only had two. That just leaves Dawkins. Also, we have Nico, Janitor of Lunacy. And I think Jeremy Bryant wanted that. I'll make sure Jeremy wants it. If so, it's sold to him. If somebody else right now wants it, let me know. Dunkirk soundtrack. Music by Hans Zimmer, $15 off, limited to 500 on green vinyl. That is $34.99. Jeremy Bryant does want Nico. Thank you. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Also, we have Kill Switch Engage, The Consequence. Blood Sunset Red Smoke, that's now $10 off. Kill Switch Engage, $34.99 on that. The White Stripes, Get Behind Me Satan, 20th anniversary, limited edition colored vinyl. That's now $10 off, $34.99. Everything in here is $34.99. Volbeat, God of Angels Trust. Volbeat's $34. $34.99. Docking is sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. There's now one left. Nobody bet on Vanilla Fudge. $55 buy it now. Motley Crue's a final call. Has one bid for $95. Joseph Ellis gets White Stripes. That's sold to Joseph Ellis for $34.99. Godzilla's Waxwork. That's now $15 off. $34.99 on that. Lothel next on White Stripes. Exile on Main Street. The Rolling Stones Half-Speed Master. That's $34.99. Patrick Lear gets Vanilla Fudge for $55. Matt Shepard on VB. And that's for Volbeat. That's sold to Matt Shepard. Lothel next on that one. Ace Frehley. Frehley's Comic is now $34. Gorilla's Humans is $15 off. That was $49. And then Garden State Soundtrack is now $10 off. That is $34.99. Our next auction is Van Halen. Holy moly goodness, a Van Halen bootleg. Everybody buckle up and get ready. Van Halen is live at West Palm Beach Auditorium in Florida. 1979, a soundboard recording, numbered to 250 on white vinyl, a $95 start. Star Trek, I've got one right here, $35, sealed, book and record. Whoever asked, you missed 4 others tonight. There is Star Trek, $35. Next over here is Rolling Stones. That is sold to Brian C. Fred Cardinale, you were second. Fred, you were also next on White Stripes. You were next on Volbeat. Michael Salazar next on Volbeat. Fred, you were next on Vanilla Fudge. Brian C. got Exile, and Fred Cardinale, you were next on that. Christopher Onzo next on White Stripes. Joy Fino gets Motley Crue for $95. Thank you on that, Joy Fino. And we have this. Van Halen in 95 with Stanley Richmond. Here's what's left in the $34.99 batch. I'll start back here from the back again. There's only one dock, and this was $10 off, $34.99, 40th anniversary, blue vinyl lenticular cover. One left. One Dunkirk soundtrack left, numbered, music on vinyl, $34.99. Same price for Killswitch Engage The Consequence. The Godzilla soundtrack, which was originally $50, black and white haze, electric blue. Also over here we got Ace Frehley. That's now $10 off, hand-poured colored vinyl. And then Gorilla's Humans, that's a 2 LP. And then over here, the Garden State soundtrack, $34.99. Van Halen 100. Van Halen 100, Van Halen 105. King had Motley Crue at 100. There was a bid on Motley Crue for 100. Is that what somebody's saying? King Fluffy had Motley Crue for 100. Let's put that back up for bid. They didn't say anything, and I just now seen it. King Fluffy had a bid in for 100 on Motley Crue. That means Joy Fino, you've been outbid. King Fluffy has it for $100. Going once, going twice. Joy, let me know if you want back in. Now Van Halen's at 105, 125. Gerald Whitworth gets Dockin, even though he put Fokker. Is that right for Dockin? Dockin, so to Gerald Whitworth. And then over here we have Godzilla. That's so to Gerald Whitworth. Van Halen's at 125. And now Van Halen's at 145. All right, we're good to go. Let's swap out again. Let's go right over here. First thing I have is the following. I had almost restocked our $24.99 stuff. I did. Let's go ahead and bring that over, and that way there's not even any pause. This crate already had a stack of leftovers, so let's go ahead and do it again. Joy Fino, you've been out on Motley Crue. It's at $100, okay? $100. Let's go ahead and show more new $24.99 stuff. First is Gojira Magma, $24.99. Also, Star Wars The Themes, $24.99 on Star Wars The Themes. Also, we have Frankie Stein, introducing Frankie Stein and his ghouls. That's now $24. Same price for Cradle of Filth, Evermore Darkly. That's now $24.99. We got Sean Lee Hooker on Gojira. Van Halen's at $165. The high bid on Motley Crue is with King Fluffy. Motley Crue, not Clue. Motley Crue's at $100. Joy, you're back out. Gojira show to Sean Lee Hooker. I've got 2 copies of Moss Icon. This is on limited edition colored vinyl, transparent white, $24.99. Now Motley Crue's at $101. Minor Threat is $24.99. Same price for Pretty Reckless, Purgatory Purple vinyl, $24.99 on that. Rob Scheffler on Frankie Stein. That's so to Rob Scheffler. Over here, we have Circle Jerks, Group Sex, 40th anniversary. The hop sticker's a little messed up, but now that is $14 off, $24.99 on that. And Joan Jett's Greatest Hits, 24. And then Ace Frehley, his solo album, is also $24.99. The high bid on Van Halen is with Monica Malley at $165. King Fluffy, you've been outbid on Motley Crue. Joey has it for $101. And then Stacy Frankenstein's already sold. Lothel on PR for Pretty Reckless, that's sold for $24. Now there's a new bid on Motley Crue for $105. Todd Kilgore second on the Pretty Reckless. Also have Sleep Token Sundowning. Sleep Tokens, $24.99. Scott Corcoran on Ace. That was for this Ace album. That's sold to Scott Corcoran for $24. Now Van Halen's at $185. Christina next on Ace. And also $24 is so far the best of Sinead O'Connor. The best of Sinead O'Connor's $24.99. So far, the best of Sinead O'Connor. Also, we have Train, My Private Nation. Train, the Platinum Cell album, first time on vinyl. That was my last copy for $24.99. Scott Corcoran on Sleep Token for $24. Matt Shepard was second. Roger Waters Live, Quebec, Montreal, Canada. That's $24.99. And then we have Rob Scheffler next on Sleep Token. Patrick next on Sleep Token, and then Sinead O'Connor sold to Patty K, if that's what SO was. That's sold to Patty K for $24. And then ST, that was probably for Sleep Token. Fred, you were sixth. Also over here, we got Green Day Dookie. That's on blue vinyl for $24. And then Vinyl Me Please, John Michael Montgomery, $24.99 on that. Joy Fino, you've been outbid on Motley Crue. King Fluffy has it for $105. The new high bid on Van Halen right now, the new high bid is Tim Graham at $185. Joy's back in on Motley Crue at $106. Russell Snedgear gets a Roger Waters for $24. And then Steve Riley on GD for Green Day. That's so to Steve Riley. And then over here we got Fred Carnell and Roger Waters. X-Wing next on Green Day. And then over here, Pickle next on Green Day. Matt Shepard on John Michael. There's one sold. Patrick next on Green Day. Chris Keller next on Green Day. Lothel first on Joan Jett. And then continuing with $24.99, we got Van Halen 1984, Wow. And then Ramones live in Sydney, Australia. Pearl Jam on clear vinyl, and Tears for Fears live, yellow vinyl, live in London, and unofficial $24. Holy moly. All right, so first thing we're going to do is say Van Halen has a high bid of $195. Ken Crooker wants Van Halen out of the crate. Now, that was another great, crazy speed run on $24.99 on sale vinyl. What we're going to go ahead and do is show you, and what I'm doing is I'm just keep adding to the same crate. I keep adding to the same crate. For example, everything from here back I hadn't shown this time, but it's been shown already 2 or 3 times tonight. I just keep adding so I can keep them all together for price purposes, $24.99. Next is Jeff Halsworth on the live Tears for Fears for $24. Todd Kilgore on the Ramones for $24. Tyler McDaniel on the last Van Halen for $24. Monica next on Tears for Fears. Van Halen's at $200. And Motley Crue has a new bid, and that Motley Crue bid is at $106. King Fluffy, you're out. Let's go over Van Halen. Van Halen is a live unofficial bootleg, West Palm Beach, Florida, July 6, 1979, a soundboard limited 250. The high bid on this is $200, $205 with Tim Graham. Motley Crue is another live bootleg unofficial, a triple LP live, 1994. Motley Crue has a high bid with Joey Fino at $106. Now, we have Van Halen at $210 with Monica Malley. The question on waiting list. My waiting list will always be the same for any of these on sale. Sleep Token was a one-time price of $24.99. If anybody wants one for $36.99, let me know. There's no waiting list for these prices. I think probably when I originally ordered Sleep Token, it cost me more than $24.99. So these are one-time on-sale prices. If you want on a waiting list, if you're like, holy crap, Chad, I didn't even know you had Sleep Token in stock. Because tonight, if you've watched since the beginning, you're probably going to see every new LP we have in stock. If you want to go on a waiting list for the sticker price, I don't mind that at all. But I can't take waiting lists for on-sale prices. These are one-time deals. So the waiting list will be for sticker. And a lot of people's okay with that. We end up doing a lot of waiting lists because some people's like, holy crap, I didn't even know you could get that Sleep Token. So if you do want a waiting list for something at the original sticker price, let me know. But the on-sale price is one-time deal. Gerald Whitworth says he wants a Sleep Token at $36.99, okay? So he wants one sundowning. If I can get them, no guarantees, okay? And let's go back over here and let's read through the whole crate. Let's read through the whole crate. Van Halen's at $275. Minor Threats on black vinyl. Here's what's left completely in the $24.99 crate. Dag Nasty, Wing Out at Dinko's, $24.99. Smoking the Bandit soundtrack, that's $24. Michael Jackson Thriller, same price for Cold, $1,000 on silver vinyl. Music on vinyl, Sting is $24. The Soul Cages, Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. There's some metal for you. Speaking of metal, there's Death, Symbolic. Still got 3 of those. Star Wars Themes, colored vinyl, that's $24. Cradle of Filth is $24. We have Moss Icon, that's on white vinyl. Minor Threat, Out of Step. Circle Jerks, Group 6. Train by Private Nation. John Michael Montgomery. And I think this Pearl Jam got claimed, and I hadn't pulled it yet. Melissa Bailey. Melissa Bailey got Pearl Jam. Yep. All right. Motley Crue, looks like we're done. It's a final call to Joy Fino. And Joy Fino, you have that high bid of Motley Crue. That's a final call to you. And let me go find your last bid again. Sorry, there's been a lot of activity. Her last bid on Motley Crue was $106, I believe. It was $106. And then Pearl Jam was at $285, $300. Kelly Gabney wants a Death. And Fred Cardinell says he'll take Star Wars. All right. Those are done and done. And final call on the Motley Crue. Live, 1994, unofficial, Hiroshima, Japan. Okay, Van Halen's at $325. If I say Van Halen bootleg, you better get ready for a knockout drag out, okay? This might be one of the marquee items of the night. Oh my gosh, and we still got so much more to get to. I have somewhat replenished the $29.99 stuff. Let's go straight into that so I don't have to pause, and I can go ahead and show you some of the $29.99 stuff I've replenished. Okay, and that's going to start right here. Where was the last place I paused? Right here. And there's just a few, and then I'm going to have to go ahead and do some resorting. But if you can be patient, about everything that we've had in inventory tonight will show up on sale. So make sure you're watching. Good reason not to go anywhere. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? We got a lot of people watching. As expected, on sale new vinyl will do that. First $29.99 record is Cinderella, still climbing. Cinderella's $29.99. Unbelievable. Right in front of that is Tesla, 5-man London Jam. That's unbelievable. And then Gorgira. We already sold one earlier. I told y'all stuff could pop back up. There's a prime example. Gorgira, the link, $29.99. Fred Cardinell wants Sting from the last crate. Sting is sold to Fred Cardinell for $24.99. That's sold to Fred Cardinell. Joy Fino, you get Motley Crue for $106. Joy, you're a first-time buyer, and I know you're registered and everything, but you've bought quite a bit. I have instructed Tanner or Ed to go ahead and send you a preliminary invoice. I don't mind you buying $1,000 worth of records, but because you're new and you've already bought quite a bit, we may go ahead and send you a preliminary invoice to get some cash on the table, if that makes sense, okay? So I think they're going to go ahead and pre-bill you for a few $100s. I don't know really how much you've spent yet, but I think you've at least spent $200, $300, $400 at least, maybe even $500. So they're going to go ahead and pre-bill you. It's a common occurrence we do with new people, especially by night 1 and 2. And they're going to go ahead and send you a preliminary, like a down payment almost, okay? Because it's going to be another 5 days before you get an invoice, or 6. And, you know, we really don't like selling $1,000 worth of stuff to a new buyer, and then come Monday, we don't get payment. So it's nothing against you. It's nothing against any new buyers. But when new buyers come on and buy a lot, they're bidding on a lot of expensive auctions, and they're buying a lot of new vinyl, we go ahead and make sure we get payment, okay? So we'll go ahead and send you a preliminary invoice. I think Tanner's working on that right now. All right, we do it quite often. Usually we just go ahead and message them, but I'm going to say it out loud tonight because I know we have a lot of other new buyers. I kind of keep up with it in my head. I don't know exact totals. I would have to be like some kind of super genius to do that, to literally keep up with active invoices in my head. But I can tell you this. I kind of know when somebody's hit a threshold, and I'm like, uh-oh, they've probably already spent $500. They've only been on 24 hours, and they're still buying. We probably need to go ahead and make sure we can get some cash on the barrelhead. And then we've done that with some people. They've paid us $500 or $1,000, and then they'll buy another $1,000 worth of records. That's okay with me. That's why I'm here. There's no buying limits, okay? There are no buying limits here. You can buy as much as you want. First thing we have is Star Trek, Sting. I've already done that. Ken Crooker on Gorgira. That's sold to Ken Crooker for $29.99. Stanley Richmond on Tesla for $29.99. Patrick C. Smith got Cinderella for $29.99. Matt Shepard next on Tesla. Sheldon next on Cinderella. Harold next on Tesla. Scott next on Cinderella. And then over here, we have Van Halen. It's a live unofficial. It's on white vinyl, and Van Halen is at $325 with Tim Graham. It's live in Palm Beach at $325. We're about to sell it. Next is Cinderella Long Cold Winter, that's $29. Alice in Chains Facelift is $29. Pearl Jam Unplugged is $29. And Dawkins $29. Back for the Attack. Those are all $29.99. That's all on sale new vinyl there, folks. All right, Stephen Parton first on Cinderella. These are all $29.99. It's kind of like if you ain't first, you're last. Enjoy. Promise I'm not picking on you or anything. Just a common occurrence we do. We had a long-time great buyer who basically didn't pay for almost $5,000 worth of records a couple weeks ago, and we had to resell those last week, and it absolutely sucked. So we've got a kind of a thing. You really can't have more than an open. I personally messaged like 6 people, I think Sunday night, and basically said, hey, you can't have more than 1 or 2 open invoices. If you have 2 invoices you hadn't paid and you're starting to buy for a 3rd week, that is a problem, because like, why haven't you paid for the first 2? So I've went through, I pulled up all of our active invoices, and I messaged a lot of people and said, you cannot buy until everything's paid off to the penny. Then you can buy again. But to me, there's no reason to have 2 unpaid invoices and you start a 3rd one. That is not good financial practice for anybody, us or you. An 81 French import. This is David Bowie, his self-titled debut. It's an 81 French pressing, EX Plus, a $45 start, okay? Let's go back to the top. Cinderella Steven. Greg Smith was next. Over here, we have Chad Thomas on SIC, SIC. And that was probably for Alice in Chains. That's so to Chad Thompson. Tony Riddle second. Lothel third. And then over here, we have Mark Stanley wants Kill Switch Engage. This is sold to, wait a minute, where was that at? That was the last crate for $34.99. Kill Switch Engage was $10 off, $34.99. $34.99 to Mark Stanley. And then over here, bid on Van Halen. What's the bid on Van Halen? And then over here, okay, this is this has been held up for a while. So here's what I'm going to do. This is, I got to do it like I did the other auction earlier. Every time I've went to sell this, there's people like, holy heck, what Van Halen's at $325? Tim Graham has this for $325. It's sold pending that Scott Markheim says pass, okay? If he says pass, it's sold to Tim Graham. If not, he can still bid. It's at $326. $326, okay? $326. $325. You got to bid more than 326, okay? All right. Bowie 45, Bowie 50. Here's what's left. Wow, some of the stuff didn't get sold for $29.99. Let's go back to the back here and see what's happened. And Tim Graham's probably like, any day now, Chad, on Van Halen. I think every time I've went to sell it, there's been 2 more people say, holy heck, what Van Halen is at $325. And now it's about to be sold unless he bids more than $325. No other bids unless it's for him. Pink Floyd, live in New York City, 1977. Pink Floyd, live, doing Wish You Were Here. Madison Square Garden, 1977, a $45 star. Very cool bootleg. Right by next to it is David Bowie. Scott put Van Halen. Uh-oh. That could mean a lot of stuff. I don't know if he's about to put Van Halen out or if he's about to put Van Halen $326. We're about to find out. All right. It's Chad still dealing with non-payments. Well, I said last week it's only like 1%, but at the volume we do now, it's actually, that adds up to be thousands of records. So it's not too much, but as we continue to grow, it ends up being more. Cancel Van Halen, already have it. Okay, this is sold for $325 to Tim Graham. He's probably like, whew, now who buys all the Star Trek stuff? We still got 1 left, I think, for $35, sealed. We've already sold 4 or 5 tonight, sealed for $35, okay? Pink Floyd's at $45. Everything in this crate is $29.99. We have Saigon Kick, the Lizard, $29.99. Toy Story, Songs to Infinity Beyond, Zoetrope Picture Disc. Prince, The Goat Experience. Also over here, the Dark Knight soundtrack. They do have corner bumps. It's on Joker colored vinyl for $29. We have Taiketo for $29. We have Taiketos on colored vinyl. We have 2 Harry Potter soundtracks left, The Chamber of Secrets. Also, Gojira, The Link. Pearl Jam Unplugged, the MTV show on red vinyl. Those are originally $38. Gojira was originally $39. And then Dokken was originally $39, now $29. 2 LP color vinyl. Tim Graham gets the last Star Trek. That sold to him for $35, okay? Pink Floyd's at $50, now $55, and David Bowie's at $56. Let's sort some more new vinyl and do more on sale. Let's sort some more new vinyl and do more on sale. I'm ready. Here we go. We still got a lot more to sort through and tag and get organized. Here we go. Fred Cardinale. First, Mark Fallon on Pearl Jam for $29. You'll be happy with that one. I've sold dozens, if not hundreds. And then Fred Cardinale gets Prince for $29. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. Everything you see left there is $29. I got a small crate of 24s left. I'm going to set my 34s right over here. And that way I can do some sorting on some of these other crates. There's my 24s. I'm going to leave the 29s right here. And then Sparty on Bourbon on Pearl Jam. Can you let me know who you are? If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and we'll get you registered, okay? We'll get you registered if you're a first-time buyer. Sparty on Bourbon. Hopefully you hadn't had too much bourbon tonight. Buy responsible, okay? Buy responsible. I want you to buy whatever you can, but also don't go overboard. Don't wake up Monday morning with a hangover and you open your Coletco invoice and you're like, good God, I do not remember buying $4,700 worth of records. Holy moly, my wife's going to leave me. We got Bowie at 57, Bowie at 58. Chad said, Chad, I'm sorry, I have that Van Halen. Now, what exactly does that mean? Are you talking about a claim or something you made? The Van Halen was an auction. And I've already sold it to Tim Graham for $325. Okay, let's sort some more 24s. Let's sort everything. These are going to be 24s. That's going to be 24. I'm going to make all these 24, 24. Some of these we just went through last night, 24, 24. That's going to be stupidly 24. That's going to be stupidly 24. And then here's Billy Joel. I'm going to put Billy Joel over here in the straight percentage discount. And then let me pull some other stuff from over here. Oh my gosh, this is like really recent stuff here, but let me go ahead and start sorting it. Hey, I told you, I said if you stick from the end, you're probably going to see at least one run through of all the new vinyl that's on sale in this building. Here we go. Holy moly, what am I doing? Somebody stop me. I'm out of control. No, Chad, do not do this. Just end the feed right now while you can. Stop. Don't do this, Chad. You don't have to do this. Stop. Please, no more. Do not do this anymore, Chad. Stop. Stop. Somebody stop him. Somebody stop him. Holy moly, look at all this. 29, 29. 29, 24, 24. That's definitely 29. Goodness gracious, look at all this. What is going on? Holy moly. Okay. What happened to my 24s? Where's my 24.99ers? Is this all 24.99ers? It is all 24.99ers. Okay. I've restocked the 24.99ers. And there's a bunch of them. I need to go through this stuff over here. I'll do that next. Oh my gosh. Well, we can do back-to-back 24 because I've almost filled up a whole nother crate. I think some of this stuff was shown as early as yesterday too. It was. All right, now it's on sale. Let's go ahead and close some of this stuff out. Here we go. All right. Chris Farley voice. For the love of God, please stop. That's in the, you got to do that in the Chris Farley voice. For the love of all things good and holy, please stop. David Bowie and Pink Floyd. So first thing over here is Pink Floyd, an 81 French import on the Durham. It took me forever to find a true original pressing of this, UK and US. A Grail record. Oh my gosh. It took me years of looking through collections and finally tracking one down. An 81 French is not a bad one to have. And this has a high bid with Carly Southers for $58. We're about to sell it. Tom McEwen, by the way, he's a regular buyer. That's over on YouTube, Tom McEwen, okay? Pink Floyd was at 62. Pink Floyd is at 70. And then Chris Frazier put Dirt, D-I-R-T-E. Oh, he's talking about Joe Dirt. And then Pink Floyd 77, Pink Floyd 80, Pink Floyd 81, Pink Floyd 83. Pink Floyd's at 83 with James Young. Pink Floyd's at 83 with James Young. Over here, we have David Bowie finally called for 58. John Bobing wants an Elvis puzzle visualization. It is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle from his original first album. That is $24.99, okay? Here we go. So first $24.99 record, or the next $24.99 is Slayer, Rain and Blood. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. $12 off, $24.99. You've got to be kidding me. Mo-Fi for $24.99. What is going on? Cosmic Thing, the B-52s. You've got to be kidding me. And then Grateful Dead, Vinyl Me Please for $24.99. You've got to be kidding me. $24.99. What is going on all of a sudden? We got Mark Riley on Slayer. That's sold to Mark Riley on Slayer. That is sold. And then over here we got Stephen Parton on the B-52s. And I have filled up another crate. You've got to be kidding me. Let me pause right there because I've got to swap these out all of a sudden. What is going on? And let's put these right over here. And let's grab a new empty crate. Oh, I'm going to need another monster. My heart might explode. Scott Dwallow gets that last Slayer. That's so to Scott Dwallow. Shakedown on Grateful Dead. Steve Mason next on MF. Tyler next on Slayer. Jeremy next on B-52s. Laudhill next on Slayer. And then Carly Southers gets David Bowie for $58. Over here is Pink Floyd. This is live. It's live in Madison Square Garden. It's a bootleg unofficial, 1977. Hammers up. Fred Cardinale, I'll give you 60 seconds if you want to place a bid. James Young has it for $83. Next is Smoking the Bandit. We have some of the other crates too. There's two more. You've got to be kidding me. How have those not sold? There's two more. Lambert, David Bowie. Oh my gosh. And then A Tribe Called Quest, a 2 LP anthology. That is $24.99. Our next auction is going up right now. I know what y'all want, okay? I know why y'all are here. You're buying vinyl, but you also want to place a bid on this right here. There are some people literally shaking in their boots right now, ready to place a bid on this. Oh my goodness. It's a bootleg. It's an unofficial pressing, unauthorized. It's on Sludge Factory yellow vinyl. It does have a poster. It's EX Plus near minus, a $75 start. Pink Floyd is sold to James Young. Thank you, James. That's sold you for $83. Alice in Chains is now for bid. Fred Cardinale gets a Smoky, and there's one Smoky, two Smokies left. And now our next auction is going to be this right here. It is going to be, I have no idea, it is going to be Mo-Fi Supertramp. Breakfast in America, So Logical, Magical, sealed. This is now out of print with Mo-Fi. $135 start, numbered on the back. Sealed Supertramp Mo-Fi, $135. Next is Lothal on the Lambert soundtrack. There's now one left. Also, we have Onslaught, The Force. This is on colored vinyl. Some thrash metal here. Originally released in 1986, was $33, now $24. And we have Action Adventure, DJ Shadow. Those were $38, now $24.99. Okay, let me take care of this. All right, and then Action Venture, $24.99. And then this was a big pre-order, and we have this many left. Quicksand Slip, 30th anniversary. That's on Diver Orange Marble Vinyl. I've been listening to some of these songs on here. Phaser, that's a great track. The first one there, $24.99. All right, so where did I leave off? We pulled Smokey. We pulled Lambert. Alice in Chains 75. Alice in Chains 100. Alice in Chains 130. Request for All-American Rejects. And then Sean Druin on Onslaught. There's one Onslaught left. Alice in Chains 140, and also for $24.99 is Coil, Black Anthers, clear vinyl. That's $10 off. And Onslaught, Power from Hell, also colored vinyl, $24.99. More Onslaught there. All right, now Jim Sedal, you're next on Onslaught. Do you want The Force, or do you want Power from Hell, or do you want both? Eric Van Leuven gets a Quicksand. Sean Druin gets the other Onslaught. That leaves 2, and then 1 of the other one over here. And then Super Tramp has 0 bids. We're looking for a $145 start. It is a sealed MoFi, and now Alice in Chains is at 140 with Stephen Parton. I love Sludge Factory. Dun, dun, dun. Woo. That was my best Lane Stanley. I apologize to the ghost of Lane Staley. Everything in here is $24.99. I am actually going to start about right here, and we're going to go back through some of these again. First thing is we're going to figure out which Onslaught Jim Sedal wanted, or maybe he wanted both one. Lothel on ST, that was for ST was for Supertramp. That's up for bid right now. Rob Scheffler wants Onslaught Power. Let me make sure Jim Sedal wants the Force. So that means Rob Scheffler, I can give you Power. And then next is which Action Adventure. DJ Shadow, Action Adventure is $24.99. Let's go right back to about right here, and let me show you what's left so far to a certain point in the $24.99 bin. Death Symbolic, Cradle of Filth, Evermore Darkly, Moss Icon, Minor Threat, Out of Step, Circle Jerks, Group Sex, Train, My Private Nation, John Michael Montgomery, Vinyl Me Please, Smokey and the Bandit, The Lambert Soundtrack, A Tribe Called Quest, DJ Shadow, Action Adventure, Quicksand Slip, Coil, Black Anthers, and Onslaught. Last one left is Power from Hell. Alice in Chains is an unofficial pressing. This is only pressed one time in 1995 when it came out, and it's never been reissued. So it's obviously a very rare and desirable record. There's a lot of bootlegs, and even those demand big money because the OGs are just so hard to find. Right now, the high bid's at $140. Supertramp officially does not have a bid unless Lothel was officially bidding, okay? If you have any Dawkins left, I would like one, please. The Dawkins I have left, I have Back for the Attack, which is $29, and then I have one copy left of... No, that's it. I've got one Dawkins Back for the Attack left for $29. Let's tag this to Christina Curtis. That's the only one I have right now left. $29.99 on that. All right, anybody else? All of a sudden, we're left over of a bunch of $24.99ers. I am going to go ahead and show you a few. I've got another $24.99 crate, okay? I'm going to go into that right now. I've got a whole fresh one full of 24, and then maybe I can put what's left in here. Okay, a lot of stuff still left. And Supertramp does have a bid for $140 with Lothel or Lothel. I still don't know how to say that. It is Lothel, or is it Lothal? Lothel or Lothel? Oh, yeah, and John Bobing wanted the Elvis puzzle. Yes. John Bobing, almost forgot you. You got the Elvis puzzle. Thank you. We might do some of these on sale, the ones I have up front, a little bit later, but there's those right now, okay? Now, I have a whole fresh crate here of $24.99. Let me make sure I've purged this accurately. Yep. Oop, let me mix up these Led Zeppelins. Golly. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. That just happens sometimes when I say I won't do it again. All right, these are all $24.99. Goodness gracious. All right, let's go ahead. We've already shown one of these. We got into some of even our upfront inventory. I was like, oh no, we're going to clear off the racks. We reopen tomorrow, Wednesday at 10 o'clock here at the store. It's a total mess where I've been spreading out autographs and photographing and researching and examining stuff. And then Tanner cleared off all the racks for this sale. So our store is going to look empty and destroyed tomorrow when we reopen. So sorry anybody that comes in locally. The store could look like the night after I did that one sale, and it's just completely empty. We have Fred Cardinal wants a Lambert, and that was my last one for $24.99. All right, Supertramp is sold for $140. That is sold to Lothar, and then over here we have Alice in Chains at $180. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and then let's go ahead and put up another can of Monster to chug, okay? And this next one we have American Rejects auction. Let me find that. I don't know if I even know exactly where that is. Big night for auctions too. Paul got a lot of stuff ready. All American Rejects. Is that, let me try to find that. I don't know where that is. There it is. Aha, yeah, this one. Yes, this has been out of print for a while. 2015 All-American Rejects, clear of red, white, and blue splatter, $55 start. Lothel, Lothal. Got it. All right, more $24.99. You probably can identify this one if you know them as well as I do. I have 2 more Led Zeppelin 4s, and that's on clear vinyl, 24. We're getting to some stuff that I keep up front for the store inventory. We're going to sell it, and then I'll probably reorder it again and restock all of our shelves up there. Led Zeppelin, $24.99. That's on clear vinyl. Also $24.99 is Dave Matthews Band, Crash. Hike up your skirt a little more. First time I heard that song, I was like, what is he saying? Hike up your skirt a little more. $24.99. Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. $24.99 on Pantera. And Motley Crue, there's another copy of Dr. Feelgood. $24.99. All American Rejects, $55. Alice in Chains is at $190. Alice in Chains is at $190. Stephen Parton, you're out. Sean Lee Hooker's passing on the Led Zeppelins. Thank you for letting me know. Also, we have Vandenberg Sin, green vinyl. Vandenberg, $24.99. Greg Smith on Motley Crue sold. Monica Malley. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Wow. Hey, hey, mama. Rock and roll. It's been a long time. I've heard that so much I can sing them backwards. And then Mark Pierce, right? Mark Pierce, 56 on Zeppelin. Record guy, you were second on Motley Crue. All American Rejects, this one bid. Wow, this is a great price here for $24.99. Baby Huey, all analog for just $24.99. That's pretty crazy. Tony Riddle on Death. Now, Tony, that's from the last crate, right? You want Death Symbolic? Tony Riddle on Death Symbolic. That is so to Tony Riddle. Thank you, Tony Riddle. Death Symbolic. Ben Harper, I'll get that on deck. And then we have Scott Corcoran on Vandenberg for $24. Mike Pierce, 56 is Twitch. M. Pierce, 56. Jim Stafford next on Vandenberg. Scott Corcoran was first. Alice in Chains, 200. Fred Cardinale next on Vandenberg. And then Phil Freeman on Baby Huey. Eric Van Leuven second, then Ron Corwell, Cindy next on Vandenberg, and then American Rejects has a new bid for 56. Everything in this crate, if you're just joining us tonight, we hit 20,000 subscribers today on YouTube. I made a post about 5 o'clock today. I was on my way to the store, and I said, hey, if we can get to 20,000 subscribers tonight, it will only take a few people. We'll do a big on sale, mostly because we only had 1 crate of new vinyl come in. I've got 4 new crates from John, but right now we're working on sale new vinyl. And after we go through everything once, we'll probably go through these vintage bins best offer. And we've already shown off tonight's new vinyl, and it actually all sold. So there you have it. Next thing is the following. We are going to keep showing $24.99 on sale records. These are $24.99, no more, no less. Led Zeppelin's debut, there it is, self-titled. Chat Pile, God's Country, that's on purple vinyl. There's some stuff Laura opened, or some stuff Laura bought at some point. American Rejects is at 65. Mark Stanley on Led Zeppelin. Also, the Callous Dow Boys, Celebrity Therapist. It's now $24.99. And we have Wise Blood and In Darkness, Hearts Aglow. Wise Blood is $24.99. And more Fallout Boys. And this is that new reissue from Under a Cork Tree. Sugar, we're going down, down, da 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 da. Do-dee-dee-dee, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum-bum. That's $24.99. I have 3. We sold one earlier from another bin. All American Rejects, 65. Alice in Chains, 210. Stevens out on Alice in Chains. That might be a final call then to Michael Thrower for 210. Mark Stanley got Led Zeppelin. Chad, you see the auction coming up where DJ New York has a Zeppelin 7-inch test press today? I have not seen that. I've been sent 2 Zeppelin autographed albums that have been authentic recently. And Mark Stanley on XP. And XP was for Mark Stanley, meant CP for Chat Pile. Ed Hickey, you were next on Led Zeppelin. Chris Frazier next on Led Zeppelin. And then Lothal on Fallout Boy for $24.99. So Fred Cardinale, it's up to you on American Rejects. Kelly Vlodarchek has it for $65. And then Ryan Eaton on Callous Doughboys. That's sold to Ryan Eaton for $24.99. Callous Dow Boys, or is that a claim, or was that a, let me make sure that's right. How about Led Zeppelin 3? And we have back-to-back Led Zeppelins. We got 3 and Coda. Maybe somebody take both. Gin Blossoms is 24, and Jim Sullivan, UFO. That's a cool record. Y'all have heard me tell the story on that multiple times. Mark Stanley on Led Zeppelin 3. That's so to Mark Stanley. And now Ed Hickey, you are next on Led Zeppelin, but it's only for Coda because he's already got Led Zeppelin 3. Melanie Rejects has a new bid for 66. And Alice in Chains is sold to Michael Thrower for $210. That is sold. Okay? Fall Out Boy sold to Steve Mason for 24. Carol, where's that auction at? Matt Shepard next on Led Zeppelin. No claim. Sorry, I thought it was okay. Yeah, that's okay. Matt Shepard on Coda. I'll make sure that Ed Hickey doesn't want it. If so, it's his. If not, it goes to somebody else. There's 2 more copies of Vanilla Fudge, Blue Vinyl Mono, and American Rejects is at 70. Kelly has a new high bid on that. Let's find that Ben Harper album. So here's some stuff I have available for bid. Foreigner, Rush, Scott Weiland, Morrissey, I Don't Know, Genesis, David Bowie, Styx, Lord of the Rings, Tracy Chapman, Tesla, The Dead Weather, Pink Floyd, I Don't Know, Ben Harper, here it is, and I got a lot more, but here's Ben Harper, a 2003 USOG EX Plus Limit Minus and EX, and this is a $65 start on that. $65 start on that. Next, so the next person on Led Zeppelin then, it was Mark, Ed, Melanie, Scott, all for Led Zeppelin 4. That means Philip Holt, you do get Coda. Philip Holt, you do get Coda. Steve Mason already got a Fall Out Boy. Matt next on Led Zeppelin 3. Matt next on Led Zeppelin Coda. And then over here, Brian Reynolds has requested Tesla. Backstage Auctions. Dustin has requested Morrissey. Can we do Lucy Pearl? Scott Dwallow wants Crash. That's Dave Matthews Band, Crash. And then Rejects out. This is sold to Kelly Vladerchek for $70. There's Ben Harper, a $65 bid. Let's find some of those other ones. And Ben Harper has a bid for $65. And I have another Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, $24.99 on Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. Let me find Lucy. I don't even know what that looks like. There it is. I found it. All right, this is going up. This is Lucy Pearl. It's a 2022 blue and smoke color vinyl with both original sleeves, VG Plus, EX Plus, near it minus for disc 2, $35 start. Mark Stanley first on Led Zeppelin. All right, let's read through those one more time. Here's what's left at $24.99. We'll start from the back. Pantera, Reinvented the Steel, white and Southern Flames colored vinyl, $24.99. Chat Pile, God's Country, purple vinyl, $24.99. Wise Blood, and In Darkness, Hearts Aglow, $24.99. Fall Out Boy, From Under the Cork Tree, one left, $24.99. Callous Dow Boys, or Doughboys, one of the two, $24.99. Gin Blossoms is $24. Jim Sullivan's $24. And Vanilla Fudge, Blue Vinyl Mono, Sundays, $24.99. So Mark got Led Zeppelin. Jeff was next. Matt Shepard on HH. Matt Shepard on HH. House of the Holy. That means you were third. Tony, I'll get Lord of the Rings on deck. So we have not sold Maxwell. Ryan next on Led Zeppelin. Jim Sullivan is the Light in the Attic. So it's black vinyl. Yeah, it's Light in the Attic. It's still the same mastering as the Vinyl Me Please. It's RTI pressed, remastered, lacquers cut by John Golden. It's the same mastering plate work as the Vinyl Me Please. It's just the original label, Light in the Attic, okay? And then Lucy Pearl has a bid for $37, and we are good to go. Let's condense this with what's left in the other $24.99. Here we go. Let me see what Tanner sent me over here. Golly, it's already 8:38. We got so much more to do. All right, Backstage Auctions. Awesome. I'll check on that. Oh. Okay. Larry Driss had sold, and that was on the Jim Sullivan. I've only got one left. I think I ended up selling 50 or 60 approximately, maybe. Jim Sullivan was a obscure singer, songwriter, folk artist. He was on his way back from Nashville to Arizona, or on his way back west. I forgot his destination. And he disappeared. His vehicle was left on the side of the road, and the only thing in his car was a box of those albums. That album you're looking at right here, that's the only thing that was in his back seat. And this is honestly one of the rarest records. Probably me and Paul have done a lot of research on it. We only know of one person who has one, and they've never sold before. So if a real one ever surfaced that was confirmed real, it's probably like a $10,000 album. The music is very folky, very almost psych folky. He's being backed by the legendary Wrecking Crew. It is a really interesting story. This guy from Light in the Attic, his name is Chad. Yeah, Chad Delaney. He's Light in the Attic producer and label. And he went out there and interviewed his family. He found the master tapes. He remastered the album. And I've told that story a bunch. And just because of the story, we've sold a lot. Paul told me about the album. I put it on one night, and I fell in love with it. Because when you listen to it, you're like, man, what happened to this dude? I mean, he never really did get discovered, so he never did make it big. He put out really good music, and he just disappeared. And then to get really crazy, you know, some of the speculations was, if you want to get really crazy, he was abducted by a UFO. That's some of the local rumors. I mean, look at the cover. And these albums were in his back seat. There was a box of these albums that are now super rare that no one can find. That was what was in the back seat of his car when he was driving back from Nashville. So it's just like, wow, what an interesting story. So very rare. I think the only person who has a copy of that album, y'all ever watched the thing on YouTube, the Record Safari guy? The Record Safari guy? We think he's the only person who has a copy of that we know of that's legit. So that is $24.99. That's Jim Sullivan UFO. And I can get more. If we happen to sell, I can get more for $29 if anybody else wants one. Okay, Mark Fallon on Gin Blossoms. Let's pull that for Mark Fallon, and let's grab another new crate. And Natasha says she'll take this one. This sold to Natasha. Dead Weather's on deck, and I think we're about to sell some other stuff. Ben Harper only had one bid for $65, and Lucy Pearl only has one bid for $37. If anybody else wants a Jim Shepard or a Jim Sullivan, it'll be a waiting list. But yeah, and if some people like doing little samplers, if you go check out the song UFO, and if you go check out the song, let's see, is it Germone, that first one? Man, I don't know. I like them all. It's a really, I don't know. It's just, it's almost like eerie when you're listening to it. It's like, wow, what happened to this guy? But if anybody wants me to reorder those, I try to keep them in stock, because if I pause to tell that story and you hadn't already heard it, everybody's like, wow, I'll take a copy. Plus, if you want an original, it's not happening. And if you do find one, let me know, because I'd like to own one. But like Paul says, the right auction, it'd probably bring 10 grand. If it popped up at the right auction, and that probably is not too far off. Okay, so let's go ahead and what am I going to do? We got to find another crate. We got another crate. Yeah, it's very interesting. So I mean, and what was weird, he called that album UFO because he had an interest in living out there in the desert out west. He had an interest in UFOs. It was kind of that time period where a lot of it was hitting the news, and he had a lot of interest in unidentified flying objects. And everybody was like, man, is that what happened to him? Was he out? Did he pull over because he saw something in the sky and he got abducted? And the aliens knew they were making a movie, or he was making an album about them? At that point, it's like, what the heck? All right, let me do some more sorting over here. And, but yeah, those that claim next, I mean, if you want one for $5 more, we'll get you taken care of. I got another crate and two over here to sort, and let me do that right now. We're about to do some more. I've got to the point where I've got to do another sort to find some more stuff on sale. So let me do that right now. Some of this stuff might be pretty recent, so you might want to pay close attention. I've got a lot more new vinyl to sort. There's 24, there's 29, 29. There's going to be percentage. About time to do the percentage crate. That's the kind of pricier stuff. There's 29, 29 on that. That's going to be 29, 24. That's a percentage record. 24 on that. 24 on this. 24 on that. 24 on this. 24 on that. There's that. That was one of the first records I showed tonight. There's another one. That's going to be percentage. That's 24. That's actually going to be 19, because that was already 24. We'll make that 24. That 24. All right, let me go over here. Sorry, I'm having to do some sorting. That's going to be 24. These are now 24. 24 on those. Wow, that's going to be a great price at 24. That's okay. That's why we're here tonight. Thanks, everybody. Give me a second as I do some sorting. I'm literally like sitting in the floor right now going through crates. Get all this organized by price. Otherwise, it's going to be a headache. We'll do that for a percentage. We'll do these for 29. We'll do these for 29, and we'll do that last copy for 29. There's more 24s. I've almost filled up another 24 crate. Those usually get filled up first. That's going to be a percentage. This would be 24. Percentage will be coming up next, because I probably have 2 full crates of percentage-worthy stuff. 24 on that, 24, 24 on that. And then this would be 29. And then I should have another couple. Boy, this is getting into some recent stuff here, but I'll make these 24. And let's make those for 24 and these for 24. All right, here we go. I have filled up another $24.99 worthy crate. That took a few seconds. Thanks for sticking with me. Let's bring it right over here and let's get started. And we need new auctions, okay? So, here we go. Tonight, we're doing a celebration for on sale new vinyl because we hit 20,000 subscribers over on YouTube. The other day, we hit 35,000 on Facebook, which is kind of a weird number, but that's worthy of mentioning too. If we hit 50 by, I think we can hit 50 by the middle of next year on Facebook. That will be amazing. So, that will be amazing. We need to get there as soon as possible. Always make sure you invite people to like the page and share as much as you can. That always helps. And so 90% of our viewers in the last 90 days on Facebook do not follow the page. 90% of our viewers. So 90% of the people who interacted with our post and watched the live feeds actually do not follow our page. And you even hear people like Rick Beato say that. People on YouTube that have like 1 million followers. He's like, we have 1 million followers and 80% of our viewers don't even follow our page. And if you do that, it helps the channels out, both analytically and monetarily for ad revenue and stuff like that. So, you know, just hitting that follow button helps out channels and stuff like that a lot. So, there's that. All right. So, while I was away, we're going to take a waiting list for Jim Sullivan. And we have Matt Shepard, George Jones, and Joe Kolowski. Lucy got a new bid for 38. Then Lucy got a bid for 40. Ben Harper 75. Ben Harper 80. Ben Harper 85. And then over here, Ben Harper 87. Ben Harper 90. Ben Harper out. Craig gets Ben Harper for $90. Lucy is sold to Troy Robinson for 40. And now, excuse me, we're ready for new auctions. Okay. And this is another $24.99 crate. Remind me if you need something put up for auction, kind of just remind me when we get close to the near of other auctions, and I will work up the other ones, okay? Let's go ahead and put up Genesis and Tracy Chapman, okay? Here we go. We have Tracy Chapman. It's a 1988 Quiex white label promo. It is in VG condition, but it's a promo on audiophile grade vinyl. Tracy Chapman's a $75 start. Check this out. It's a 69 UK Genesis. So Genesis albums came out in the UK before they did here in the United States, especially early Genesis. This is early Genesis from Genesis to Revelation, 1969 UK. This album didn't come out in the United States till 1974, so they were imports only. It's on Decca. It has the box Decca label. It's a 69 UK repress for Genesis' debut album. VG Plus condition with the lyric insert. Very cool Genesis album, $45 start. It has the lyric insert, a poly-lined inner sleeve, and about a VG cover. That is our current two auctions. 75 on Tracy Chapman, 45 on Genesis. We got a request for Tesla, a request for Foreigner, and a request for Morrissey. I will do those next. Right now, everything in this crate is $24.99. First, with Modest Mouse, this is a long drive for someone with nothing to think about. What a title. Modest Mouse, though, was 33, now 24. Everything in this crate's $24.99. First come, first serve. No more, no less. All on sale. Taylor Swift, 1989. You can shake it off for $24.99. Ghost. If you have Ghost, their first LP, that's $24.99. And Billy Joel, this is a tough OG album to find. It came out in '89, Stormfront. We Didn't Start the Fire. Billy Joel's $24.99. That's part of his new reissue campaign. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. Motley Crue is $24.99. Too Fast for Love, 40th anniversary, Live Wire, and we got two of those. And check this out: Kill Switch Engage, Live at the Palladium, a double LP, now just $24.99. First thing we have is Stephen Parton on TS, and TS was for Taylor Swift. That's sold to Stephen for $24.99. Do you have any Billy Squier? Billy Squier has almost nothing in print on new vinyl, so no, I don't, unless an OG pops up later tonight. BJ is Billy Joel. That's also sold to Stephen Parton. He got Taylor and Billy. And then over here we got Chad Smith on Modest Mouse. He gets that for $24. Michael Potts on Billy Joel. And then Mark Riley on Crew. That's sold to Mark Riley. Scott Corcoran on Ghost. That is sold to Scott Corcoran. Sheldon Bergenhire on T. If that's for Taylor Swift, Sheldon, that's sold to you. And then Joey Fino first on Motley Crue. And then we have Michael Peveler next on Motley Crue. Sean Druin on Kill Switch Engage. Chad Sauls next on Kill Switch Engage. Brad next on Motley Crue, and Sheldon next on Motley Crue. The only thing left is one Billy Joe and one Kill Switch Engage. Final call on Tracy Chapman. It has one bid for $75 to Patrick Lear. Genesis does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $45 start. Billy Joe was sold to Brad Faust. That was our last copy. That means, Jan, you were next. And that means the only thing left is Kill Switch Engage. And we have filled up another crate. So let me do a little switcheroo right quick. Let me do a switcheroni over here. That one's full. Let me put that right there. And let me grab another one. And let's fill up another one. And then another one. And then another one. Okay? First thing we have is Prince. Naked in the Summertime, 1990. Prince is $24.99. I have two available. That's a live unofficial. Also, I have King Crimson, 3 of a perfect pair. 200 grams, Stephen Wilson, Robert Fripp. That's now just $24.99. Wow. $24.99 on that. Patrick Lear, you get Tracy Chapman for $75. Nice. Nobody bid on Genesis. It's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on Genesis. A 69 UK repress with box deck of labels, original company or sleeve, and insert. VG Plus, a little bit tougher one to get there. 69 UK, and that is a $45 buy it now. I'm going to set that right over here. Let's work on another one. First thing we have is Anthony Riddle also requests the Lord of the Rings. And then we have Mark Stanley on the last Kill Switch Engage. That's sold for $24.99. Christina Curtis first on Prince. One left, 2 King Crimson, and Samuel got Genesis for $45, okay? And then Mark Fallon, you were second on Genesis, and next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction. So we have Tesla and Lord of the Rings. That was the couple requested ones. Here we go. This is Bo Hansen. I remember buying this record for the first time. One of the first records I ever bought. I was like at an antique mall, or, yeah, it was at an antique mall here on the Lebanon Square. Back when the Lebanon Square, if you're local, we were known here in Lebanon for being like one of the antique capitals of Tennessee. There used to be like 10 antique malls on the square, and then other parts of Lebanon, including what we used to be here. And now there's like one left. So there's not many antique malls left. But one of the ones on the Lebanon Square, I remember going in there, and somebody had this in like a booth of a bunch of old books. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. I don't even think I had a turntable. I was pretty young, long before I was buying records. And I was like, man, look at this artwork. Of course, I think at the time I was attempting to read the books. I was pretty young, and opening up one of those Lord of the Rings books is like, oh my gosh, what am I getting into? Music inspired by Lord of the Rings, a 72 US VG Plus, $15 star, and Tesla. Tesla is an original 89 US club of original under sleeve, a phenomenal copy, $55 star for Tesla. It wasn't Cuz's Antiques. It was the antique mall. What was that guy's name? It wasn't Cuz. It was, oh my gosh. It's where the brewery is now. What's now the brewery and the restaurant. That was my favorite one to go into. Oh my gosh. What was his name? Man, there was a lot of stuff in there. Those guys, holy moly, they had so much stuff packed in those buildings. I mean, that's why people came here. It was like, you would walk, there were big, huge old buildings, and it's just like full of stuff. And then they eventually all passed away, and everything was sold at auction. So, what was that guy's name? Anybody local watching? He owned the one over here on the corner. Man, and then he had a brother who had a store too. They did art. I can't remember. Anyway, all right, so next is King Crimson. That's sold to Brent Robley for $24.99. Next over here, we have Lord of the Rings 15, Tesla 55, Lord of the Rings 16, Tesla 75, Lord of the Rings 17. Strike 2, Chad. Yeah, I'm sorry, Brewington, no. I'll have to text David Brooks, the funeral director here in town. David Brooks, he knows everybody. And I'm friend. It's good to be friends with funeral directors. They know everybody. If you ever need a question, you can call a funeral director, and they can tell you a family lineage. Okay, first thing we have is Marilyn Manson live. This is now $24.99, 1998. Marilyn Manson, King Crimson, and Prince is what's left. Also $24.99 is Black Flag Damage. Black Flag is $24.99. Black Flag Damaged. Disney Volume 1 and Volume 2 Ultimate Hits green and blue vinyl. Disney is $24.99. Everything in here is on sale at $24.99. Lord of the Rings 20, Lord of the Rings 22. We have Scorpions Love at First Sting. Wow, last copy. That's $24. And Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. Vinyl Me Please, all analog lacquers, cut by Ryan Smith and Justin Timberlake. Future Sex Love Sounds, $24.99 on that. Tesla. Sheldon Bergenhire has it for $75. Lord of the Rings is at $22 with MT Matt. And we have Charlie Marks on BF for Black Flag. That's sold for $24. Greg Smith on Scorpions. That's sold for $24. Kenny Stanley was next. Robert Warner on Dolly Parton for $24. Everything in here is $24. Michael Pivler next on Scorpions. And Anthony Riddle next on Scorpions. We have a putback on King Crimson. That's going back in the bin. If anybody else, I still got 2 at $24. We have Donna getting Justin Timberlake. That's next. Solarplex next on Scorpions. Marilyn Manson's a live unofficial. Personal Jesus is live in the Netherlands. $24.99. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Last copy. Here is the first record I started tonight with. Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. Orange vinyl. I told you I probably had another one pop up. That's $24.99. Breaking Benjamin Embers, $24. Linkin Park, Menace to Midnight, and the Plasmatics. These are all on sale at $24.99. I think we're about to sell Tesla. Somebody asked what it was. It's an original 89, a phenomenal copy. Beautiful. Near mint minus. Tesla. Tesla is a final call. Hammers up. We're about to sell it to Sheldon for $75. Last thing I said was Lord of the Rings was at $22. Then William Howe bid $25. And then over here, Mark Stanley was first on Motley Crue. And then Charlie Marks first on Disney. And then Stephen Parton first on Thin Lizzy. The boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. MT Matt was next. Melissa Bailey on BB for Breaking Benjamin. Michael Pivler next on Motley Crue. Noah next on Breaking Benjamin. Joy Fino on Marilyn Manson. Pickle next on Marilyn Manson. And then over here, George Jones. Disney's already sold, but I will sell you a Toy Story for $29.99. Let me just find them right quick. I can sell you a Toy Story if I can find it for $29. Are they over here, or did we sell the last one? There's one left. Sell him this last Toy Story for $29.99. That's sold to George Jones. And then over here, Natasha next on Breaking Benjamin. Michael Pivler first on Linkin Park. And then Scott Corcoran next on Thin Lizzy. Tim next on Motley Crue. Sarah next on Linkin Park. Lothel next on Thin Lizzy. And then Plasmatics. Plasmatics is sold to Fred. Lord of the Rings 26. Razman next on Plasmatics. And Tesla is sold. I thought this was going to bring well over 100. This is sold for $75 to Sheldon Bergenhire. Sheldon, you probably shouldn't feel bad about being 75. You might have scared some people off, okay? Lord of the Rings is at $26. Green River Rehab Doll is $24.99. Bullet Boys is $24.99. Billy Joel's $24.99. Wendy O. Williams, Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. We got 2 of those. Slaughter comes out Friday. This is the first time on vinyl. Slaughter comes out Friday. I've got 4 left. They are $38.99. $38.99. Disney waiting list. If you want one for $29.99, I'll put you on a waiting list. If you want one for $29.99. Now, GR, that was for Green River. So does Stephen Parton. Michael Potts on Billy Joel for $24. And then Kenny Stanley got Bullet Boys for $24. Matt Shepard next on Green River. Lothel on Motley Crue. Tim Holloway on Motley Crue. Fred Carnell and Wendy O. Williams. There's only 3 records left in there. And that's King Crimson, 3 of a Perfect Pair, and Prince. And I'll show those again in just a second. Now, there's been about 3,000 requests for the following auction, Foreigner. I have seen a lot of people say, Chad, I am begging you to put Foreigner up for bid. This is a original 1981 retail OG copy of Foreigner. This is not a club. This is an original retail first press that was sold in stores with hop sticker, a $45 start. $45 start. That is available. This is available. Okay, next thing over here, we sold Wow, and then Jeff, you was next on Motley Crue, and then George Jones wants on the Disney waiting list. Williams out on Lord of the Rings, and then Charlie Marks wants a Slaughter for $38.99. Fred Carnell gets a King Crimson. Okay, which Prince is live? Live, and that's live tracks from Madrid, Spain, and Tokyo, $24.99. Foreigner has a bid for $50. Christina Curtis has requested Dead Weather. Now Foreigner's at $55. What about Lord of the Rings over here? The last bid I seen was Donna Turner at $28. Going once, going twice with Donna Turner. There's only 2 records left in there, Prince and King Crimson, 3 of a perfect pair. Those are available if anybody else wants them, okay? Let's put them right there. All right. Now, let's see what else I have. I've been working on some other crates. So, still unbelievably, I don't know how many times we've brought over a $24.99 bin, but they're pretty much empty right now. So, I think it's about time to do the percentage crate. That has some higher end stuff in it, but it is time for that. I still got, golly, we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there another one? Yeah, 8. There's still 8 more crates full of new vinyl for me to sort by price. So that's a lot. And we might do, I have a new batch of 29s. Let's do the batch of 29s here. Let's go ahead and knock out some of these right quick. All right, I need a sort. Oh, and the one on the table too, the one on the left, which has had stuff in it for a long time. So yeah, let's do some more 29s. I've got sorting some 34s. We got a little bit of this. We got some of that over there. Don't forget about these. Holy moly. We got a request for Maxwell. We got Maxwell. We got requests for Hemispheres. We got requests for Dead Weather, Maxwell, Hemispheres. We got requests for Rush. We got requests for David Bowie, Styx, Pink Floyd, Prince, Buckingham Nicks, the Black Keys, the Stones. We got requests for Beastie Boys. So I think everything's been requested. Hopefully y'all don't have anything to do tonight. Hopefully y'all have nothing to do and you're going to stay right here on the chat for the next 7 hours. Otherwise, you should feel ashamed of yourself. This is a $29.99 celebration. If you leave the chat, every time you leave the chat, you should be, I feel ashamed leaving this chat. I feel absolutely ashamed. I'm ashamed for leaving this chat. I'm not going to leave this chat. I'm going to stay right here on the chat. I'm not going to leave the chat. Okay, these are all $29.99. $29.99. I've replenished this batch. That was the last $29.99 record I showed Dawkins. So Dawkins still available, $10 off. Foreigners at $90. Lord of the Rings. Did this get a new bid? I remember saying Donna had it for $28. I'm going to go find her $28 bid. I'm going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. And if there's not a new bid, I'm going to sell it for $28. I'm scrolling. There was no new bids. That's sold for $28, okay? Foreigners at $90. That's with Charlie Marks. That is now at $120 with Mark Fallon. And now we have what? We had a Donna wanting a Prince for $24.99. The only thing left in that last crate then was King Crimson. That is sold. We have a request for Maxwell. We better find that right now. Oh, there's a knot. So we still got 11 crates of vinyl still to sort. Goodness gracious. Hope y'all don't have plans in the morning. Carol, go ahead and call the doctor and say, hey, doctor, give me the news. I have a Colectco live sale going on. I will not be in surgery tomorrow. We got to cancel. You need to call your boss and say, boss, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Chad's doing this crazy blowout sale. I won't be at work tomorrow. Don't hold it against me. I hope you understand, but this is serious. This only happens about once a month. I didn't know he was going to do it tonight. I'm sorry, boss, but I'm just not going to be here. Okay, I'm not going to be at work. You can tell your kids. You probably can't take them to school in the morning. Everything's canceled. Morrissey Swords. Morrissey's a 2009 Euro import, only time on vinyl, both original sleeves and inserts, and both disc or EX, $145 start. Foreigner, final call is $120 with Mark Fallon. A sealed original copy, $120. $120. Everything in here is $29.99. Let's go ahead and find Maxwell. That's been requested up the yin yang. I honestly don't even know what it looks like. Is that what this is? Here it is. Maxwell. This is a 2018 white vinyl remaster of booklet, $115 start. There we go. There's Morrissey, there's Maxwell, and now Foreigner's a final call for 120. Make sure I didn't miss any other claims. Make sure I didn't miss any other claims. I haven't. Here we go. $29.99. Kicks, cool kids. This is either on gold or white vinyl. Kicks is now just $29.99. Sabotage, handful of rain, $10 off, $29.99. Are you kidding me? Metallica Load Remastered, $29.99. Wow. Motorhead's $29. Whoa. And Megadeth Rust in Pieces, $29. Are you kidding me? Everything I just showed you there are all on sale for $29.99. Goodness gracious. Foreigner has a new bid for $125. Guess what, Mark Fallon? You've been outbid. Morrissey has a bid for $145. Can you open and show Maxwell? I can. Maxwell is called Imbra. It's a gatefold. It's a trifold jacket. It opens up like this. The vinyl and the jacket's both near mint minus. It has both original inner sleeves with it and booklet, or that's actually a booklet, and it looks like it has a sticker. No, that's just a download card. It's on white vinyl. It's $115 start. First thing we have over here is the following. Foreigner got a new bid for $125. The first new claim was Melanie Clausen, a Metallica Load for $29.99. Chad Sauls on MOT for Motorhead. That's so to Chad Sauls. Michael Peveler, second on Metallica. Noah Colwell gets a Megadeth. Scott Corcoran gets a Sabotage. These are all $29.99. Hiram Ponte on a Megadeth. Matt Shepard next to Metallica. And then Foreigners at $135. Fred, did you pull my King Crimson? I did. There's now one King Crimson left. Also, I have 3 more Megadeths, $29.99. Oh my gosh. And then Motley Crue's Greatest Hits, what in the world? A 2 LP, that's now $29.99. Are you kidding me? Static X, there it is. Shadow Zone was $44.99, $29.99. Wow. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits, $29.99. This is pretty crazy. I have shot myself in the foot so much I'm barely even standing up. These are all $29.99. Mark Fallon has Foreigner $135. There's no bid on Maxwell for $115 start, and Morrissey's almost done. Nobody else has bid. It just has that one bid also for $135, and that was $145 with Dustin Hodges. My bad, $145. So we're about to sell that. Foreigners at $135, and now the first Motley Crue claim is Greg Herman. That's sold to him for $29.99. $29.99. Greg Herman, that's up for bid. If you keep an auction up all night, someone else will probably bid. That means I got to leave Foreigner. Mark is asking me to leave Foreigner up for a little bit longer. Greg Smith is second on Motley Crue. Michael Fairchild was third on Motley Crue. Stephen Parton on Foo Fighters for $29.99. Michael Peveler was next on Motley Crue. Chris Frazier on Static X for $29. Solarplex was next on Motley Crue. And then What Sabotage? It's already sold. And then congrats, Mark Fallon. And then Fish is Briley Breeze for $29.99, and a Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, that's now $29.99. All right, so Foreigner is now sold to Mark Fallon. He was begging somebody else to bid. He's like, hey, I don't really want this. Somebody go ahead and bid $135. And then Morrissey sold for $145, and no one bid on Maxwell. It's $115 buy it now. All right, Maxwell's $115 buy it now. The board's clean, and we're ready for all new auctions right now. Let's get this party started now. We're also right in the middle of a $29.99 on sale crate. And you may be asking yourself, living in a shotgun shack. All right, there's this. I'm going to put this right here, okay? Let's put this right over here. And now the first thing we have is, there's the download card too. All right, so we had over here Perfect Circle sold to Lothel for $29.99. Matt Shepard on PC, and that was Perfect Circle. That's already sold. And then we have Seraphim Gold for $29. Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon, $29. Greg Allman Band's $29. Could you do $80 for Maxwell? I'll say Maxwell for $110. Usually these opening bids are pretty much what I need to have for them. I'll do $110 on it. Next auction is Pink Floyd, and Pink Floyd is various demos and alternate takes ranging from Bottom Line and Final Cut. It's on marble vinyl made in Japan, $55 on that. Brian Call on Pink Floyd, that's sold to Brian for $29.99. Also, we have Living Color, Time's Up. That's a music on vinyl press for $29.99. Our next auction is going to be Rush Hemispheres. That was also requested. It's an original picture disc from 1978, and it is sealed. it is sealed for a $35 start. There is a ding on the top of the seam right there. It is going to go up for a $35 start. Rush Hemispheres. Rush Hemispheres. I'll do 110 on Maxwell. I don't know a lot about this. It must be an expensive record. It has to be. For Paul, Paul was anticipating for this to start at 115 and go up. And hopefully go up. But I will sell it for 110. I'm going to check on it. I don't know anything about this. I'm curious what it is as far as availability and stuff. Let's go to Discogs over here. Does it have a barcode on it? It doesn't have a barcode. What do we have here? This is Maxwell Imbra. This must be it right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they start right now at 110. Last sold for 133. And the one that's 100 plus shipping is VG Plus, VG Plus. The next cheapest one is in Denmark for, it's going to cost you about 150 after shipping. And then the one in Australia is going to be over 200. So, yeah, this is, and then they have sold for as much recently in the United States as 150. I got to have 110 for this. I will do 110 on it. Otherwise, that's at a great price. So there's that. And then Rush over here is at 35, 40, and Pink Floyd's at 67. Next is another Living Color, Stained. That's 29. Metallica's 29, and Nirvana's 29, and Television's 29. Holy moly, so many records in here. We need to go through this crate again. These are all on sale at $29.99. And these are available. And let's run through these again one more time. But first, we sold Pink Floyd to Brian. Matt was next in Melanie. This Pink Floyd auction, 55, then another 55, then 65, Rush 35, Rush 40. Pink Floyd's has a bid for 67, and Larry Drish on Television. And then over here, what Foo Fighters is this? Foo Fighters is Greatest Hits. That's $29.99. That's a 2-track. Foo Fighters, $29.99. EMT Matt on Metallica, 72 Seasons. And we're going to run through these $29.99 records one more time. Larry Drish, Television is not numbered. No. George Jones on Greg Allman. That's sold to George Jones for $29. So here's everything left as of right now in our $29.99. Okay, in our $29.99 crate. We got Saigon Kick, the Lizard. I still got 2 of those for $29. Also, we have the Gold Experience. Gold Experience is $29. That's Prince. Dark Knight soundtrack. They do have some bumps right here. There's a couple corner bumps on these Dark Knights, but they're $29. We have Takedo still available for $29, and Harry Potter is $29. We're about to sell Pink Floyd. The high bid right now on Pink Floyd is a final call to Robert Warner for $67. The last bid that came in on Rush was $40 to Craig Proper. John Bobing, you are out. Also, we have Gorgira the Link. Gorgira is $29.99. Gorgira the Link. Doc and Back for the Attack. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl. Magenta and Sky Blue. That's $29.99. Kicks, Cool Kids. Gold and White vinyl. That's $29.99. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. I still got 3 copies for $29.99. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $68. Craig has shared the track listing in the chat. Rush has a new bid for $44. Static X, Shadow Zone. I still got 2 left. Those were $44.99. That's now $29.99. We got Billy Breeze by Fish. That is Chris Bellman, 2 LP colored vinyl. That's $29.99. Yes, this docking is on colored vinyl. Also, Rush is at $50. And then we have Serathon Gold. Serathon Gold is $29.99. Michael Peveler next to Metallica. Living Color is $29. Also, Living Color is $29. Nirvana Unplugged, $29. And Foo Fighters is $29. Amazing stuff still left in there at $29.99. Let me refresh my feed over here and make sure we're still live. Everybody said we had a glitch over on YouTube, and I think we're back up. All right, and now Robert Warner, you've been outbid on Pink Floyd, and Robert's right back in at 70. Michael Peveler, you're out. This guy is swimming in sand, very Pink Floydish. That's very tough to do. I don't know if I've actually tried that, but that's nearly impossible to swim in sand like that. Okay, Doc, and somebody asked about it. We'll make sure Billy Hanson doesn't want it. If he does, it's his. If not, it's so does Scott Corcoran, okay? And now Rush is still getting bids, and Chad needs a bottle of water before I pass out or start cramping, one of the two. Oh, my leg. It's going to be like the guy on SpongeBob. Oh, my leg. Let me step up here and grab a bottle of water. Bottle of water. Here we go. Here we go. Water. 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 Oh, man, what a relief. I'll go get another monster here in a second, but I got to reach some kind of equilibrium with these. All righty. Here we go. Pink Floyd's at 72. Rush is at 53. Fred Cardinal wants a Dark Knight. You got it. I'll give you the best looking one we got. They're both pretty similar, though. They have corner dings. Sold to Fred for 29. Okay, so we have that half crate left of 29 stuff. I have a full crate left of 24. And now it's time to either do the percentage stuff, which is some of the most expensive stuff of the night, or 34, whichever way it falls, okay? Wow, look at all the cassettes we've sold this week. Amazing. Golly. It's amazing. Or I guess that's some of last week's too. Yeah, I guess that's last week's. They've got them all stacked up here on a wall in alphabetical order by buyer name. It's pretty amazing, honestly. All right. Pink Floyd Rush has new bids and new questions. Let me swap out and let me go grab that other stuff. And this is where I have to bring out my handy-dandy calculator. We're about to start doing some, probably 20% off. Probably, we'll see how they fall at 20%. Let's grab this right here. Oh, let me move Otis's toy. Oh my gosh. I've got a little bit of stuff stacked everywhere. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Let me see what I got right over here. Yeah, we'll probably make these 20% off. And let me make sure I don't want them to just make anything 34. That might be easier. If not, we'll make them 20%, which is about the equivalent of what we're doing on everything in here. So there's that. Yep. This is usually stuff that starts at 54 or higher. And, yeah. Let me mix these up. Do I have any more laying somewhere I need to add in here? Maybe not. Okay. And let me see what's left in here. Sorry for the timeout. I'm in a transition mode. That'd be 20% off, which will be stupid, but I'm going to do it. And that's 20% off, which would be stupid, but I'll do it. And then there's a few more 29ers. 29. And we'll do those later. Okay, here we go. So you have to give me a second to confirm some prices on these. We'll put these in, and I'll tell you what 20% off is. And let's update these auctions, okay? So Rush is at 57. Rush is at 58. And let's update Pink Floyd. Okay, so Pink Floyd is various demos and alternate takes from Dark Side of the Moon all the way up to Final Cut. So it's a compilation of unreleased demos and alternate takes from Pink Floyd. All bootleg, unofficial stuff. And the high bid is with Robert Warner at 73. Mark Fallon, it's all up to you, sir. Robert has that for $73. Over here is Rush Hemispheres. Rush Hemispheres is a sealed picture disc from 1978. It does have a ding kind of visible back here on the back, but it's sealed and never been opened. And the most recent bid was John Bobing at $58. Okay? Chad Sauls is also bidding on Pink Floyd. Solarplex wants Dockin, and he gets Dockin for $29.99. This is sold to Solarplex. And Maxwell was near mint. Near mint Donna all the way around, okay? We're going to do straight percentage on these, so I'm going to try to peek at the price right quick and then tell you how much they are, okay? First thing is $69.99. And then here's how I do 20% times 0.8. And it's going to spit out the price for me. So this is $55.99. $55.99 Metallica S&M. A triple LP, 20% off is $55.99. 20% off for 20,000 subscribers. Metallica is $55.99. $55.99. Also, we have this, which is $35.99. That is Operation Mindcrime by Queensryche. That's now $35.99. That's the 25% off price. And then we have 20% off of this is $39.99. And that's Sabotage, Streets, a Rock Opera. That is now $39.99 for Sabotage. That was $49. And then this here is this price, which is $45.59. That is the best of White Line, a numbered music on vinyl edition, $45.59. Greg Smith gets Queensryche, and Queensryche is $35.99. That's sold to Greg Smith. Matt Shepard second on Queensryche. Lothel on Sabotage, which is $39.99. Rush is at $60 with MT Matt, and Pink Floyd's at $85. Lots of battles going on for that. Also, we have this right here. It was $46.99, and 20% off of that is $37.59. $37.59, Star Wars Trilogy, John Williams, blue vinyl. That is $37.59. John Williams conducts John Williams. Also, this is $55.99. Typo Negative, Life is Killing Me. That's 20th anniversary, green vinyl, $55.99. Rush is at $61. Fred Carnell gets White Line, and I think I have more of these if anybody else wants one. That is $45.59. That's sold to Fred. Rush is at $65, and Pink Floyd is at $86. Also 20% off is this record here, $37.59. The new 311 30th anniversary 2LP. That's now $37.59. That's the 20% off price, $37.59 for 311. 311. That's the price on that. I've got three available. Also, that's going to be the same price for a Perfect Circle Emotive. A Perfect Circle Emotive was $46, and now it's $37.59. $37.59. Charlie Marks on Typo Negative, so that's $55.99, 20% off. That's sold to Charlie Marks. Head Nut 65 over on Twitch. That pretty much fills up my crate. Rush is at 65, now 66, and Pink Floyd's at 90. And Chad is swapping out crates because this is completely full. This is completely full. Thank you. So now we're working on filling up our 7th crate of vinyl tonight, and I think I counted earlier, we still got a bunch of stuff to sort and officially mark down. I hadn't done a single vintage best offer crate. We still got new recent crates of metal. I'm kind of saving the most recent stuff I've ordered for the latest. I mean, there's literally a crate of stuff that came in, I think, Friday over here, like brand new stuff. So, and I will eventually get to it. I promised at least everything will be read through in stock at least once tonight. Lothel on Perfect Circle. That's $37.59. Thank you. Rush and Pink Floyd is still getting bids, but Robert's out. Chad has it for $90. That may be it, but they're still battling over Rush. This was $54.99, 20% off. This is $43.99, another Sabotage. This Sabotage is $43.99. $43.99. That was my only Stooges that I'm aware of. Unless you want to go on a wait list for one at $39. Slaughter is brand new. Comes out Friday, $38.99. All right. And I'll show it in 1 second. Right now, this is $47.99. Billy Joel, this was $59.99. Now it's $47.99. 2LP for a MoFi. Fred Carnell on a 311, and 311 is $37.59. I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. Pink Floyd is a final call. Joe Kolosky, I've already sold Typo Negative. This record here was $64.99. 20% off is $51.99. Analog Productions Doors. Analog Productions Doors. That's now $51.99. That was $64.99. Everything I'm reading off is the 20% off price. Just saying. Chad desperately needs another drink of water. Give me 1 second. Fred Carnell wants a slaughter if he didn't pre-order. I probably need to look that up then. Let me look that up then. And let's pull up the original pre-order, okay? So, first thing I have is there's 3 slaughters left. First time ever on vinyl. Revolution, $38.99. And this is from Deco. Yes, that's the only label that is putting it out. It is the only one. Slaughter Revolution. It is $38.99. And Slaughter was a pre-order. And there was 10 people. And Fred Carnell, you were one of them. You've already got one. There's 3 left. $38.99. We started with 25. And now we have it. Okay? First Margaret on Billy Joel. The 25% off price on that is $47.99. This is stupid prices on audiophile stuff. Like Adam just said, I mean, you're getting below list price for some of this. Pretty crazy. There's the doors. Rush is at $70.71. We can sell Pink Floyd. I never did hear back from Mark Fallon. His battery must have died. He'll be back on later and he'll say his battery died because he never did officially exit and he never did officially say out. So Pink Floyd is sold to Chad. Saul's for $90. Let's put up another auction. If you're still waiting on something, let me know. And then these are crazy to be on sale. This is now $43.99. Corrosion of Conformity Deliverance. 30th anniversary. $43.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Buckingham Nicks, an original. A 77 PRC gatefold with company inner sleeve. A beautiful copy. $95 start. Wow. Very nice. And they are finally doing a reissue this. But look at the vinyl on this one. Oh, wow. Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks right before they joined Pink Floyd. This is a 77 gatefold. And here it is. Very nice. And that's a $95 start. Rush is at $75. Stephen Parton gets a COC for $43.99. The Doors is Analog Productions. The 20% off price, $64.99 at 20% off is $51.99. Paul Brothers wants one of the new Slaughters. There's now 2 left. And then over here, Charlie Marks gets a Corrosion of Conformity. That is sold to Charlie Marks, 20% off before they join Fleetwood Mac. Did I say Pink Floyd? Before they join Fleetwood Mac. And then we have $49.99. And this is $39.99 for Savatage. $39.99 Savatage. $39.99 Dead Winter's Dead Savatage. That's now $39.99. And this is $54.99. $54.99 at 20% off is Rick James Collected. That was originally $55. It's a new music on vinyl compilation, $43.99. Rush is at $81. And then over here, we have Donna. If you don't want Maxwell, Troy Robinson says he'll take it for $110, okay? And then over here, Rush is at $81, and Buckingham Nicks is a $95 start. This record is also $54.99 at 20% off, which makes it, I should have just wrote down some of these same prices. $43.99, Taylor Swift Red. That is the 4LP Taylor's version, just $43.99. And then same price for Kiss Alive 2. That was $54, so it's now $43.99. And then $49.99 at 20% off is $39.99 for Rush Rediscovered. Rush Rediscovered. Awesome. Next time I read through here, I'm going to jot down these prices so I don't have to add them the same time over and over. All right, so 49 is 39. All right, Rick James is sold to Fred Carnell. So anything that's 54 is now $43.99. Okay, 54 is $43.99. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Ginger put 389 asterisk minus period. I don't think that's a claim. Final call to get a Buckingham Nicks on that. And Donna, if you're watching, he says he wants He says he wants this. I'm going to go ahead and buy it, so it's pricey but worth it. Okay, Donna's going to get this for 110. I was hoping you were still watching. There's that. How much is Rush? Rush is $39.99. Okay, now let's go through this crate again. This is a straight price, 20% off bin, okay? This is a straight price, 20% off bin. What is the Rush album? A comp? No, that's their debut album. Adam asked, and then X-Wing. It's their debut album. It just comes in a box. There's really nothing extra with it. It has the album jacket inside of it with a few extras. It's got some prints and a poster, I think. No extra content or anything. Just a few extras. They really should have put that out as a single pocket. I think it would have sold a lot better. So, Buckingham Nicks has a bid for $95. We're about to sell it. How much was Rick James? $43.99. It was $54. All right, so the first thing I have left in here, the on sale price is $55.99. $55.99. That's Metallica S&M 1. 3 LP, 21 songs, $55.99. Okay? Everything in here is new and sealed, 20% off. New and sealed, 20% off. This next record is $37.59. This is John Williams, conducts John Williams with the Star Wars trilogy. Blue vinyl, 1,000 numbered. That is now $37.59. So here, who has dibs on Rush? Adam Bernardi, X-Wing, and then Melanie claimed it, and then Charlie Marks asked the condition. So we got to get a sold or pass from Adam or X-Wing, and then if they pass, it's Melanie's. This sealed Rush picture disc is at $90. John Bobing, you're out. He says, no, I'm not. He's in at $91. Jay Castillo was the only bidder on Buckingham Nicks. This is sold for $95. We need more new auctions. We're recapping the 20% off crate, and then we got a lot more to get to. Hopefully everybody's still with me and you hadn't canceled your plans for tonight. I was on the Rush crate. You're third in line. You are third in line. Next is also $37.59. 311, a 30th anniversary 2 LP on Blue Smoke vinyl, $37.59. There's 2 left. It's a double LP. The Doors is a double LP. Yes, it's a 45 RPM. 45 RPM, $64.99. So this is now $51.99. $51.99 for Doors Waiting for the Sun. 100% analog mastering. Savatage is $43.99. That is Fight for the Rock, LP white vinyl with a bonus 10-inch. Chad Sauls wants the Doors, $51.99. Let's put up another auction. Next auction is the Black Keys, live at Tavern, at Beachland Tavern, March 2002, Record Store Day, tangerine colored vinyl, sealed, $45. Melanie, I'm assuming X-Wing is passing too, so I'm going to go ahead and give you the Rush for $39.99. Only other thing left in here is another Savatage, which is now $39.99. Dead Winter's Dead. That's a 2 LP red vinyl. Last Rick James collected, which the original pre-order for these, we sold a bunch. I've had 2 left since May. Now we have 1 left, and it's 20% off, $43.99. Taylor Swift is also $43.99. 4 LP, new and sealed. That was $54. One of her more expensive albums, new, sealed. And wow, Kiss Alive 2 still available. That's also a remaster, $43.99. Rush is at $95 of MT Matt. John Bobing, you're out. Black Keys is a $45 start. Fred Cardinel's in. We got to get right back to it. And I'm going to move these over here next to me. If you change your mind, let me know. That's some of the more expensive stuff we're going to have on sale tonight. There's a lot more to get to. And then these were $34.99 earlier. The Garden State soundtrack, Gorillas Humans, Ace Frehley's comic, colored vinyl, and Dunkirk. Those were all $34.99. I'm going to keep those in the same crate as the percentage stuff. And now give me a second. I'm going to pull stuff from over here, and I'm going to start making our next crate, okay? There's 2 slaughters left. I'm going to pull this crate over, and there's some stuff over here, and I'm going to mix it up, and we're going to show what's been over here in this crate coming up in future bins. I'm about to do some more $24.99 stuff. So let me work on that right now. Let's see. That's going to be 24. Those are going to be 24, 24. There's more 29 stuff for whenever those come up right here. Here's more 29 stuff. There's 29. Love it. There's 29. These will be 24. That will be percentage whenever I get to more of those. That will be 24, 24, 24. That will be 29 in the future. 24, 24, 24, 24, percentage, 24, percentage, and there is this. So I've only got a couple things tonight that are sticker, and they're literally brand new releases. And one's the new Godsmack that's been long out of print, $33.99, and the other one is Slaughter, which has never really been on vinyl. That's pretty much the only stuff I have tonight, sticker price, is Slaughter and Godsmack. Okay, that's because they're literally brand new pre-orders. I'm going to leave those right over there. He's out on Rush. This is sold to John Bobing for $96. And the Black Keys is at 46 with Joseph. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. It's time for more auctions. And I've almost just filled up a $24.99er. Let me do a little bit more over here. We'll do these for $24. I'll reluctantly do these for $24. And these for $24. And what else do we got? We'll do these for $24. And we'll do these for $24. And that's relatively new, but guess what? We'll do them for $24. That has pretty much filled up this crate. So let me mix some of these up. I'm going to put some of those right there. I'm going to move these to the front to make sure everybody's watching right off the bat. And then I'm going to make that the third record. All right, here's some more $24.99 on sale vinyl. $24.99 on sale vinyl. We need one, maybe two more auctions right quick. And let's get started. There's Slaughters, 38, 2 left. And here we go. Everything in here is $24.99. Hopefully you're paying attention. Hopefully you're with me. And thanks. And thank you for everybody who has subscribed to YouTube. What are we looking like over there now? How many have we got up to? I bet some people hopefully are still subscribing. Now 2030. Awesome. 2030. So next one's 30,000. That'll probably take us a while. Awesome. Maybe if we get to 25 before the end of the year, we can do 25. Next time we do expensive stuff on sale, we'll do it 25% off. All right. I've had 2 monsters and a bottle of water. Or excuse me, 2 monsters and 2 bottles of water. And I'm just getting started. And I'm just getting started on the fluids. Next thing we have is Rush Presto. Let's do another Rush. It's another sealed original club copy from 1989. A $75 start. Everything in here is $24.99. $24.99. Right off the bat, Subdivisions. Rush Signals, 180 gram. It's $24.99. I've only got 2. Now Rush is up for bid back here. Black Sabbath, the Eternal Idol. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Black Sabbath, $24.99. White Line, Fight to Survive. Are you kidding me right now? What about Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying? Are you kidding me right now? These are just $24.99. What is honestly going on right now? Holy moly. We got Rush sold to M. Pierce 56. MT Matt also gets a Rush. Black Keys is at 50. And Rushes are gone. G-O-N-E, gone. Rush and Rush. Dave C. 3rd. Matt Shepard 4th. James Young first on Maiden. And then Robbie next on Rush. Glenn gets an Iron Maiden. And Michael Peveler next. Fred Cardinal on Black Sabbath. Anthony Riddle on Black Sabbath. There's 1 Black Sabbath left. 1 White Line. And Lothal says 1 each of the first 3. I don't know if I can do that because I don't know what you're claiming. Ed Riviera next on Maiden. Jamie Butler on Iron and Anthony Riddle on Iron Maiden. Sam Cooke is $24.99. That's clear vinyl. I have 1 Sam Cooke left. Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky. That's an all analog. Norman Greenbaum. I ordered 3. I begged somebody one night to buy at least 1, and now they're on sale. Spirit in the Sky, $24.99 for Norman Greenbaum. Over here, we have Testament, Dark Roots of the Earth. Testament is $24.99. But Lothel, if you let me know exactly, I will pull those. If you still need a Black Sabbath or a White Line, you might need to let me know. We got Negative Approach. It's now $24.99, tied down. And then Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Zach Sabbath is on purple vinyl. That is a gatefold jacket. Zach Sabbath, $24.99. The Black Keys. Fred Cardinal, you're out. This is at $52. No one has been on Rush. This is a final call, an 89 US original club copy. I'm looking for a $75 start. Next is Jamie Butler gets Black Sabbath. That's sold to Jamie Butler. John Oliver on Testament. That's sold to John Oliver. And then over here we got Front 242. Front is $24.99. Rush does have a bid for $75. John Oliver got a Testament. Jamie Butler got a Sabbath. Next over here is Gene Loves Jezebel. Heavenly Bodies. That's on purple splatter. Gene Loves Jezebel. Jamie Butler also on a Testament for $24.99. Steve Riley on Front 242. Ed Riviera, I'm fresh out of Testaments. I do have one skinny puppy left, Ray B's. And would you believe Billy Nichols? Billy Nichols is a immediate 60th anniversary celebration. This is an extremely rare record, like $10,000 rare. Ed Riviera next on Testament. BK next on Testament. Black Sabbath's already sold out. And Fred Cardinal says, BK out, put Eternal Idol back, please. Oh, no. So who was next in line for Black Sabbath? Was there a claim that just come up? I guess Ron Duffield is next. So put a Black Sabbath back for Fred and then give this one to Ron Duffield. Right? I hope so. That's so to Ron Duffield. Thomas, you were next on 242. Peter Gabriel, the solo debut, silver vinyl, Rain on the Car album. Unto Other Strength is 24. And Chelsea Wolfe, she reaches out. She reaches out to Chelsea Wolfe is 24. And Fallout Boy, take this to your grave. Fallout Boy is on blue vinyl, $24.99. MT Matt also wants to pass on Rush. And that is meaning that Dave C gets Rush. Dave C was next in line. Dave C, you're going to get Rush Hemispheres. Change that from MT Matt to Dave C. Change that to MT Matt from Dave to Dave C, okay? This Rush is sold for $75 to Travis Woods, and the Black Keys is sold to Joseph Ellis. And Joseph Ellis, that's sold to you for $52. Fallout Boy is sold to Lothel. That's sold to Fallout Boy, okay? Testament was on clear with gold and green splatter. Yes. It was. All right. Now, we have two more auctions. Scott Weiland, never seen this one before. And let's do one of these. I keep saying I don't know what it is. Here's Scott Weiland and the Wildabouts Blaster. Scott Weiland is on orange vinyl, a 2015, out of print. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle up here on the top. $65 start. And who is it? Oh, it's My Morning Jacket. Wow, an original $19.99 with postcard. My Morning Jacket, VG, VG Plus, and disc 2 is EX, EX Plus. $45 start on that. And Fred Cardinal gets Gene Loves Jezebel. Now, let's go through these again. Everything in here is $24.99. How much? $24.99. No more, no less. White Line, Fight to Survive, Splatter Vinyl, Sam Cooke, self-titled clear vinyl, Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky, Kraft, all analog. Wow, that's shocking. When I ordered those, I was like, I'm going to order 3. I probably should order a lot more. I still have them. Negative Approach, tied down. That's $24.99. Zach Sabbath is sold to Dave C. There's now one left. Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Gene Loves Jezebel, Heavenly Bodies. That's $24.99. Skinny Puppy Ray B's. Would You Believe Billy Nichols. Also, Peter Gabriel, the Rain on the Car album. Unto Other Strength. Chelsea Wolfe, and that's all that's left in there for $24.99. And I'm going to go ahead and condense those with the other $24.99 stuff, which I'm going to do right now. And this is all $24.99, right? Yep, let's put all these in here. Scott Corcoran got the other Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Nice. All right, I got to do a little bit of sorting and fill up another crate over here. If you change your mind on any of these, just let me know. All right, let's put this right here. And boom. And now we have a complete full crate of leftover $24.99. What doesn't sell tonight, I plan on posting in the morning. That's going to be probably the 6 a.m. video. It's going to be a recap of everything that's left. So it's buy now or cry tomorrow when you're seeing me pull all these. Because probably we're going to start the show tomorrow going back through these and pulling out everything that sold in the video, and you're going to be like, man, why didn't I go ahead and do that when it was right in front of me? Chad had it right there and sale in front of me, and I kept passing on it, and now he has sold it, and now I regret it, and now I'm going to wake up in the morning and look myself in the mirror and be like, why didn't I buy that Norman Greenbaum Spirit in the Sky when it was right there, right in front of me? It was right there, and now it's not there, and now I'm frustrated. And then you're going to have a bad day, and you're just going to wish you would have went ahead and bought Norman Greenbaum for $24.99. Your decision. I have 34, 34. Let's see. We'll do these for 24. That'll be 34. That'll be 24. I'll do that for 24. That for 24. I'm going to do this for 24. That will be 29. There's a 29er. That will be 29er. That will be a straight percentage. We'll do this for 24. This will be 29. That will be 24, 24, 29. That one is going to have to go into a different bin altogether. 24, 24, 24, 24. I'll do this one for 24 because it's dinged. 24, 24, 24, and this one needs to be 19. We got like a handful of $19.99 stuff to do here in a second. Let me add these over here to the 34. Sorry, I'm having to sort through another crate so we can get some more stuff going. Those are going to be 34. Hadn't shown those in a second. Let me go ahead and fill this up. And here we go. Wow, still got that crate over there to do. Still got this crate to do. We are chipping away, though. And I really need to move these vintage LPs so I can get to the rest of these. What's in here? Oh, wow, forgot about some of this stuff. Okay, we'll do these for 24, 24. That'll be 24, and that'll be 24. Got some more killer 24, looks like, coming up. Let's go ahead and get started with these then. Is there more 24s over here? I bet there is. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, definitely. Reluctantly. Unequivocally. Amazingly, logically, and here we go. Oh, I've almost filled up another $24.99er crate. We love these Niners, $24.99ers. Here we go. All right. Here's what we got going on. What's going on? All right, I'm back. I'm back. Here we go. So, this is more replenished 24. Actually, I need to move this. Yep, I forgot about these. Let me add some more to it. I'm going to throw these in there. I'm going to throw that in there. This is going to be, I'm adding a lot of metal to it right now as we speak. So I know what I have left and know what I need to reorder tonight for Thursday night. And let's do it. Let me throw that in there. And here we go. All right, just added a bunch of metal right there. Boom. And other stuff. Okay. Let me regain my bearings. See, time flies doing this. That's all we've been doing for almost 4 hours straight. And I think we're at the 75% mark, maybe 65, 70. We're more than halfway done, but there's still a lot more to do. And it's like full speed or nothing. I don't usually show anything else but this because it takes all night to go through all this inventory. I've told y'all before, when somebody asks for a record, I'm like, well, if I just kind of read through every crate until we find it, it would take us all night to go through just our new vinyl inventory. And that's exactly what we've been doing. So let me do this right here. We had Zach Sabbath, Zach Sabbath, Zach Sabbath. And then Charlie Marks got a Skinny Puppy from the last crate. I have not pulled that yet. Charlie Marks got Skinny Puppy. All right. And then we have Scott Weiland at 70 and My Morning Jacket. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to make My Morning Jacket a buy it now. An original $19.99 with postcard. Just a $45 buy it now. Done. Okay. And then I've got Scott Weiland. This is called Scott Weiland and the Wildabouts. It's a 2015 orange vinyl with insert. And Lothal has this for $70. Lothal has that for $70. Bob, you have missed a absolute blowout sale tonight in celebration of 20,000 subscribers. Okay. Let me do one thing over here. Mark Fallon got my morning jacket for 45. Scott Wallen has a bid for 75. And let's go ahead and grab another auction right quick. And let's get started. These are all $24.99. Dead weather. Man, who kept asking for this? I have forgot all about dead weather. Live at the Mayan, Los Angeles. I'm sorry for whoever been asking for this. 2017 yellow vinyl. It does include the foil print. It does not have the DVD nor the 7-inch. $45 start, okay? Chad, what was the color of the vinyl on the John Williams Star Wars? That was blue vinyl. Blue vinyl. May the 4th be with you edition. Blue vinyl. New fresh, $24.99. Let's get started. Nirvana, live in Tokyo, Love One Another, Dear Boss, limited to 300, $24.99. We have Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Metallica's a 2 LP, now just $24.99. I've got 3 Metallicas. Pantera, Grey Southern Trendkill, White and Sandblasted Orange, $24. How about Slayer, just $24.99, $10 off. Undisputed Attitude, and Slipknot. I push my eyes into what a song to do, the dancing way. That's my best Slipknot impersonation. We have Chad Sauls on Nirvana for $24.99. We got Joe Farrell on Metallica for $24. Michael Peveler, second on Nirvana. Bill Reese gets a Metallica. Michael Peveler gets a Metallica. Dead Weather has a bid for $45. Pickle gets a Pantera. Matt Shepard next on Metallica. Josh Brown next on Pantera. James Young on Slipknot. And we have Matt Shepard first on Slayer. Jamie Butler next on Pantera, and Anthony Riddle next on Slayer. Before I forget, dun dun dun, dun dun dun. Then that really cool guitar sound they make, that squalling sound. We have Gwar, Scumdogs of the Universe, $24.99. Gwar, that's a 2 LP, $24.99. And we have Lamb of God, Omens. Lamb of God, only have 2 available. Gatefold, $24.99. Everything you're seeing is on sale at $24.99. Also, Poison Idea, Feel the Darkness. It's now just $24.99. It's a 2 LP. We have Scott Weiland at $88. Dead Weather at $55. I've only got one Super Drag. Plays Regretfully Yours. This is a pink, baby pink vinyl, $24.99. I've only got one Love. That's that new compilation, the Electra singles, $24.99 on that. X-Wing gets Lamb of God. Dead Weather, James Hicks is out. Fred Carnell gets Gwar. We got Anthony Riddle next on Gwar, if that was JW. Lothel on Here, and that was for Gwar, so that means you're next. David Smith on Poison Idea. Hiram was next, and Brent Robley on Love, the Electra singles. Nice. Cool new release there they've done. Still got Super Drag and one Lamb of God. I also have Tom Petty, and this one does have a ding. Red vinyl, $24.99. I also have one McCoy Tyner. These do not come sealed. They're just loose in a baggie today and tomorrow. McCoy Tyner is $24.99. And Raven, Stay Hard. Music on vinyl limited to $750 on yellow vinyl. That's now just $24.99. And Christmas with the Chipmunks, foil cover, white vinyl. Scott Weiland is about to be sold for $88. Dead Weather is about to be sold for $55. Donna Turner on MT from McCoy Tyner. Thomas Hujar gets a Mojo. Mojo. Russell Snediger, you were second. My crate over here is almost full, but we'll keep going. We got Michael Peveler on Lamb of God. Thank you on that, Michael Peveler. Jim Stafford on Raven. That's sold to Jim Stafford. Raven's now sold. My sell out of this crate, I just got Super Drag and Chipmunks left. Hey, it's never too late to be buying Christmas music, whether it's December 24th or December 26th. Whichever, the closest or the furthest from Christmas. Robert Warner gets Chipmunks, and in the Court of the Crimson King. This is available. It is $24.99. I only have one. I also have the Best of Bread, white vinyl. That's available, and so is Vader. That was $39. Last copy of any Vader I have laying around here, $24.99 on that. And then Sean Lee Hooker is going to pick up, there's the copy you've been looking for of King Crimson. Now, I am going to swap out crates because that gatefold jacket really just filled that up. And now, that was our 7th full crate. We're about to start on crate number 8, and we got a long ways to go if you want to rock and roll. Holy moly. Plus, we're going to have to do a big recap. Goodness gracious, what is going on? So, first thing we have is CC. If that was for King Crimson, then you were second, Brent third. Sly and the Family Stone live, cut by Kevin Gray. Does have a little bit of a ding up here. It's only $24.99. And Dwayne and Greg Allman. I love the songs on here. Sweet Melissa. Those are pre-Allman Brothers demos, essentially. Dead Weather is officially sold to Chris Kirkley for $55. Scott Weiland is sold for $88. And that is sold to MT Matt. Still got some cool stuff over here to auction. Next, we're going to do David Bowie, and let's see what's going on here with this Juice WRLD. We've already sold one Juice WRLD tonight for $125. What about this Juice WRLD? And Juice WRLD was Legends Never Die, purple vinyl. It has alternative cover. It's with insert. It does have some seam crackles up here. It's going to go up for a $95 start. And then David Bowie is an original 1980 OG of Scary Monsters. EX Plus, a really high-grade copy, a $25 start. John Williams, I will take John Williams. Yeah, it was a 20% off record. I can confirm that right now. It was $46, and 20% off of $46.99 is $37.59 to be exact. $37.59. Yeah, that's 20% off. I will tag that for you right now. Hiram gets Vader for $24.99. Matt Shepard gets the last Chipmunks. Scott Corcoran on Sly for $24.99. And Fred said he bid $90 on Scott Weiland. Let me make sure that was on the screen. If not, then you got robbed. There was MT Mats for $88, Fred. And I did a final call a couple times, and your bid never did come in. So I think you got invisible. You got invisibled right then. Also, we have Offspring, Australia 1995, $24.99. $24.99. That's the Offspring Burn It Up. And we have Smashing Pumpkins. That's now $12 off. $24.99, okay? So over here, Scary Monsters 35. I've done two nights now and not asked about the moon shining down in the upper left corner of the screen. So what do we got? Oh, you're talking about Pink Floyd. This is Pink Floyd. This is a 1,000-piece puzzle. And this is a 1,000-piece puzzle. It's a jigsaw puzzle, 20 by 27 inch. Their backs are painted with Pink Floyd artwork. That is $24.99. There it is. Now, here's what I've got to do. So, Fred, if it was on my monitor, I would have said I got to put it back up. Now, to be fair, you probably bid and it came across on Facebook, but it never did show up on my screen. And if you keep hearing me say a final call and you don't see it on Restream, then it probably didn't hit Restream, and then you're pretty much out of luck. So I pretty much have to keep it sold to him if it's on Facebook. It probably didn't make it to Restream, and I'll show you again. And always make sure if you bid and you're not hearing me say it, because if it's on here and I miss it, but I don't think it made it to Restream, and I don't think it made it to, it didn't make it to my phone, which is the mirrored image. MT Mass says you can have it for $90, though, if you still want it. So if you want it, you can have it for $90. And that's just bad luck on your part, but now you've got good luck. Scary Monsters 35. John Griffin got Star Wars for $37.59. Mark Stanley got Smashing Pumpkins. Josh Brown second. Joy Fino third. And Joy, I think Tanner did send you an invoice. I don't know if you've got it or not. But just so you know, Joy, Tanner did send you a preliminary prepayment invoice. Okay? And you have paid it. $500. Great. And if you don't end up spending that much this week, we'll refund it to you. But thank you and welcome, okay? Joy has prepaid $500. Excellent. Welcome to Collectco. Welcome to Collectco. Okay. Now, here we go. So Fred Carnell says he will take Scott Weiland for $90. Okay, there we have it. Over here, $24.99. We have Almond Brothers, Owens Mill, Maryland. This is $24.99. Brent Rebel says dark and the light side of the moon sold. Brent says he'll take this puzzle for $24. Thank you. There's that. Over here, we have Kiss live at the Ritz, $24.99. Ramones, Vinyl Me Please, $24.99 on the Ramones. And Rush, Hold Your Fire, Rush Remastered, $24.99. Rush Remastered. David Bowie is sold for $35 to Mark Fallon. Nobody bid on Juice WRLD. It's a $95 buy it now. I'm going to put that right over here. We got Russell Snedeker on the Almond Brothers live. That's $24.99. And then we have T-Rex. That's another Vinyl Me Please for $24.99. Michael Pivler on K for the Kiss. George Jones on Ramones for Ramones. And then we have one Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, single LP, $24.99. Christina Curtis on Kiss. Eric Van Leuven on the T-Rex Vinyl Me Please. Also $24.99 is U2 Live. It's an unofficial, out of control. That's at the Ritz as well, $24.99. Our next auctions are going to go up right now. We have these two back here. We have Shake Your Rump, the Beastie Boys, and a Love American Style EP. That's what it's called. It's an 89 OG US EXEX Plus. It has 4 tracks on it. A $15 start on Beastie Boys. And then Angels and Airwaves, I Empire, a 2025 Black Blue Mix Deluxe Edition with alternate cover art numbered to 3,000 with pack of photo cards, $85 start on that. All right, that was my last, I don't know, I may have one more of those. Of course, I can reorder them as well. Later tonight, when we're done with vinyl, my last thing before we probably move into vintage best offer, new arrivals. If y'all can stick with me, I got 4 John crates of new stuff that I plan on going through best offer, including probably even the check condition bin. So stick with me. I'm trying to get through all these tonight first. There's still a lot. Tyler McDaniel gets Leonard Skinner for $24. And then over here, Pickle was second, Christina third, and then Beastie Boys 15, 15, 15, 16, 16, 16, 15, 15, 18, 18, 15, 15, 20. And then David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, that's $24.99. And then Anthrax for All Kings, $24.99. $24.99. 1 second, please. Okay. Ministry poster I'm going to try to do tomorrow. All that's laying up front. I got to photograph stuff for tomorrow. Tanner's like, do you plan on ending early to clean up the store before customers are in here tomorrow? And I was like, no, I was just going to leave it a mess and then have my mom mad at me in the morning. But yeah, there's probably like 5 hours of cleanup to do tonight after the sale. But that's okay. I can make time for it. B Smoker on Bowie. I have one left. And Brian Reynolds on Rush. Hold Your Fire. One more read through. Everything in here is $24.99. Brian Reynolds also on Anthrax. 20,000 subscriber anniversary or milestone. What am I trying to say? On sale celebration. I keep on saying milestone or anniversary celebration. $24.99 crate is what we have in front of us right now, and this is one of about 6 we've already done tonight. So Beastie Boys, X-Wing was the first to bid $20. Every single person is out. X-Wing was the first person to bid $20. Angels and Airwaves is an $85 start, no bid on that. Here's what's left for $24.99. Super Drag plays Regretfully Yours. The Best of Bread, white vinyl, Bernie Grundman, all analog. I think that's amazing, especially for the price now. Also, we have Almond Brothers, Dwayne and Greg, $24.99. And Offspring, Burn It Up's $24. U2 Out of Control. And then David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, and Anthrax. And then we want to have Tanner send me. Well, I'm over here talking to Tanner. I was like, we've sent out another preliminary invoice. And then I was like, we may have a couple other people that have bought a whole lot of stuff tonight that's relatively new, and I'm thinking we might want to go ahead and do that. So, yeah, if you, we might go ahead and do that. And you have filled out the first-time buyer form, right? and or remind me of your hold on a minute, let me try to find some of these over here. Let me ask Tanner. Luckily, he's still awake. He's probably about to go to bed. All right. But if you paid last week's, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so Anthrax, we got that. Beastie Boys 21, 22, 25. And then Michael Carpenter gets that last Bowie. All right? That was the last Pink Floyd puzzle that I'm aware of. Yes. That's the last one I'm aware of. I just kind of did a double check over here. Last one I'm aware of. All right, let me do a little bit more sorting. I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of crisscrossed on crates. And let's see. We've got 29, 29. We're about to do some more 29, 29, 29. These would be 34. There's another 24 whenever it comes up. That's a percentage. We'll do those for 24. That'll be 29. These would be 24 and 24, and this would be 29. All right. I think I've got more 29 stuff here. I do. So let me put them in here. And let's knock these out right quick, okay? Let's knock these out right quick. More 29 stuff. And then I'll show you what's still left in the 29 stuff from the last time. Anthrax was 24. Anthrax was 24. Okay? So, Beastie Boys, Joe Fino's out. Joy Fino, X-Wing, $25. Nobody bet on Angels and Airwaves. That's an $85 buy it now. And then, here we go. So here, these are all 29. Bush, that's their newest album. Our last copy from the original pre-order, I Beat Loneliness, 2LP clear, or I think it's like clear vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Over here, The Cure, BBC Sessions, 1979 and 1983. The Cure is $29.99. Lagoon colored vinyl. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time is $29. And Typo Negative is now $10 off. $29.99. Anthrax is sold to Ed and Riviera. $24.99. Anthrax. This is sold to Ed and Riviera. $24.99. Okay? Now, Beastie Boys is a final call, and then we sold Anthrax, and then over here, Ed and Riviera says, I'll take it, and then Mark Stanley first on Iron Maiden for $29. That's Somewhere in Time. Bush should be teal-colored vinyl, yes. And then Jersey Devil wants Living Color, Time's Up. That was from earlier. That's sold to Jersey Devil, Joy Fino on Typo Negative. And then over here, we have Metallica Death Magnetic for $29.99 and Morbid Angel Altars of Madness, $29.99. Beastie Boys is officially sold, and this is sold to X-Wing for $25, okay? That is done. So Brent is saying, Melanie, you can have the puzzle, and then we'll have to figure out who gets what on the waiting list, or who wants this or who wants that. We'll figure it out in just a second, though. And then, Troy, you just missed Beastie Boys. And then Josh Brown and Metallica. That's sold to Josh Brown. Metallica sold to Josh Brown. What are the LPs before these $29.99 ones? They're all $29.99 ones that didn't sell earlier. Thomas Hujar also gets Metallica, and that's now sold out. Michael was next, then Matt Shepard. We have, well, let's go ahead and do an Injustice for All. And then there's the best of Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You, a Greatest Hits, and a Perfect Circle 13th Step. $29.99. Let's go over these one more time. Here's what's left in the $29.99 bin. Saigon Kick, The Lizard, Prince, The Gold Experience, Dark Knight soundtrack, Takedo, Harry Potter, Chamber of Secrets. Over here, Gorgira, The Link, Kicks, Cool Kids, Megadeth, Rust in Peace, Static X, Shadow Zone, Fish, Billy Breeze, Seraphim Gold, The Dark Parade, Fog Colored Vinyl, Living Color Stain, Nirvana Unplugged, Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Next is Michael Peveler on Metallica, and I'm assuming that's for Injustice for All. If so, that's sold to Michael Peveler. Ed Hickey got STP. That's sold to Ed Hickey for $29.99. X-Wing, You Were Next on STP. Dave C., You Were Next on STP. Bush is sold to Ron Duffield. Matt Shepard gets a perfect circle. Michael Carpenter wants Static X. We now have one left. Also $29.99 is The Cure BBC Sessions. That was $36.99. Everything in here is $29.99. Everything in here, the discounted price is $29. Everything you see in here, everything I just did a speed run on. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness. And then we have Charlie Marks on Gorgira the Link. Melanie, Brent says you can have the puzzle. We're going to change this from Brent Ribley to Melanie Clausen. Melanie, you get the Pink Floyd puzzle now. Also over here we have Solarplex on Saigon Kick. That's sold to Solarplex for $29. Also another Morbid Angel, and there's one perfect circle left, a 13 steps. So everything in here is $29.99. $29.99. So a perfect circle, Morbid Angels, Iron Maiden, The Cure, Foo Fighters, Nirvana. Also, Living Color Stain is sold to Matt Shepard. We have Surf and Go Fish is sold to Farmer Redman. Static X, Megadeth, Kicks, Harry Potter, Takedo, Dark Knight, Gold, and Saigon Kick. That's all that's left from the $29.99 batch. $29.99 batch is what I'm trying to say. All right, there's that. There's this. It's time for two new auctions. We got Sticks and we got Prints. Two new auctions going up right now, Sticks and Prints. Sticks is Pieces of 8, a 1978 U.S. numbered picture disc. VG Plus condition. Sticks is going to go up for a $15 start. It's a 78 U.S. original picture disc, VG Plus condition, Pieces of 8. Very cool. Original picture disc. And then Prints is Purple Rain, Shrink It Hop with poster and original inner sleeve, black vinyl with hop sticker, a $35 start. Bob Riger gets a perfect circle for $29.99. Nirvana is the original MTV Unplugged broadcast. Official press, $29.99. Official pressing, 2 LP, $29.99. All right, here we go. What's next? Let's go back to, so I have added a few, well, let me add a few more because we're not quite ready for this. I got a few more 34s, and let's add more to the 24s. 24, here we go. Here's another 29. Here's another 29. Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. O'Doyle wants Nirvana. We'll make sure Scott Arnold doesn't want it, okay? We'll make sure Scott Arnold doesn't want it. Here's another 29. Coheed and Cabria. Coheed and Cabria. Transparent black vinyl. That's now $29.99. Here's another 29. What is this? Megadeth Euthanasia. I think I just ordered more of those. $29.99 for Megadeth. I didn't know we had one left. That's now $29. I'm putting something in the 24 crate. You'll see it in just a second. Here's another 29. Ronettes. And then here is Tom Petty Country Celebration. And here's a $34.99 record. I'll put it right over here. And now I've emptied 2 more crates. Wow. Wow. I've emptied 2 more crates. Wow. All right, let me do a little bit more sorting. This is my first $19.99 offering. First $19.99 offering, Power Trip. Nightmare Logic, $19.99. Power Trip was $19.99. Here's 2 more percentage records. I'll do those later. Okay, let me see what just happened. All right, he said yes to Nirvana. Okay, yes to Nirvana. I didn't know if that was yes. If you were asking yes, that's what I was asking about, or yes, sold. Scott Arnold gets Nirvana for $29.99. Prince got a bid for $35. Another bid for $35. O'Doyle, you're second on Nirvana. JetBlue got Coheed for $29. Scott Markheim got Extreme for $29. Hiram Aponte got Megadeth for $29. Chad Saul's next on Megadeth. Clay next on Extreme. Matt Shepard on Power Trip, $19.99. Matt Shepard gets Power Trip. B-Sides was next. So right now, no bid on Sticks Picture Disc, looking for $15. William Meadows, you're out on Prince. Your $35 bid came in second. Okay. And now let's go over here. And where was I just pulling those from? Here we go. All right, let me finish sorting these. Let's see. That will be, I'm going to put these right over here. Okay, there's those. We'll make those 20% off. Let me balance those right there. Please don't fall. And then that's going to be my other $19.99 offering. I only have one. And these are all going to be 34 percentage, 34, 34. Doing a little bit of sorting. Here's another $19.99 record. Right Now Playing. Right Now Playing is just $19.99. And then here's more 34.99ers. That's going to be 34. That's going to be percentage whenever I get to it. And then that's 34. That's 34. Okay? And then this, I'm going to set right there. That's going to be probably an auction on that one. And then that will be percentage. And I don't know how to do this one. Let me wait. This is like part 2 of a set. That's going to be confusing. Let me just set that out. We'll do that later somehow. I just added more 24s. And we're about to do a $34.99 batch is what it is looking like we're about to do. Have I gone through all these? Oh my gosh, here's more. I forgot about all this stuff. Is there another crate underneath this? Oh my gosh. Holy moly, I forgot about all these. I knew we had a lot of vinyl. I forgot we had this much. Oh my gosh. I thought these were empty crates. Okay. Things are about to get pretty serious around here. So, goodness gracious. Okay. I forgot I had all these. Let's go ahead and try to sell off a bunch of these at $29.99. Oh my gosh. All right, here's a few more $29.99 options. Oh my gosh. This is probably the most quantity I have in stock of any record. Okay? Rad is sold to Greg Smith for $19.99. Saxon is $29.99. Music on vinyl, limited to 1,000 silver. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. That's probably more of any one record I have in stock. And this is also $29.99. $10 off Dave Matthews Band. Okay? There are no typo negatives in here. Prince is at $45. And then Styx did not get a bid. It's a 78 US original picture disc for $15. There's Styx, an original 78 US numbered picture disc, $15 on Styx. Okay? $15 on Styx. Let's put that right over there. Buy it now on that. Now, Prince is at $45. Saxon is $29. And I'm still adding stuff to the $29.99 crate as I work on sorting here. We're about to go back through the 34 and the higher end. Uh-oh. Here's a couple more good 29s. They fell over because I pushed them up to the front of the crate. Here we go. More $29.99s. Check this out. Cannibal Corpse, Hammered Smash Face, Queen's Rock Empire, and Queen's Rock Frequency Unknown. Those are all $29.99. Saxon's an original studio album. Saxon's an original studio album that came out in 1995. They're numbered and they're on colored vinyl. Kevin Reitz, Sieg. Sieg was first on Styx, then Kevin, then Scott. Deckelman on CC. Cannibal Corpse, that sold to Deckelman for $29. Hiram gets one for $29. And then Brian Reynolds gets Frequency Unknown for $29. Chad was next. That still leaves Empire. So we'll give that to Scott Dwallow. He gets Empire. And that means Prince is now at $46. There's more 29s I've added. Oh my, I forgot how much vinyl. Is there still a crate over there we have? There's still a whole crate over there. Okay. Like I said, we got to get really focused all of a sudden. We got to get really, really focused all of a sudden. Okay, here is these two, and these are now $29.99. And this is KK Priest. Center Rides Again, clear vinyl. Those were $36. Those were $36. Pickle wants a Saxon for $29. Prince is now at $50. Lucero. I didn't even know we had a Lucero, but I will find it. Is that what this is? No, that's St. Paul and the Broken Bones. Is that what this is? I've got 3. I've got, is this Lucero? I've only got these 3 left here. I've got, oh, I bet there's some box sets in the back. Is it a box set? I think there's another crate on Laura's desk. We hadn't done any of those Pearl Jam sets. No one's really asked about them either. Hold on one second. Let's tag KK Priest to Solarplex for 29. And there's Prince. In the meantime, let me go ahead and put up one of those other auctions over here. And let's do the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. The Rolling Stones is a 71 Shelley pressing, mispress with alternate versions of Brown Sugar and Wild Horses that were originally used in the documentary Gimme Shelter. 1871 etched in side forward matrix with company inner sleeves. Both discs are strong VG+. Man, we get asked about that all the time. There's a couple people all the time. It's like, Chad, read side forward dead wax. Chad, read side forward dead wax. And I'm like, what's up with side forward dead wax? And what happened is they used, it was a mispress, they used the wrong versions of Brown Sugar and Wild Horses. Those were the versions that were used in the Gimme Shelter movie. And you can find that out by looking for an 1871 Statch etched in side forward dead wax. That's going to go up for a $65 star. That's actually pretty tough to get. All right. And so what's next? What was I about to do? Who am I? Who am I supposed to be? There's 3 more empty crates. And let me stack these right here. Okay. Now, my next trick will be going to the back and getting the rest of the auctions. Hopefully, everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. And when I come back, we're about to do some more discount stuff, of course. What else is there to do? Don't forget about puzzles either. Oh my gosh, we love some puzzles around here. There's another crate of new vinyl. There's another crate of new vinyl. There's another crate of new vinyl. There's a bunch of cassettes. There's 45s. There's an Army footlocker full of World War II letters. I'm not joking either. All right. What did I come back here for? These other auctions. Hopefully it's in this crate, Sean. Is it a Lucero box set? What do we have here? Kings of Leon, Lucero, Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam. Yep. Got them. I forgot about these. Oh my gosh. Probably should have been a night I should have started at 5, right? That extra hour would have been very helpful right now. So I actually saw our demographic for Facebook. Most of y'all are active at 3 p.m. Pacific time. That's when most of y'all are active on Facebook. So that makes sense, that majority, and it's actually 5, 6, and 7. Most people are on Facebook that follow our page. That makes a lot of sense. Okay? Power Trip sold. It's gone. And now we have Prince is sold to William Meadows for $50. Final call to get a bid on the Stones at $65. And let's go ahead and put up Lucero. Here is Lucero live from Atlanta, November 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 2013. Lucero is a 4LP EX condition, $195 start. Some have sold for as much as $300. A 4LP box, $195. Stones is a $65 starting bid. No one's bid yet, technically. All right, what was left in this crate? Let me do a little bit more sort here. And we'll do these for, give me 1 second. We're going to do these later. There's the rest of my auctions. So we're going to do, let's see. I've already shown that. These have already been shown. That hadn't been shown. All right, so we're going to do, let's just do those. That's going to be percentage. We'll do 34, 34, percentage, okay? And then 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34. And there's a few in here y'all have already seen. So when we get to that record, it'll be percentage. I think I may have more to add. I do. I've got these. When we get to this record, it'll be percentage. And then I'll go ahead and make those 24 reluctantly. Those will be 24 here in a second. And those will be 24. Y'all might even got a sneak peek right then. Right, and that's all that's left in the 29 crate. We'll go back through those again later. I don't know how, but I have currently 2, 4, 6, 12. I've got 13 empty crates over here. Somehow I've combined and condensed into 13 empty crates, so amazing. Here we go. So we're about to do some more expensive stuff, which is going to be great discounts. Most of the stuff is $10, $15, and $20 off when I do them for $34.99, okay? So let me show you what's left in here. I'll start with something new, okay? $34.99. First is chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water Limp Biscuit, $34.99. Full Nelson. Full Nelson. This is $34.99. Renee Baldwin says, I've been on Stones. Not technically. You have, make sure, if you want to bid, you got to put a numerical. Because right now, you just put Stones. And I'm not for sure what that means. To actually place a bid, you got to put a number so we know what your bid is. Final call on Lucero, live from Atlanta. And that was a $195 start on that. Okay? Next is Limp Biscuit, sold to Joseph Ellis for $34.99. Also $34.99 is Roger Waters, and we have Volume 1 and Volume 2. This is Volume 1 and Volume 2. So 2 LPs. So if you buy both of them, that's now $20 off. That was a set of Roger Waters Berlin Wall Rehearsals, $34.99 on that. Renee, thank you. You have a bid in now for $65. I'm about to sell it to you. Somebody might have been waiting to grab it for the buy it now price. That's why you've always got to put a number so we're all on the same page. So you have that, and I'm about to sell it to you. Over here, Adam Bernardi, I have a feeling you'll want both volumes. And if anybody wants Garden State, it's $34.99. That's $10 off on that. And now my crate has gotten really full. And let's go ahead and swap out crates. And that is now our 8th full crate of vinyl tonight. Holy moly. Pretty amazing already on that. We hadn't even done really a single vintage crate. Here we go. So let's bring this right over here. And Garden State next is Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare, last copy, clear vinyl. That's now $34.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, that's now $34.99. That's 2 LPs, now $10 off. Joshua Tree's now $10 off. And Halloween, last copy, is now $10 off, okay? We're going to go ahead and sell this right here to Renee Baldwin. Renee, if you're a first-time buyer, just send us a message and say, yes, first-time buyer, I need your email address and mailing address. It's $8 in limited shipping. You've probably seen some people tonight already buy like 30 records. That's your first. It will ship for $8. Between now and Saturday night, if you buy 300 more records, that would be absolutely incredible. Also incredible will be that we will ship them for just $8. As much as you want to buy. Golly, look at these crates over here. I'm just now admiring Jack's ABC order. Shout out to Jack. He comes in and does all of our ABC order. And these carts are absolutely full over here. It is pretty amazing. Because I knew we just came off one of our biggest weeks. And Tanner is like, dude, do you realize how much vinyl you sold last week? And I was like, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till I get done with this week. We are going to be filling up a lot of crates. Here we go. So Buddy Cordova was first on Tool. That's sold to him. Stephen Parton was first on Joshua Tree. Stephen second on Tool. And Lucero's $195 buy it now if anybody wants that. $195. Metallica Reload is $34.99. Sepultura Beneath the Remains. And Star Wars Stories, music from The Mandalorian, Rogue One. Limited edition of 1,000 hyperspace colored vinyl, $34.99. Mark Stanley on Sepultura. That's now $12 off at $34.99. Tool is percentage, okay? Quick time out. This is the first percentage record. Actually, Star Wars was supposed to be, but I'll go ahead and let it slide. This is going to be 20% off. So first, right now, Tool is now, let me do the math on it right quick. Tool, $59.99. This is $47.99, okay? Tool is $47. $47 for Tool. I have 2 of them. X-Wing gets Metallica for $34. That's Reload. That's the first Reload I've had tonight. Steve Riley gets a Tool. That's $47. Steve, I'll make sure you still want it. It's 20% off because that's where the 20% off stuff started. 20% off on that. Matt, you were next to Metallica. Pickle was third. Next is also $47.99. My only copy of STP Tiny Music. $47.99 on that. And we have The Doors Analog Productions, it's also just $47.99. Wow. So back-to-back audiophile pressings there at 20% off. Let's put up a couple more auctions, and let's go ahead and do another box set here. This looks interesting. Kings of Leon. Kings of Leon box set. What do we have here? This is a 2011 Record Store Day, the early vinyl. It's remasters of Youth and Young Manhood, Aha Shake Heartbreak, Because of the Times, and Rarely, a.k.a. Paul Says The Good Stuff. Numbered 4625, Kings of Leon box set, a $95 start. Rob Fordham gets The Doors, that's $47.99. Tool is penning to Steve Riley. This is now $43.99. Mudvayne LD50, 20% off makes that $43.99. Mudvayne LD50. And also, here's some stuff we've shown already. Metallica is now $55.99. These are the on-sale prices. 311 was $37.59. I have two left. Savatage was $43.99. That's the on-sale price. Savatage is $39.99. Rick James is $43. Taylor Swift is $43, and Kiss was $43. Those are the on-sale prices. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is right here. And this is St. Paul and the Broken Bones, Sea of Noise, 2016 on dark purple vinyl. That's going to be just a $65 start on that. New vinyl blowout sales tonight. And you just seen 20% off and $34.99 straight priced. So left in the $34.99 stuff is Star Wars, Halloween, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and then here's some stuff from earlier. Garden State, Gorillaz Humans, Ace Frehley, Dunkirk, and then here is a 20% off record. Sorry, got out of order. Demeux Bigorre is now $43.99. That was $54.99. $54.99. Okay, there's that. And then Scott Markheim on Savatage. Scott, let me know if you want Dead Winter's Dead or Fight for Rock. Okay, Fight for Rock or Dead Winter's Dead, and I'll give you confirm the prices on those. And Hiram on Demeux Bigorre, and that goes to Hiram for $43.99. All right. Do you have Limp Bizkit? I have not shown that yet. The way I've got to do stuff, a lot of people know what we have in inventory, and when I do these sales, I kind of just have to wait for it to pop up, because if we start asking ahead, then it could get pretty out of hand. People would be wanting to claim stuff right now. So I'm going to just tell you this. I would be on the lookout for it. It's going to pop up tonight, okay? It's going to be in a $29.99 crate. I'll give you that hint. I know it's somewhere around here, so it will pop up tonight. Scott wants both Savages, which were 20% off, and that was Dead Winter's Dead and Fight for Rock, and those were $39 and those were $43, okay? And Kings of Leon box set, $95 start, no bid. St. Paul was $65, also no bid. And now it is time for more, and let's do that right now. Let me move these in here. Got some sealed stuff John brought me tonight, and I'm going to take this one off the table, and let me try to fill up our next one. I think we can start doing more $24.99 stuff, okay? And X-Wing has waited all night for an album without asking. That's honestly the best way to do it. Now, some people earlier tonight, they claimed stuff like at sticker price before. They was like, hey, if that's still left in that crate from this morning, I better grab it right now, because they know what was about to happen. So, and that was okay. But right now, I've still got 4-5 crates of unsorted stuff still left. And like I said, I've been saving the most recent stuff for last, because it's like some of the brand newest stuff. So let's add more to the $25.99 box, and that's what we're going to do next, okay? So, and let's see. I might do, here's a bunch of the stuff that Laura ordered the last time. I just grabbed a big handful of that. And here is those. And I'm adding more. And this one and this one. There's an extra 29. Here's plenty of $24.99 stuff. And let's go through all this. And what doesn't get grabbed tonight, this is probably going to be what's in the 6 a.m. video. It's probably going to be a lengthy one unless we chip away at some more of this tonight, which there's a really good chance we will. And let's bring all this over for 24. I think I've grabbed everything I want to for right now. This has got some of the recent stuff in it. And what I'm going to do is bring over the stuff from the last time. Let me mix these up a little bit. All right, how much was that? Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. 6 a.m. will be whatever's left of on-sale stuff tonight. Because, I mean, there's no new vinyl to do. There's no new arrivals. The only thing I have is Slaughter and Godsmack. And what I'm going to do is by the end of the night, unless it's a lot, I mean, I could have as much as 4 leftover crates, but that's about what I show anyway. So, yeah. All right. I do have a couple. We do a K. Okay, so Curtis Marachi wants KK Priest. KK Priest here sold to Curtis. That's $29.99. Buddy Cordova wants the Metallica S&M from the last crate. That's sold to Buddy Cordova, and that one was $55.99. Okay. Star Wars is numbered. Yes, Star Wars was hyperspace colored vinyl, numbered, and it's actually numbered 729. And Kings of Leon has a bid for $95. That's now officially a final call. And St. Paul and the Broken Bones, a $65 buy it now. Now Kings of Leon's at $97. Do you know what pressing is Tool? Are you talking about Lateralis? It's the most recent in-print version. So I think it shows up as a 2017 on Discogs. Let me scan it right quick. If you're talking about Lateralis, maybe 2020. No, that's an unofficial. Let's see. 2022 worldwide. It's a 2022 worldwide. Should be that under Discogs. 2022 worldwide. That one was $47.99. $47.99. And as you can see, some of them have sold for as much as $90 because when they go out of print or when stock runs out, like when distributors and when all the distributing and warehouses run out of these Tool albums, you'll see a quick little spike in price because people are constantly trading them. And just when the stock runs out, you can't get OGs and everybody starts panicking. Oh my gosh, they're going to stop making it. And then they'll press a bunch more. That happened not too long ago with Lateralis. And then Undertow. You'd think there's a bunch of those out there, but I have seen those start going up, and I'm like, golly, when are they going to make more? Because there's pretty much no versions. Yeah. So Lateralis has never been pressed on vinyl. So here's the main page, and if you go vinyl, there's only 25 versions. And 2005 was the first time, and it's a picture disc only, and it sells for it's exactly the same thing as what they make now. That 2005 is honestly the exact same thing. It's just under a different SKU. I think it's the same mastering and the same materials, but yeah, it's never been pressed officially, unless you get a bootleg. There's a bunch of bootlegs on here. You cannot get 10,000 Days, and Anima has also never been reissued. So Anima is a U.S. original only, and that's it. Hence prices when you go to look those things up. John, Star Wars was $34.90. This was originally $49. This is $34. This is $34 on Star Wars Stories. All right, vinyl. Yeah, the 96 gatefold. Yeah, right now there's 0 for sale. There's 1 for sale in the United States for $950. And is it sealed? Record is pristine. And you got to be careful because some people have bootlegs and they don't realize it. That's one of those records everybody's always said, I'm only buying one with somebody that knows what they're doing, because the last one sold. One just sold today. Wow. One just sold today for $1,395. So, yeah, that's a tough one. I love Tool's music. All right, here we go. We have John Griffin does want Star Wars for $34. Kings of Leon is sold to Melissa Bailey for $120. And we have Adam Bernardi says he'll take a Tool. There's one left for $47.99. There's one left for $47.99. Wow, so an Anima just sold today for about $1,400. Does anybody have one they want to sell? I've sold two. We sold a sealed one night for, I think, $1,400. It was about 3 or 4 years ago. We sold a sealed one with a hop sticker. All right, what do I have here? These are all $24.99. $24.99. Tool that you just bought is a picture disc. These are picture disc. It's never been released on vinyl. That's what we were just going over. This has never been released on vinyl. One of those weird things Tool has done. They've never made this on vinyl. They've never pressed 10,000 days on vinyl. And they've never reissued Anima. So that's one of the weird things with Tool's discography. They've probably, over the last decade, they've missed out on millions of dollars. And probably, if you were to ask them, they could probably say, Maynard would probably say, I honestly don't care. Next auctions are going to go up right now. We have the Beat Nuts, a musical massacre. The Beat Nuts is a 99 USOG. Both discs are VG++. The Beat Nuts is a $35 start. Now, Adam, I don't mind at all you putting that back, but I can promise you, and other people watching will tell you, the quality of this will actually really impress you. This isn't your 1970s Boston picture disc quality or the Peter Frampton or the Steve Miller bands that they made in '78. You'll actually be really blown away at how great this sounds. But I will put it back. If you change your mind, just let me know. Okay, $24.99. We got a long ways to go. We're about to do a lot more $24.99 on sale vinyl. First thing we have is Carcass, surgical steel, red with black splatter, $24.99. Carcass, surgical steel. Also, we have, I forgot about this one, another Vader, De Profundis, transparent yellow vinyl, $24.99. Adam says he'll try it. Yes, you'll be very surprised. It's a very good sounding record. I have one, of course, myself. That's the only way you can listen to it as well. I mean, if you want a real one, that's the only way you can get it. Sell that to him for $47.99. I've got one left. Also, I've got for $24.99 Gorgira Magma. Gorgira is $24.99. Minor Threats, $24.99. Everything in here is $24.99. Even Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. Even Docking on yellow vinyl, under lock and key. Even Jail Persona. These are now $24.99. And Poison Idea, Pick Your King EP. Everything in here is $24.99. Man, we got some of these Pearl Jam fan clubs to sell too. Fox Theater, 1994. Wow. 2023 Pearl Jam fan club exclusive. Fox Theater, a 4LP. The only time this has ever been pressed on vinyl. From the Pearl Jam 10 fan club, $115 start. We got Stephen Parton on Poison, and I bet that was for Poison Open Up, right? And then Adam Bernardi on Dockin for $24, and Curtis Marachi on Gorgira. This is all $24.99, and these are on sale prices, no more, no less. And if you're just hopping on, we're doing this because we hit 20,000 subscribers over on YouTube, and I basically told everybody we was going to show every record in this store, and this is on sale new vinyl. Okay, and we have Sean Druin on Dockin. We have next Winter Sun Time, clear with blue and white splatter. That's $24.99. And AC/DC High Voltage. That is a different Poison Idea. No, that's a different Poison Idea. AC/DC just $24, and Testament is $24.99. Titans of Creation. Lothel, can you remind me your actual, I know I got your handle, your name. We're trying to match up invoices so that Tanner could done that, but we're having trouble matching that up. The Beat Nuts is sold for $35 to Joseph Ellis. Thank you on that. Cosmo Kramer on Testament. That's so to Cosmo Kramer. Also $24.99 is Cradle of Filth. Cryptoriana. Cradle of Filth is $24.99. The Seductiveness of Decay. Curtis, you were second on Testament. David Smith wants that last Poison Ibidea. Also, we have Cockatoo Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas, $24.99. $24.99. Hold on one second. Okay, and then Hiram got Cradle of Filth. Everything in here is $24.99. Final call on Pearl Jam. Matt Parsons, $115. And boy, I think the only other two things I have left are Pearl Jam boxes. So it's time to jump over here to our Japanese vinyl. And the first thing we have is Deep Purple, made in Europe. Deep Purple is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful Japanese vinyl. It has the insert, cover, and obi. $35 start. Philip Holt on AC/DC. Everything in here is $24.99, including Vince Staples, Summertime 06. $24.99. We have Carolina Polachek, Desire, I Want to Turn Into You, copper colored vinyl. AC/DC Ball Breakers, $24, only copy. Title Fight, Shed. And then over here we have Drain, Living Proof. Drain is $24.99. Jet Blue on Gorgira. That Gorgira has already been claimed. Kenny Stanley's in on Deep Purple at $35. And Romance, Fontaine's DC. That is $24. Chad Sauls is in on Pearl Jam at $120. So Chad, you have that for $120. Lothel, you've been outbid. Edwin Riviera on AC for AC/DC. That's so to Edwin Riviera. Also, more AC/DC. Razor's Edge. Also, we have Clips, and this Let's God Sort 'Em Out. That's $24. We have Richard D. James album from Aphex Twins. That's $24. And Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. And those last little bunch, except for the AC/DC, that was some stuff that Laura had ordered not too long ago. And those are all $24.99. Fontaine's is So Depressed and Rose. Hammers up on Deep Purple for $35. Lothel's out on Pearl Jam. That's a final call to Chad Sauls for $120. Everything in this crate was $24.99. $24.99. So let's go through those one more time. First thing we have is Surgical Steel by Carcass, red with black splatter. Vader, De Profundis, Minor Threat, Jail, Persona. Also Winter Sun. We have Heaven or Las Vegas, Cockatoo Twins, Vince Staples, Carolina Polachek, Title Fight, Shed, Drain, Living Proof, AC/DC's Razor's Edge. Also, we have Clips. We have Aphex Twins, Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. Those are all $24.99. And now I'm going to add some more to this crate right now. And it's more 24s that I had sorted over here a moment ago. So let me sort these out. And I'm going to add to this crate right now. So I hope everybody's ready. Here we go. My AC/DC was Razor's Edge. Okay. And then Matt Shepard as well, right? So Edwin got that one. And then Scott on AC/DC. Matt Shepard on AC/DC. And then Ed Riviera, you were third on Razor's Edge. First thing in here is Exodus, Tempo of the Damned, Natural of Yellow Red Splatter, $24.99. Led Zeppelin Presence is $24. Living Color Vivid, also $24. And Randy Travis, Songs of the Season. Let's go ahead and sell Deep Purple to Kenny Stanley for $35. Thank you, Kenny. That's sold to you for $35. And that is now sold. And now Chad Sauls gets Pearl Jam for $120. And we have more of those. We have more of those Pearl Jam type box sets. I've got two more over here. First is Cindy Yarborough on Exodus for $24.99. Ed Riviera next. Matt Shepard next on Ball Breaker. So you didn't want a Razor's Edge. Is that right? You didn't want a Razor's Edge. If so, I need to give it to Edwin. Dave C. on Living Color. Still got a Led Zeppelin, Randy Travis in there. Another Led Zeppelin, this time Coda. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Now hear this. That's on clear vinyl. And then Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. That's $10 off $24. Mark Stanley, let me know if you want Coda. Or let me know if you want Presents. And then Solarplex wants Close. And Close was for Solarplex put Close. Close. Tony Murphy on Ozark Mountain Daredevils. That's so to Tony Murphy. And then we have Led Zeppelin Houses. Okay, Mark Stanley wants Led Zeppelin Presence. So Coda is no Razor for Matt Shepard. Okay, so Ed Riviera, you do get that last copy of Razor's Edge. Make sure that does go to Ed Riviera and not Matt Shepard. Solarplex, that means you were next on Living Color. That means Matt Shepard was first on Led Zeppelin Coda. That means we still have a House of the Holy. That also means I have Overkill for just $24.99 Under the Influence. Overkill's $24.99. That also means I have Pearl Jam live at Soldier Field. Wow. Pearl Jam, Soldier Field, July 11th, 1995. This is a 2017 release from the Pearl Jam 10 Club. It's a 3 LP, Soldier Field, $195 start. Wow, I bet that's a good one. 1995 Pearl Jam. Wow, that's now up for bid. $195 start. I'd like to listen to that. Steve Riley, Aphex Twins album, Richard D. James. That's right here. That's so to Steve Riley. Thank you on that, Steve. Whoops, I grabbed 2 records accidentally. Okay, and then over here we got Matt Shepard on House of the Holy. That's so to Matt Shepard. JetBlue got an Overkill. Did you say Scorpions? Right here. We're going to give one to Charlie Marks, and there's one left. It's called Fly to the Rainbow. Fly to the Rainbow. There's that. Was there an on-sale price of which you hear I might have missed? We had one tonight for $29.99, and we've already sold it. I had that one up here earlier. And there's one more in here. We have Exodus Shovel-Headed Kill Machine, red vinyl, $24.99. There's another Exodus for you. Pearl Jam's $195 start. On the reason, on the reader has some hands down, so say, and on, say, on thee. I say that ya, say ya. And that was Yellow Ledbetter by Pearl Jam. We have Jay Fino on the Scorpions, and that was our last copy. JetBlue on Exodus, that was our last copy. Aphex Twins is already sold. Scorpions is sold out. And Final Call on Pearl Jam for $195. And Cindy says, I'll take that one too. Which one are you referring to? Exodus, it's already sold, and Edwin was third. Let's show what's left in here for $24.99 right after I introduce another Japanese pressing. And this is the Monkees. The who? The what? The Monkees. And this is instant replay. Generator is plugged and good to go. Thank you for the reminder. We have a Monkees instant replay with insert, a $35 start, cover and Obi. All right, so what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? We got Tony D in on Pearl Jam at $195. Tony, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, thank you and welcome. And here's what we're going to do. I am going to say that welcome, and you have a long-standing account on YouTube, so you should be good to go. Welcome, and that's a final call to you at $195. So we're about to end that auction. Okay, and now... so here's what's left just from the front. Overkill Under the Influence, 3 left. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, 2 left. These are all 24. Randy Travis, Songs of the Season. Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. We have clips. Also, we have Drain. We have Title Fight, Carolina Polachek. We have Vince Staples, Heaven or Las Vegas Cockatoo Twins, Winter Sun. We have Jail Persona. I always forget that one. Minor Threat, Vader, and Carcass. Okay? I'm going to put those over here with the other $24.99 records from the last crate. And that was Super Drag Plays Regretfully Yours, The Best of Bread, Allman Brothers, Offspring Live, and U2 Live. And now we have almost 2 full crates of leftover $24.99 records. Almost 2 full crates left of $24.99 records. And we'll have to hit those again another time. So, Tony D, you've been outbid on Pearl Jam. Steven's in at $200. I'm going to take these off the table, and it's time to do something a little bit different. It's time to play the game. It's time to play the game. What's next? I don't know. You don't know. He doesn't know. I don't know. Let's sort this last crate over here. So let's say 29. We'll do that for percentage 29. That will be percentage. That's still some of my 1999 records I need to do. 19, 19. We'll do that for 29, 29, 29, 29. That'll be 34. We'll do that one actually for 19. I'll show those at percentage, and that will be 34. All right, so here's some short and sweet $29.99 stuff. Let me see if I can find more to add to it. Here we go. This is pretty recent stuff, too. Here we go. Here we go. And let's see here. Here we go. Here we go. So what's in here? We'll do these for 29. Boy, this is recent stuff here. Goodness gracious. All right, those will be 19 later. That'll be 24. That'll be 24. That'll be 24. We'll go ahead and do that for 29. We'll go ahead and do that for 29. That'll be 24. That'll be 24. We'll do these last two for 29. Last copy of this for 29. Those will be 29. And now all of a sudden we got a bunch of $29.99ers. We got all of a sudden a bunch of $29.99ers. Okay, and let's add to them right here. Whole crate coming up righty now. And we'll start with Tyler Childers. That's my last copy of his new album. You can now get it for just $29.99. Here we go. First thing, Pearl Jam 200, Pearl Jam 205. James Fairfax on the Cockatoo Twins for 24. That is still some claims coming from the last crate. Cockatoo Twins, that's sold to James Fairfax for $24.99. Pearl Jam got a new bid for $215. And then over here, we got Pearl Jam at $225, Pearl Jam at $230, and Curtis Marachi wants an overkill. Curtis Marachi on an overkill. That is sold to Curtis Marachi. And now the first thing out of here is that brand new Tyler Childers album. And it is sold to Lothal for $29.99. But guess what? My crate is super duper full. So let me swap out crates. And let's do this right now. There's that. And let me swap this out with this. And then we got to do that. And then I forgot about this over here. I still got to do that. Golly, that's a lot of stuff to do. First, Tyler Childers is sold to Lothal. Pearl Jam is sold for $230 for Stephen Parton. And the Monkeys was a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35. The Monkeys is a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35. The Monkeys was a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35. Let's do it right over here. That is instant replay. Boom, there it is. Boom, there it is. New auction is going to be this. The last of the Pearl Jam sets, Aladdin. That is Aladdin Theater, 1993. Pearl Jam, this is from the Pearl Jam 10 Club. It is a 2LP EX, and then this too is EX Plus Near Mint Minus, $165 start. Everything in this crate, what have I got here? These are $29.99ers. These are $29.99ers, everybody. Okay? $29.99ers. First thing is a new release, fairly new release. Elvis Presley, Sunset Boulevard, double LP. That is now $15 off at $29.99. Are you kidding me? Kate Bush, Hounds of Love. Do what? $29.99. Styx, that's their newest album, Circling from Above. That's also $29.99. Is this some kind of joke? And then Mazzy Star, Among My Swan, bone-colored vinyl. Mazzy Star is $29. And then Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption. These are all $29.99. What is going on right now? Pearl Jam is now up for bid, $165 start. Our next Japanese pressing. Boy, this is pretty sweet. How about Queen's debut album? Do what? This is Queen's debut album. This is over here, and this is going to go up for a $45 star. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. A $45 star. Romelu C on Elvis. That's sold to Romelu for $29. Donna gets Mazzy Star. Donna gets Mazzy Star for $29. There's one left. What's in the no-bid pile? Give me 1 second. How about the new Prong, Rude Awakening, music on vinyl? That's now $10 off, $29.99. Over here, we got Kiss, Paul Stanley. That's $29.99. Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry's $29. Motorhead, Kiss of Death, silver vinyl. That's now $29. Demu Bigor, Abracadabra. That's green vinyl. And then I have another one right in front of it, Eonian. And this was Coke Bottle Clear, originally $38. This was green, originally $38. Those are now $29. Motorhead was originally $34, silver vinyl. It's now $29. Ministry is originally $39, now $29. Paul Stanley was $38, now $29. Prong is sold to Solarplex, and before that, Stuck 73 got a Paul Stanley. And now, no bid on Pearl Jam, final call for $165. No bid on Queen, looking for $45. Also, Buddy Cordova got Motorhead. That was the last copy of that, silver vinyl. That is sold. Chad Saul's got Ministry. That was the last copy of that, sold. And everything in here is $29.99. That was short and sweet. We still got Demue Bigore. We got Demue Bigore, Paul Stanley Prong, Napalm Death, Mazzy Star, Sticks, Kate Bush with Running Up That Hill, and Elvis Presley, Sunset Boulevard. So what do we have over there? There's 24. There's the other 29s. And have I done this crate here? Okay, so these are percentage. That will be percentage. That will be 34. We'll do, I'm about to add some more 29s. That'll be 34. That's a couple new 24s right there. And then these were 24s. Where's my 24 stuff at? There's my 24 stuff. Okay. And let's add these. Probably about to jump back to the higher price stuff as I finish clearing some of this stuff out. Here's a few more 29s to add. I just got one of each. The first one's Bathory, and that's self-titled, and Motorhead, Everything Louder Forever. That's a 2 LP, and we just got a restock of those in. Now 29. I told you I'd go through everything. There might be somebody waiting on one record. Been waiting for it to pop up for hours. That's what somebody's told me. I'm probably doing in the most recent, so... Here we go. He's even more. Let's do these. Here are some other stuff for $29. You might catch a flash sale on these. This is already at a great price. Now it's another $10 off. The Bob Marley, Babylon by Bus, another $10 off on that. That's $29. And what about Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying? That's a music on vinyl. Another $29.99. We still got 3 of those. We got Hiram Ponte on Bathory for $29. It's DM Limited Color, Demue Bigore, or something else, DM. This one here, this Eonion's on limited Coke bottle clear vinyl, yes. And then Abra Hadabra, limited green vinyl as well, yes. And then Ed and Riviera got a Motorhead. That's on Edwin for $29. There's Stevie Ray and Bob Marley. Nobody bet on Queen. First, Greg Lee got Bob Marley for $29. X-Wing got Bob Marley for $29. Romelu third, Matt Shepard fourth. Queen's a no bid buy it now for $45. So that's our first no bid. Let me run through the other ones right quick. Queen's a no bid, and that is available for a $45. That's their debut album, a Japanese pressing. That's no bid number 1. Next is right next to it, Pearl Jam, also a buy it now for $165. Margaret Gerhold gets Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's sold to Margaret for $29.99. Pearl Jam is available $165. Let me show this to you right quick. It's the Pearl Jam 10 Club, $165. And then Gerald claimed Queen, but before that, Kenny offered $40. So Kenny, it's yours, but it will be $45. Charlie Marks wants one each of the Demue Bigores. Those are $29.99 each. And then over here, we have Monkey's Instant Replay. That is $35. I also have St. Paul and the Broken Bones, $65. And we have Lucero, live from Atlanta. Lucero was a 3 LP box, a 4 LP box, $195 for Lucero. Lucero, $195. Angels and Airwaves is at $85. And we have Juice WRLD for $95. Lucero, $195. Juice WRLD, $95. Angels and Airwaves, $85. St. Paul, $65. Monkey, $65. St. Paul 65, Monkeys 35, and Queen is sold to Kenny for $45. He said charge him and send it to Carly Southers as a free gift. So Kenny's going to pay for this, but let's mail it to Carly Southers, okay? And then the other no bid is going to be Pearl Jam at $165. Haven't had that many no bids in a while, but there's a few things over there that's kind of modern that are pricey, some modern pricey type records, but if anybody wants to make an offer, go right ahead. Bear with me while I do a little bit more sorting. Here's my next $19.99 record. I've only got a handful, and this is $19.99. Randy Travis now playing. I think y'all know those recently just came out. $19.99 on Randy Travis. So that's my last 3 copies. Let's go ahead and knock out some more $19.99 stuff. I got a few more over here. Mostly now playing series. And let's see. There's this one. And these, and yeah, so here are my other $19.99 records. The other 2 or 3 I flashed tonight have all sold. We're about to get back into the 20% off and $34.99 records, which are very popular because that's the big stuff. And these are $20, $19.99, which is 5 off. First thing we have is Romelu on Randy Travis for 19, Donna on Randy Travis for 19, and we have an offer on Pearl Jam for 125. What was I at on it? 165. Let's do 145. That's all meeting in the middle there, Stephen. That's the old meeting in the middle. Angels and Airwaves is sold for $85 to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you on that one. James Hicks gets the last Randy Travis for $19.99. And now the other $19.99 records. First is Pinup Girls. Not easy to get. Richie Valens, red vinyl. Montrose now playing. And The Cure, I Hear No Sound, December 12th, 1979. These are all $19.99. So, Pinup Girls, Richie Valens now playing, Montrose now playing, and The Cure. Pearl Jam, 140 unsold. All right, sell this to Stephen Parton for $140. So now just a couple no bids left. We have slung some vinyl. Tanner just texted me earlier, and he said, how many crates you at? I said, I'm about to fill up our 10th crate, and it's all new vinyl. We haven't sold a single or shown a single vintage LP yet. And he's like, you've got to be joking. I said, Tanner, I don't joke about my work, okay? The Cure is sold to Romelu for $19.99. That leaves Montrose, Richie Valens, and Pinup Girls, okay? Those are $5 off each. That's some of the cheapest new vinyl I'm going to have tonight. All right, now what else was laying over here? And by the way, I've got a bunch of Richie Valens. All right, I hadn't sorted through this crate. This is going to be more 29s. I'm trying to bring over the rest of the 29 stuff to put in the crate here in front of us. These are B29. I'll go ahead and reluctantly do these for 29, this for 29. I'll do this for 29. And here's some other stuff. There's some stuff from Laura. Here's a few more. Those go to the 24. Okay, here's a few more $29.99 records, okay? Here's a few more $29.99 records. Cancer, To the Glory End. Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen, Black Ice Vinyl. That was originally 38. That was originally 36. Sleep Token, This Place Will Become Your Tomb. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, the 2LP expanded. That's now $10 off. Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral. That's on limited edition red vinyl. And Maroon 5, Songs About Jane. $29.99 on that. What's Angels and Airwaves? It's already sold. Chris Frazier on Pinup Girls. That's sold to Chris Frazier for $19.99. Thank you, Chris Frazier. That's sold to you. And for those that always say, Chad, can I make an offer on a new LP? I always say no. We do new vinyl on sale about once a month, and that's pretty much it. That's the only time we do it. And tonight's that night. It's pretty much been a whole show dedicated to it. Pretty much been an entire show dedicated to this, and we are... earlier I said we was at 75%. I bet right now we're at 80, 85%. We've almost shown everything at least once. We're at 80. I bet we're at 80% right now. Yeah, we're definitely at 80%. All right, let me do a couple more sorts here. 34, 34, 34, percentage, and 34. Got to get back into some more of the more pricier stuff, but I promise it will be worth your time and value for what it is. And somehow or another, I've ended up with towers of empty crates over here. And then here's the other percentage stuff, right? Percentage, and 34. Yep. I'm trying to make sure I got all the $29.99ers picked out of this crate here, because if so, we're almost done with those two. Okay, and then over here we have the following. Glenn Kesey on Mammoth, and that's $29. Everything in here is $29.99. Glenn Kesey got Mammoth, George Sherrod got Billy Idol, Adam Bernardi got Maroon 5, and then Scott Arnold got the last Billy Idol. Billy Idol's already sold. Paul Stevens on RV for Richie Valens. Is that for Richie Valens? So thank you, Paul Stevens. That's $19.99. Charlie, we've already sold Billy Idol. These are $29.99. $29.99. Maroon 5, Cro-Mag, Sleep Token, and Cancer. That's the most recent additions. All $29.99. Okay. Moving on. Move this dolly out of the way. And I'm not talking about Parton. I'm talking about a different kind of dolly. All right. Aha! More $29.99ers over here. That, this, that. That will be 34. That will be 24. That will be 34. And we'll do those for 29, 24, 34, 34. A lot of 34 in here. I found a few more 29s out of this crate. I think we're done out of this one. It looks like it. Let me look one more time, and then I got to start picking stuff out of here. All right, that'll be 29. This is really recent stuff here, August 1st. Gosh. I told you I do the most recent stuff last. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm pulling from the most recent of the recent. So if you stuck down, that could be some pretty dang good stuff. All right. These are all 29. I'm adding more to this one. Let me make sure. Let me mix this one up. I'll keep those back to back. Somebody might want both of them. Same thing for that. Okay, here we go. I heard my name. Did I say Paul Stevens? Did I say Stephen Parton? Paul Stevens got Richie Valens. I might have accidentally said Stephen Parton. And then Romelu asked for Maroon 5, and he claims it at 29. And then, hey, Chad, you mentioned something about a coupon calling for Crate Company. You guys work out the deals. Yeah, we are working out how to do that one. We are working out how to do that. So I think it might be almost best for us just to give y'all the code, and y'all order directly. But we still hadn't figured it out, because if we order enough, they might give us a big enough discount, and then we can just charge additional shipping. Tanner was working on the math today. I hadn't got to really meet with him in person. So we're getting very close to officially release all that this week. It will be before the end of the week. All right, I've added more 29. I know the same crate's been up here, but I keep adding and we keep selling. The Cult, pure singles, $29.99 for the Cult, a 2 LP. My only copy. Eminem, the Slim Shady LP. My only copy. And Radiohead, the Benz, I've got 2 copies. These are $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have Stephen Parton on the Cult for $29. One second. Donna on Eminem, $29. Romelu second on the Cult. Adam Bernardi on Radiohead, 1 left. And I have, let me skip the other Radiohead. Let me show Blind Melon. Blind Melon's $29.99. That is self-titled. We have 2 left of Blind Melon, and then we have back-to-back Ingves. We have Eclipse, and we have Rising Force. Those are $29.99. $29.99. Everything you see here. Also, we have Radiohead in Rainbows. That's also $29. We got Blind Melon. That's sold to, whoops, the wrong record. Blind Melon sold to JetBlue 004. Rob Fordham on Blind Melon. Adam Bernardi needs to put back Radiohead. That's only a $10 billion restocking fee. Wow. $10 billion restocking fee. Stuck on Ingve. Let me know if you want Eclipse or Rising Force. You got dibs on both. And we have Reservoir Dogs soundtrack. Just $29.99. Reservoir Dogs soundtrack, $29.99. And Solarplex also on Ingve. We'll see which one Stuck wants, and we'll see what's left. Everything in there is how much? $29.99. Whew. Okay. So Reservoir Dogs, Radiohead, Ingve, Radiohead, Cro-Mag, Sleep Token, Cancer, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Demi Bigore, Paul Stanley. All Paul's right there at Prongs. So Stuck wants Rising Force for $29, and Solarplex wants Eclipse. Okay? There we go. That worked out good. They got 1 each. Okay. I think it's time for me to get back into the 34 and straight percentage stuff before I do anything else. We're down to 3 unsorted crates and 1 that I've restocked here, but a lot of it we've already shown. So let's go ahead and get Charlie Marks of Reservoir Dogs. And Adam Bernardi wants a rainbow in Rainbows. Thank you. And then we have over here Solarplex on a prong. Okay? Solarplex on a prong. Now, that other 29 remainder crate is right over here. Let me make sure I got all this stuff in order. That's the leftover percentage from last time. There's something new percentage. That's new percentage. And then that's new percentage. And then we'll go ahead and do these for 34, that for 34, that for 34, and that for 34. Okay, so the percentage will start with the box set you see, okay? That'll be my good reminder too. All right, so here's, y'all have already seen this one. Some may not have, but these have already been shown, and some of these up front have already been shown. This is the higher price stuff originally. So we'll start with Halloween as a recap. Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2, $10 off, 34. These here will also be 34 until we get to the box set, and then it's a straight percentage. The only auctions I have left are Japanese pressings, and we'll do John Lennon Double Fantasy. We've sold all the advertised stuff except for the no bids right over there. Everything has sold. And here is the first one, John Lennon Double Fantasy. People say I'm crazy doing what I'm doing. I'm just sitting watching the wheels go round and round. $35 start for John Lennon. Okay, first 34, Cranberries, the best of Stars Cranberries. That's now $34.99. Same price for Rammstein. That's an insane price. A 2LP remastered, that's now just $34.99. Soundgarden, the A-sides is $34. You've got to be kidding me. And then 9 Inch Nails with Teeth, that is $34.99. So those are $34.99. That little pocket there. Now we're about to do some 20% off stuff, I guess. Some of these I hate to. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of starting to pace the floors. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I'm starting to get a little hyperventilated. I'm starting to crave my apples and peanut butter. I got to go get my apples and peanut butter. First thing we have is Rammstein. That is so to Stephen Parton. Steve Riley was second. And then JetBlue on Sound. That's for Soundgarden. Steve Riley on 9 Inch Nails. And then Paul next on Rammstein. Then James Fairfax. And the other Soundgarden is so to Lothal. Matt Parsons. John Lennon has one bid for 35. Final call. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. At this point, you're like, my God, Chad, what else could you possibly be putting up for auction tonight? And I'm like, just don't worry, sit back and relax. I've got all kinds of stuff like this right here. The Monkees Golden Story. There is a little bit of discoloration. It's another Monkees, this time a 2LP Japanese. It does have a little bit of discoloration on the insert and the inside of the gatefold jacket, but the vinyl's nice, a $35 start. Time to bring out the handy-dandy calculator. This first record, probably one of the more higher-priced discounts I've gave tonight. This was originally $79, and now it's $63.99. It's the Batman Mondo graphic novel vinyl box set. It was $79.99. Now it's $63.99. Next, this is now $43.99. First time ever on vinyl, Blackstone Cherry Magic Mountain. That was $54, now $43. 20% off, $63.99. In front of that, these were, I sold one earlier. We have two more. I knew they would pop up eventually. And these are, I need a price check on this one actually. I have these at $45.59. It's a weird price because it's $56.99 sticker. And this is White Line, the best of White Line. That's $56. Now it is $45.59. Sorry, I'm having to make some notes over here so I can remember these on sale prices faster. And then John Lennon, that is sold for one bid, $35. And that is sold to Kevin J. Reeds. Thank you. Beautiful boys on that one too. Final call, that means on the Monkees. And that's a going to once and a going to twice. Okay, awesome. Let's put that right over here. See you later, alligator. See you later, John. I saw a picture today on Facebook. They think it's one of the last photos ever taken of John Lennon. It's really blurry and dark because the flash didn't go off. But it was taken at 4:30 in New York in December. So it's already really dark outside. But it's just a pretty eerie picture. He's looking right at the camera. And it was, I think, taken pretty much right before he was unfortunately assassinated. Okay, and then here we go. This is now $39.99. 20% off Chris Cornell. 20% off Chris Cornell. That's now $39.99. I've only got one. And now we're back to old stuff. Here is Tool Lateralis. and Tool is now $47.99. You may have seen that earlier. Only one STP left, and STP is $47.99 as well. Chris Cornell is sold for $39.99 to X-Wing 81. And then we had Mudvayne. That was $43.99. 311 was $37.59. Rick James was $43.99. Taylor Swift was $43.99. And Kiss was $43.99. So JetBlue gets the Stone Temple Pilots. That's sold to JetBlue for $47.99. Thank you on that one. Nobody bid on the Monkeys. That's a buy now for $35. Golden Story. Vinyl's very nice. A little bit of that humidity discoloration. Hey, hey, we're the Monkeys. And people say we monkey around. I'm a believer, I couldn't leave her if I tried. And then I saw her face. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. I'm not your stepping stone. The local rock group down the street is trying hard to learn this song. Time for more. Next, not me singing monkey song, time for more discounts. Let's go bring this over crate. I think, like I said, I'm down to 3 crates of unsorted. 3 crates of unsorted. And I might add more to this in just a second, okay? And let's do a little bit of that. And that way I can officially say we've shown everything. Well, I'm almost done. I can say we've almost shown everything. I don't know if there's anybody still waiting for something. They're like, Chad, this hadn't come up, this hadn't come up. I've got 3 unsorted crates, probably 2 after I condense them, but it's about to be more. Some of the higher stuff gets looked over early because it's more expensive. I try to go for the best discounts I can, so. And we have Kevin gets the Monkeys for $30. Thank you on that. Charcoal burning everywhere, rows of houses, they're all, wow, it's got the lyrics, nice. Man, they have some great songs. I thought was only true in fairy tales. When the more I give, the less I got. Oh, a little bit me, that's a good one too. Walk out, girl, don't you walk out. We've got things. That's one of my favorites there. Awesome. Okay, everybody's getting sleepy. 11:21. We hadn't done a single vintage crate all night. I don't know if I've ever done that before. We haven't done a single vintage crate all night. Let's see, 34, 34, 29. I got a little bit more sorting here to do. So 34, 34, 34. These would definitely be 29. Let's add those to 25. That's 24. Here, I'll show one quick 24. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. 24 on that one. 34, 34, 34. And I can't believe I'm doing this, but it's eligible. I promised everything. And this is really one of the only box sets we have in stock tonight. 20% off. You can get Pulse right now for $91.99. You can get Pulse for $91.99. $91.99 for Pulse. You can get Metallica right now for $24.99. And let's do some more. Here's 2 more 24s. Pink Floyd Metal on sale. Echoes. $24.99. Now, this little crate here is going to be more additional $34.99ers. More additional $34.99ers. And these are some amazing titles. I think they're all $10 off. Yeah, everything in here is $10 off. Solarplex gets Metallica for $24.99. That leaves 2 Pink Floyd medals. Mortgage Guy Rob, second on Metallica, and Matt Parsons wants the Pulse box, okay? Well, the first thing I got to do is start a new crate because we have just filled up 10 crates of sold items. That is amazing. 10 crates of sold items. That is now full, and now we're about to fill up our 11th. We're now to fill up our 11th. Holy moly. Okay, $34.99. We have Pink Floyd at $91.99. It's gone. Over here, we got The Cure, Disintegration, $10 off, $34.99. Radiohead Kid A, $34.99. Radiohead OK Computer, $34.99. And The Cure's Greatest Hits. So what is that? 34, 34, 34, 34. Cure, Radiohead, Cure. Okay, there we have it. What was the Taylor Swift? That was Red Taylor's version. The on-sale price is $43.99. Tanner, yeah, I think if you want me to go ahead and do that, I can. And he was painting his soon-to-be son's nursery. And he might already be hit the hay. Tanner usually gets here at like 5 a.m. and he was still awake. He said, I'm not going to be in when I normally do. Okay, so Robert Barnett and X-Wing, did y'all want Disintegration or Greatest Hits? Did y'all want Disintegration or Greatest Hits? Let me know on that. Have I added more 24s recently? Yeah, here's $24.99 stuff I hadn't shown. And I just put Pink Floyd in there so I'll know where to start. I've added a few more 29s. Is there any more 24s left over here? Let me check this. There is. There's a lot. Okay, now we're about to go back down to the $24.99 stuff. I've got several in here, including this handful of stuff of Laura's. And let's go through that, okay? Let's go through that. And let me bring over these first. Okay, let's bring those over first. And the first thing we have, mortgage. So mortgage was for that and Disintegration. Okay, so $34.99. Robert Barnett on The Cure and X-Wing on The Cure. And then we have Adam Bernardi on OK Computer for $34.99. And so we got The Cure, we got Radiohead, and Radiohead. And those are all $34.99. Those are available. Let me put those back here with the other $34.99 records. And now we're ready for some new $24.99 stuff. And I know where whoops, I got a crate to move. I can start right here. With this, where we left off in the last $24.99 crate. And we left off right here in the last $24.99 crate. And that was Overkill Under the Influence. One left, Half-Speed Master, Yellow Marble Vinyl. And then we have Pink Floyd Metal for $24.99. And Halloween Part 1, Keeper of the Seven Keys. Let me go grab a few more Japanese pressings. I can still run a few auctions. And I got a Miles Davis coming up. Yes, you heard me correctly. A Miles Davis coming up. Yeah, you heard me correctly. A Miles Davis auction coming up. A Japanese pressing. Yes, you heard me correctly. A Miles Davis in Berlin. And this thing's in shrink with the Obi. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert Miles Davis in Berlin. That is Japanese at $35. JetBlue gets Halloween for $24. Solarplex on OK Computer. And that means we're sold out of OK Computers. That's sold to Solarplex for $34.99. And now more new $24.99 stuff. Coffee soundtrack, Roy Ayers. $10 off. That's now $24.99. Exodus, Tempo the Damned. There's another copy that's popped up. Natural with yellow and red splatter. That's $24.99. And then Dwarves. And this is called Rex Everything. Dwarves is $5 off. It is $24.99. Also, Mazzy Star, She Hangs Brightly. Aqua Black Marble Vinyl. That is now $24.99. Motorhead Self-Titled, $24. Overkill Under the Influence. There's another copy, $24.99. Super Drag Plays Regretfully Yours, $24. The Best of Bread. Dwayne and Greg Allman. The Offspring Burn It Up. And U2 Live Out of Control. Okay, Solarplex on OK. So he wanted not OK Computer, you wanted Overkill. No OK Computer for him, he wanted Overkill. Okay, so that was right back here, Overkill. That's sold to Solarplex. JetBlue got Mazzy Star, and that's $24.99. Paul Stevens is in on Miles Davis for $35, going once, going twice, final call. Next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It is Blondie Hunter. And Blondie is near mint minus and pristine as well. Beautiful Japanese pressing. There's the LP. Here is the cover and Obi. Should have an insert booklet with it. Blondie's a $35 start. I think that's all I added there. Yeah, this stuff I've already shown. So really the new stuff there is Motorhead, Dwarves, Exodus, Roy-Ayers, and Pink Floyd. Okay, I'm going to take that off the table. And now I actually I'm going to have to get an empty crate to put all this other new $24.99 in. So here comes another new crate, $24.99. $24.99. Here comes the other new crate. And these are all $24.99. Some of this stuff here early was some of the most recent stuff that I think Laura's ordered. Turnstile, Never Enough, $24.99. Snail Mail Lush, $24. Chapel Roan, The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess Pop Star Edition. Rat Wars, that is on red vinyl for $24. We have Haley Williams for $24. Japanese Breakfast Jubilee. Faye Webster, I Know I'm Funny. And then 2-star, The Dream Police, that's McGee. That's now $24. Also, AC/DC 74 Jailbreak. AC/DC For Those About the Rock. Metallica Kill 'Em All, AC/DC Dirty Deeds, AC/DC Powerage, and Demu Migor Stormblast. So first thing is Paul Stevens. I'm going to go ahead and tag you for the Miles Davis for $35. Thank you, Paul Stevens. That is sold to you. That is sold to you. And now Blondie is moving to a final call. Going once, going twice. Next comment is we have an offer on Lucero for $195. I think I had it at $195, right? I'll do it for $175. I'll do it for $175 if you want it. And then JetBlue got Haley Williams for $24.99. That is sold to JetBlue for $24.99, okay? So thank you on that. And what else is next? That's all new additions for $24.99. Demu Bigor, I can tell it's getting late, even though we have 207 people still watching. AC/DC in the discount crate, unclaimed. And Demu Bigor, and so AC/DC Powerage, AC/DC, Kill 'Em All, Metallica in here as well. That's crazy. And that one, and that one. And then all the newer indie stuff that she's ordered as well. Okay, let me grab another Japanese pressing right quick. And this is Whitney Houston. What's it called? Whitney Houston. So Whitney Houston has like 3 albums. One's called Whitney, one's called Whitney Houston, and another one's called Whitney Houston. She kind of did the Peter Gabriel thing. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It does have the insert with it. There's the cover and Obi. Whitney's a $35 start. Michael Herrera wants Jailbreak, and that's sold to Michael for $24.99. Okay, for those that keep saying this is my last crate, this is my last crate, if you can stick around, there's only one more crate to go through, okay? There's only one more crate to go through. If you can stick around, then you have seen everything. And I think the way I'm going to do this one is just let me sort it. Let me just sort it as is, and we'll read through everything, okay? Let me just sort it as is, and we'll just put everything in here, and here, this will be it. We'll do the on-sale percentage stuff up front, etc., etc. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull these out. Let's do this. Okay, so I had Richie Valens earlier. Richie Valens is $19.99. Now playing red vinyl, Richie Valens, $19.99. And those were $24. And I have several of those. I'm going to put them over here with the other $19.99 stuff, which is Montrose. And I would claim to me by bought it last night. Never feel bad about that, because I've always told somebody, so I was like, man, why didn't I wait? And I'm like, well, it could have got sold, or you never know. I could have mixed it in earlier and you might have missed out on it tonight. You never know. I've always told people, don't ever feel bad about that, because you never know. I could have, since there might have been 2 or 3, I could have shown it earlier tonight. Then somebody would have grabbed them on sale, and then you would have been out without one totally. So, and then let me free up some space by pulling these out. I ordered these, and I thought I would sell out immediately, and I'm going to go ahead and put them on sale. These are just $29.99. $29.99. King Diamond Abigail. Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $29.99. Okay, let me get caught up here in the comments now. So first thing is this. The Taylor Swift Red in the previous 2 crates. Red is $43.99. It's a 4LP Taylor's version, $43.99. Next comment is, are you going to have used tonight? Yes. And then how much is AC/DC? Everything in that last crate was $24.99. $24.99 on AC/DC Powerage. If you're just joining us, we're doing everything $24.99. Or excuse me, we're doing nothing but on sale vinyl. And we have a claim for Pink Floyd metal. That was over here, Michael Herrera. So we hit 20,000 subscribers today on YouTube, and I pretty much changed the whole dynamic of tonight's show. I said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put every new LP on sale tonight, and that's what we've been doing. I thought Lucero's one, maybe that's Pearl Jam. It was. Let me double check it myself. I think Lucero, yeah, $195. I'll do it for $175. Okay. And then Mortgage Guy Rob wants Metallica Kill 'Em All, Searching, Seek and Destroy, Jump in the Fire, and Josh Brown, that's $24. Josh Brown gets Powerage for $24.99. Okay? And Blondie is a buy it now for $35, and so is Whitney Houston. I'll go ahead and make those buy it nows, and then I'll re-sleeve them as soon as I bring this crate over. I'm trying to free up some space. King Diamonds, Abigail, for $29.99. So those are 34. That's 29. That will be percentage. Let's see. I guess I need to move. We'll do it this way, yeah. So we'll do that percentage. We'll do that percentage. Those will be 34 then, and that'll be 29. That'll be the cheapest one I have. Those, I'll go ahead and do that for 24. That'll be 24. That'll be 24. That'll be 24. These will be 34. And those will be 24. And the last crate, I'm just going to combine everything together. We'll make those 34. We'll make that 24. We'll make those 24. Those will be 34. And that needs to go in a completely different category. And we'll make those reluctantly, big time reluctantly, 34. So here we go. So I've got a really good crate here all sorted out. We're going to do these at 34 and that at 34, and we'll do those at 29. Okay, and then that will be a percentage record. Okay, let me get caught up on the comments, and I have a whole crate, and this, I think this is everything. I'll tie up some loose ends. But I think this is it. And there's no way I could do a recap because there's 1, 2, 3. Counting this one, there's going to be 5. There's going to be 6 crates of leftovers. But that's pretty amazing. That means our entire new vinyl inventory in this entire store, I think I can put down into 6 crates now. That is pretty remarkable. So, here we go. First record is the cheapest new vinyl LP I have. Cheapest new vinyl. Larry Drish wants to know the condition of Lucero. Lucero, Larry Drish is negotiating with this right now. It is EX overall. It's not bad whatsoever. We had that at $195 tonight. Some of them have sold for as much as $300. Paul was thinking $195 and then up from there. I thought Sean Lee Hooker was going to buy it. He must be passing. And then, so I would love to sell it to you. If not, there's another offer for Shane. And Shane, right now, Larry was talking about it, and we might end up selling to him. I'm at $175 on that. But we'll see what happens, okay? I got a lot. I ordered a lot today, but now I know what's left. And also doing the, especially after tomorrow morning's video, I kind of know what y'all don't want for a while. There are certain artists and just certain things that I just know not to order again for a while. And I'll bring them back in another 30 days or 60 days. Okay, so Taylor Swift, unless I missed it, Donna, this was $43.99. That was the 20% off price. That's my only Taylor Swift record left in the store, I think. $165. Let's sell this to Larry Drish for $165. He asked first. He's made the highest offer. It's sold. Let me go ahead and put Whitney and Blondie in a sleeve. These are $35. And actually, let me show you all the no bids. There's not many left. And we're done. And then I'm going to show you the cheapest new vinyl I have. Well, actually, there might be one a little bit cheaper. But Whitney Houston, $35. and Blondie 35. And I've already got sleeve for it. Okay, good. Saves me 30 seconds. Time is money on here, believe me. Okay, so Blondie 35, Whitney 35, Monkeys 35. And then here's two of the tagged auctions for tonight. St. Paul and the Broken Bones, dark purple vinyl, Sea of Noise, $65. And then Juice WRLD. And Juice WRLD is called Legends Never Die. It is purple vinyl with alternate cover, $95. Here we go. $14.99. Windy City Blues, The Transition. Pine Top, State Street Boys, Washboard Sam. Robert Lee McCoy, Sonny Boy Williamson, Robert Lockwood, Guitar, Pete Franklin. Tampa Red, Tony Hollins and Johnny Shines, $14.99 on Windy City Blues. I've got two. X-Wing wants one of them, $14.99. St. Paul is sold for $50. Let's find a home for Juice WRLD. The Japanese stuff is also best offer. St. Paul sold for $50 to Joseph Ellis. Now, these are $24.99. Slayer, Live Undead. Slayer is on blue and black split colored vinyl with lyric photo and large poster. Slayer, just $24.99. Also $24.99, Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. Also $24.99, Gothic Echoes, Joy Division, Ministry, Rosetta Stone, Kristen Death, Switchblade Symphony. Also $24.99, Foo Fighters, self-titled. Those are $24.99. Also $24.99, Kiss, Psycho Circus. That is now $24.99, Psycho Circus. And the Batman soundtrack, music from the TV show. Everything you're hearing me say is on sale prices. $24.99 for Batman. In front of that is REM Monster, 25th anniversary. That's $24.99. Carcass Surgical Steel. This is our first $29.99. So Carcass is $5 more. Heartwork Ultimate Edition, $29.99. $29.99. $29.99 for Carcass. That's where it goes to $29. Lothel on FF for Foo Fighters. That's $24. X-Wing on REM for $24. Pickle on Psycho Circus for $24. And Paul Stevens on WCB. And that was for Windy City Blues. That sold to Paul Stevens for $14.99. Glenn over on Twitch on Foo Fighters for $24. And Trent Dugas on Batman. Trent, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Noah Colwell on Psycho Circus for $24. So Carcass is $29. The only $24.99 stuff left is Gothic Echoes, Joy Division, and Slayer. And then the only other $29.99 is Metal Massacre. Metal Massacre, $29. Kevin says Blondie and Whitney for $55. Sold. That just leaves Juice WRLD and the Monkeys. All right, those are sold for $55. Juice WRLD and the Monkeys. Next is Oasis, $34.99. $10 off. What's the Story? Morning Glory. Nice. Great price on that. First-time buyer. Thank you, Trent. Welcome to Coletco. So we do $8 in limited shipping, and that's for all week. That begins tonight for you because you just made your first purchase. And you can buy the rest of tonight. I'll be here for probably another hour or two. And then you've got tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then we invoice on Monday. You may not hear from us until Monday. And as long as you send us a DM on Facebook, or there's also a link where you can fill out the form to our website. Either one's okay with me. Okay? Just welcome. And Juice WRLD for $75 sold to JetBlue $75. That's sold. Now we have Metal Massacre for $29. And BK over on YouTube wants Carcass for $29. Oasis is $34. So is Lana Del Rey, NFR. Lana Del Rey was $46, now $34. And then Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly, that's now just $34.99, the 10th anniversary edition. And then Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, that's $10 off, now $34.99. Also $34.99, insanely, is Hall & Oates Mo-Fi. Mo-Fi for $34. And Herbie Hancock Analog Productions is $34. Wow. $34.99 on Herbie Hancock Analog Productions and Hall & Oates Mo-Fi. What is going on all of a sudden? Probably everybody's like, Chad, are you okay? Do we need to check your noggin? Is your noggin okay, Chad? Are you sure you want to do this? Or are you going to wake up in the morning and be like, good God, what did I do last night? Holy moly, what is going on around here? I know one thing. I am ready for my apples and peanut butter. I am in dire need of a snack right now. My brain has been full going for how many seconds? Whatever we've been going, 6 hours. I'm getting dizzy. I can't see straight. Donna on Kendrick Lamar for $34.99. Joy Fino on Kid Rock featuring the smash hit song Bow Wada Dong, a Dinga Dinga Gadonga Dong. And then GB Uno Uno. Who is GB Uno Uno over on Twitch? You get Hall & Oates for $34.99. And then Margaret Gerhold said no. No, she said Hall & Oates for $34. That just leaves Herbie Hancock, okay? That's Francis Bueno, okay? Sorry, I was calling you Bueno Uno. And then we have the Cars, nice. Rhino, High Fidelity. For how much? Just $34.99. And now we got a few straight percentage records. I've got a few straight percentage records. I hope y'all ready. Straight percentage records. The first one is now $47.99. That's 20% off for Leonard Skinner Analog Productions. Do what? You heard me right. $47.99 on that. And then I also have pronounced Leonard Skinner to be a simple kind of man. That's also $47.99. And Mars Volta is also $47.99. Francis the Mute. Wow, that was a great crate there. $47.99. So I've only got a few loose ends over here to tie up. And we've gone through everything. There's a couple things that I am thinking that people have asked for that I hadn't pulled yet. And I've got two of those right over here. So obviously not going to show those right now. I'm going to put those away. And I think, oh, I got to pull these for somebody. And I got to pull that for somebody. So I'm going to leave those there. And then I have some like part one, part two things. And the reason I'm not going to show those is because I think I'm waiting for others to come in so we can complete sets. So I don't want to screw that up. So I'm not going to show any part one, part twos. And then I had one more higher priced record here. And I have the cheapest, the truly cheapest record of the night. And I have our second most expensive non-box set item, okay? And so let me show these right now. The first one is, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Rob Fordham on Mars Volta, so that is now $47.99. Adam Bernardi gets each of the Skinnards. Those are $47.99. And have I not shown some 29s? Do I have more 29s I hadn't shown? Aha, I do have more. I have more 29s I hadn't shown. You're right. I do have more 29s I hadn't shown. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay, but first, here's some more 20% off. This is a bizarre price, so I had to wait for it. $61.59 for Fear Inoculum. $61.59. And this is $55.99 Anthrax. Anthrax is $55.99, Sound of White Noise. And Tool Fear Inoculum is $61.59. There's some higher price stuff, but those are 20% off. Okay, and then here's a few more $29.99ers. And here's what I got. Limp Bizkit, Dr. Dre, Television, and that is numbered, and Morbid Angel, Heretic. Limp Bizkit, Dre, Television, and Morbid Angel. Okay? First thing I have is Lothel, Matt Parsons on Fear Inoculum, and that is $61.59. $61.59, thank you. And then over here for $29.99, Limp Bizkit. And Limp Bizkit is sold to Stephen Parton. James Young, there it is, Limp Bizkit. It's just one of those days. He's doing it for the nookie, everybody. And then we have Dr. Dre. That is sold to JetBlue for $29. Larry Drish on Television for $29. And don't forget earlier, I showed King Diamond for $29. Abigail. Anthrax was $55.99. King Diamond's on blue vinyl. And I'm going to put those right, nope, I'm going to put those right here. Okay, I only had one Dre and one of these. Did I show this stuff? Hold on a minute. There might be a few more 29s. I don't think I showed these because they probably would have sold. Yeah. I added these 2 records right here. Wow. 2112 and Fly By Night's 29. Those were originally 36. 29 on those. 29 on those. And this is the cheapest record I have that's new and sealed. PJ Harvey is $9.99. PJ Harvey is $9.99. Rushes are 29s. Have I shown everything? I think that's it. I think that's it, everybody. I've already told you all about those. I've got those in. That's it. I have shown every single new LP product that we have in inventory on sale tonight. It's all been gone through at least once. It took me 6 hours. I have not shown really any new stuff except for that one crate. We've not done any vintage, and we've just a little bit of distraction from auctions. 6 hours later, and we're done. And now it's time for part 2. We've went through every new LP in inventory. Wow. And now that you know you've seen everything, and you're like, you know what? I can still buy a few more. Chad, go ahead and give me this or give me that. You can do that right now. Wow. So let's see what's going on now. So first thing we have is we had PJ Harvey. That's just $9.99 to Mark Stanley. Sean Druin wants a King Diamond for $29. And then Alonzo wants a Dirty Deeds. Done dirt cheap. Dirty Deeds. And they're done dirt cheap. And that's sold to Alonzo for $24.99. There is that. And then, wow, what a night. Smasher single night. Yeah, we're there. Josh, I got Clockwork Angels on the way for you. We're sold out of television. And there's that. Tyler, Creator, Don't Tap the Glass. I don't know if I've ever done that. I don't know if I've ever ordered that. We have filled up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We're about to do 11 crates. Or actually, the 11th crate is full. So we can do vintage. And is there anybody interested in on-sale puzzles? Before I start walking all the way up there and bringing them back. And, you know, and I know some people have to go to bed because you got to wake up in 5 hours from work. Please don't be late for work. Please don't be fired. Please keep your job so you can pay your bill on Monday. But thanks for sticking with me. And we're not done. I'm about to go through some vintage stuff. I promised we'd either go through 1 or 2 crates best offer. And then I kind of need to probably maybe see who new's on. And I really need to probably stop. I mean, we've sold already a truckload. We've sold tonight what we sometimes sell in 2 nights. By the time we're done, after I go through some vintage and we'll sell what we normally do in 2 nights. So that's pretty amazing. And there's 2 crates of $24.99 left. There's 2 crates of $29.99 left, and they probably could be condensed. There's that. Okay. If you want any puzzles, $19.99. We'll start right back here with these. Metallica, Iron Maiden, Lynyrd Skynyrd, all $19.99. The price on the cars is $5 off, $34.99. I think I'm making $5 on that at $34.99. Not big margins on that stuff. $34.99 on the cars. I think those honestly, I think those cost me $30.87. So that's wholesale. So give you an idea when I put this stuff on sale. $24.99 or $34.99 on that. Any Smokey and the Bandit? Yeah, I got Smokey and the Bandit. And then Mark Stanley wants an Iron Maiden. And so Anthrax over here, Jamie, is Sound of White Noise, transparent, violet, and white with black splatter, limited edition of 1,400. The on-sale price is $55.99. Okay, and then Jim Ciascio wants a Cars, and that has filled up this crate. And now let's swap out. We'll give Mark Stanley the Iron Maiden puzzle. We'll do puzzles tonight for $19.99. And I'll start slowly going through that inventory, okay? Slowly but surely. And let's do vintage. Anybody still hanging around been like, yeah, Chad, I've been waiting for those vintage crates for 30 hours. But I was very upfront about it. I was like, I don't know if we'll even get to these. If we do, it'll be late. But we got to go through at least some. I don't know if I've ever had a show and not gone through any vintage before. Okay. And is there a Ride the Lightning? There actually may be, yes. I'll start bringing them back here. John Griffin, let me make sure I have one on hand before I say I do. Okay, and I'll give you an answer in, give me 10 seconds. I think it's on this bottom crate. Norman, Coyle, Smokey. You got the last one, I think. All right. And then that's so to John Griffin. And then Pickle wants both Leonard Skinnards. Well, one already sold. Nothing fancy sold, but I can give you this one for $47.99. And the puzzles, when they're put together, they're $24.99. This Iron Maiden is sold to Mark Stanley for $24, or excuse me, for $19. John Griffin got Smokey and the Bandit for $24. Yes, this puzzle was sold for $19.99 to Mark Stanley, and then I still got Rush, Fly, and 2112 for $29. I can get more Mars Volta. It would be sticker price. The way I've done waiting list tonight, if anybody wants an album we sell out of, it will have to be the original sticker because tonight's prices are obviously on sale. I'm probably not going to run any more auctions. With that being said, I would love for somebody to make an offer on the Monkeys. That's the only unsold auction tonight. And I'm about to start sorting these with other stuff. Sold to Denise for $28. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, that right there is what I'm talking about. And I don't have much room over here for this stuff. I don't really. I might can get it over here. Did Donna wanted Taylor Swift early? Am I crazy? Donna wanted Taylor Swift, didn't she? Yeah, I didn't pull this yet. Donna got Taylor Swift for $43.99. Donna, in fact, did get Taylor Swift. I hope she's still watching. Clutch Deluxe of the new release. Nope. We didn't have any of those. I'm going to do one walkthrough. I think that's it. I've went through everything. So I've got a pretty good idea in my head, my brain, my memory. Unless there's a new crate mixed in over here in the vintage stuff. If so, I don't think it is. No. There shouldn't be anything left over here. And Tanner emptied the rack, so I'll go walk up there and make sure. And all right, and then Morbid Angel, Rush, King Diamond, and Carcass. Those were $29. Let's put those over here in the 29 crate. And then the 24 crate is right here. And still got for 24 Gothic Echoes, Joy Division, and Slayer. And it's going to be a big video in the morning. A lot of stuff to read through. Probably do probably what we'll do is a 6 a.m. $24.99 video. And then I may have to split up the other stuff for 9 o'clock. Okay? First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring over the first crate of vintage for the night, which is New Arrivals, check condition. New Arrivals, check condition. Jamie Butler is going to grab that Anthrax, and that was $55.99. Okay. And Stephen Parton wants the Gothic comp for $24. Sweet. Let me go grab a handful of puzzles now. And we're about to do some vintage New Arrivals at midnight for Buy It Now Best Offer. Amazing. Fantastical. Logical. Magical. I get that Supertramp rhythm stuck in my head. Memorable, magical. Chad's pretty dang hungry too. I might grab a snack while I'm up here so I can get through this vintage stuff. So logical, magical. Is this puzzles? Yeah, let's grab this stack first. It's a long ways to the top if you want to rock and roll. Mm-hmm. In yeah, Santa Donna, run dun dun, went the run dun, dun 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 dun, beep bop. $19.99. We're going to start with 5, all different. These are $19.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Motorhead, Orgasmatron. Motorhead, Bomber. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son. And those are all $19.99. Okay, and they were 24. Those are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. Vintage New Arrivals, buy it now, best offer. Let's get started. I hadn't even looked at them. Peter Gabriel, The Melt album. Peter Gabriel is VG Plus, $24.99. Peter Gabriel, VG Plus, $24.99. The Melt album. The History of Eric Clapton, VG Plus, $24.99. Nice. This has music from Cream, Derek and the Dominoes, Blind Faith, and some of his solo career, $24.99. Thomas gets Iron Maiden for $19.99. So did Thomas Hujar. Now, let's go ahead and do another one. Whiplash, Metallica, $19.99. Whiplash, $19.99. I've got 2 of those. Journey, this is EX Condition, $17.99. Journey Infinity. Journey Infinity, nice. Ooh, Feeling That Way. When the Lights Will in the Sky. Some big songs on that one. Nazareth, 2XS. Nazareth is VG Plus, $14.99. Roy Gallagher Live, Polydor label, VG Plus, $14.99 on Roy Gallagher. Also, Neil Young, Time Fades Away. Neil Young is a top loader. It has the original lyric poster, VG Plus, $24.99. Renee Beardsley on The Journey. Now, Renee, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, I need to get you registered, or do I just not recall your name? I've got you down for Journey, and then over here we got Jethro Tull, To Be Thick as a Brick. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick, has the original newspaper cover. It folds down and it opens up like a newspaper, and that is $24.99 on Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. Let's show a few more puzzles right quick. I think I can tilt up my camera just a hair. There we go. All right, and then the next one I have is Queen's Greatest Hits. Dun, dun, dun. Ba-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. I am carrying my mom. She got me hooked now. I'm Karen's mom. Karen. I don't know if I got that correctly. Slaughter is new for Friday. It's called Revolution. It's first time ever on vinyl, $38.99. And Godsmack, we still got those long out of print for $33.99. Okay. Karen is your mom. Okay, Karen's your mom. Karen, I was trying to figure out what Karen. I was like, sorry, we probably have about 30 Karens. Karen Robbins, okay. So you'll be picking up in the store, or do you need shipping? And if you need shipping, make sure you message us with your information. Actually, I need you to message us regardless at some point with your information. Cosmo Kramer on Slaughter. There's 1 Slaughter left. Thank you on that. Okay, so let me jump over here right quick and make sure I've taken care of this. Welcome then, Renee. Karen Robbins is your mom. Thank you and welcome, okay? Next thing is Jethro Tull. And then James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. I've seen Fire and I've seen Rain. VG, $12.99. Original Warner Brothers sleeve. Original green label, $12.99. Elvis is back. A 1960 mono Indianapolis. VG, $34.99. Elvis is back. Elton John, Captain Fantastic. Brown Dirt Cowboy. That is $24.99. Now 19. Doing puzzles. Continuing the sale of new merchandise Puzzles are $19.99. Also, the best of Arlo Guthrie, that's VG $9.99. James Taylor is sold to Stephen Parton for, I'll go ahead and sell it to you. I should have countered that one. Loverboy, that's VG plus $12.99 on Loverboy. Bruce Springsteen, The Wild, The Innocent, The E Street Shuffle, VG $9.99 for Springsteen. Also, John Lennon, Imagine. Imagine you buying this record. It's VG plus $29.99. Imagine you putting that on and listening to it. Imagine. It has the poster with it. $29.99. Just imagine. And then Montrose with Sammy Hagar. VG plus $14.99. And Traffic. Feeling all right. It's actually just called Traffic. It's VG Condition $12.99. VG $12.99. And we have the Hellcats. Look at that soundtrack. The Arrows, the Sunways, the Hellcats from 1967. VG $29.99. Bruce Springsteen, $7 to Greg Lee. You got it. That is sold. And then Loverboy, unless I already got it yesterday, can you check? I cannot check. We have nothing keyed in. And it might not even be, it could be days before we could tell you what you got. We have John Lennon for $25 to Stephen Parton, and Montrose is called Montrose, VG plus $14.99. Joy, I'll give you a little clue that a lot of regulars will tell you. You probably want to write down what you're buying. Otherwise, you'll end up buying doubles, triples, and we can't key stuff in live, so sometimes it's several days before it's caught up. Also, we have the Yardbirds Little Games. Nice. That's something we don't get to. VG plus $29.99. The Yardbirds Little Games. Jimmy Page is on that one. Yes, that Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. Also, Hiram Aponte on Montrose. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed is VG plus $19.99. Madonna Like a Virgin. VG plus $24.99. I don't think I've sold a Loverboy debut this week. The best of my memory, I don't think I've sold a Loverboy debut. We have James Taylor, VG plus $17.99. I've got ZZ Top's Worldwide Texas Tour. Boy, this is rare. This is rare. Worldwide Texas Tour, VG $39.99. It's a promo-only sampler. 1976, ZZ's Worldwide Texas Tour, VG $39.99. Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You, VG plus $12.99. And Chuck Berry Bio, VG plus $29.99. But I honestly don't think I have sold, a OG Loverboy self-titled this week. On that, let me open this up. And how many describes? So we got up to 2,029. Great. Joy Fino, ZZ Top. I was about to say, I'm probably going to keep that one a sticker. And somebody came in right behind you and claimed it. So it's yours if you want it for $39. If not, it's sold to Pickle. And then we have Hotel California on a Dark Desert Highway, EX $32.99. It has the original on her sleeve. $32.99. Eagles, Hotel California, a classic album. We have Joy Fino on Loverboy. It's up to you on ZZ Top at sticker. If not, it's sold to Pickle. Thomas Third, William Meadows, Madonna 20. Let's go ahead and sell that to William Meadows for 20. Few more puzzles right quick. I've got another Dead Kennedys. I do. There's another Dead Kennedys. Give me convenience or give me death. And then I have a few more here for $19.99. And this is Iron Maiden Killers, Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood, and Queen's Greatest Hits. Only time tonight, these will be $19.99. Only time. And first thing is Joy does want the ZZ Top at sticker. Joy also gets Hotel California. And we have Peter Gabriel Security, Shock the Monkey. EX, $29.99 with Hop sticker and the original on her sleeve, Shock the Monkey. Also, we have The Clash, Combat Rock. Should I Stay or Should I Go? VG $24.99, original on her sleeve. Rock the Casbah. This is a Terre Haute, no commercial in track B5. No commercial in track B5. And it's on the second Epic label. VG $24.99. Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. VG $12.99. Boston's debut is VG plus $19.99. Woke up this morning feeling fine. No, that's Herman's Hermits. Woke up this morning Hold on a minute. I know this. Woke up this morning to start my day. Wait a minute. Is that how that goes? I need a lyric check. How does that song start off? We've all heard it a million times. Start my day, found myself in a familiar song. I close my eyes. Little Games, $25. Where was that at? Is that in here? This here, Eric Van Leuven. I will sell this to you for $35. Not bad. A Yardbirds album I don't get too often. Does have a little bit of wear there, it looks like. And that's VG Plus $39.99. I'll do it for $35. I woke up this morning, the feeling was gone. Is this one of those things like we're in a simulation and the lyrics have changed? And it's going to be like, that's not the lyrics I remember? Now, the song that came to mind was Woke Up This Morning Feeling Fine. That's Hermits. On my mind. Dun, dun, I'm betting you, girl. And then Boston starts off More Than a Feeling. I don't know. I'm going to have to Google it. Eric Van Leuven on Little Games for $35. Alice is Lace and Whiskey. VG for $12.99. VG $12.99. The Clash is VG $24.99. VG $24.99 on The Clash. Boston, More Than a Feeling lyrics. I can't believe no one's bought it yet. I looked out this morning and the sun was gone. I turned on some music to start my day. I lost myself in a familiar song. I closed my eyes, then I slipped away. There it is. What an amazing album. VG Plus, $19.99. That's More Than a Feeling. Wow, Peace of Mind. And then what about Long Time? It's been such a long time. I think I should be going. Wow, I like Hitch a Ride. That's a good one too. Hitch a Ride. That's such a good one. All right, Greg Lee gets Alice Cooper for $8. Of course, multi-platinum album. That's the first label. It's orange. Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood. VG Plus, $14.99. So many people have come and gone. Their faces fade as the years go by. Yet I still recall as I wander on, as clear as the sun. Wow, this is what kind of version is this? I don't recall the colors looking pink like that. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, the colors look pink. EX, it's OG though, it's Cotillion. EX $14.99. That's nice. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. That's a good one. Dire Straits is EX $26.99. We have 9 to 5. This is VG Plus $14.99. We have Mott the Hoople, a UK copy, VG Plus $14.99. Charlie Daniels Band, VG $12.99. Pat Benatar, EX $12.99. And Aerosmith, Night in the Ruts, VG Plus $19.99. This is actually the first crate of new arrivals tonight. For the last 6.5 hours, we have done nothing but do on sale new vinyl as a celebration of hitting 20,000 subscribers tonight. This is new vinyl crate number 1. Never shown, brand new arrivals. We're just getting started. Over here, we got Josh Brown on Dire Straits for $20. You're looking at new arrivals late tonight for the first time. That's so to Josh for $20. And over here, we're going to go through this crate, buy it now or best offer one more time. These are all new arrivals. Then Chad's going to go up front and grab a snack. At this point, I'm starting to get dizzy and hallucinating. These are all buy it now or best offer, check condition. Peter Gabriel, VG Plus, $24.99. How about the history of Eric Clapton? VG Plus $24.99. Kind of surprised that's still there. Nazareth is VG Plus $14.99. Roy Gallagher, kind of surprised about that one. $14.99. We have Neil Young, Time Fades Away, VG Plus $24.99. Jethro Tull, OG, VG Plus $19. Elvis, a 60 mono, VG $34.99. The Iron Maiden puzzle is sold to Mark Stanley, and we're doing puzzles for $19.99. That was my first stack. We sold a few out of here. We got to go get some more. Iron Maiden is sold to Mark Stanley for $19.99. Thank you. We're about to go into another vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. Don't go anywhere. You might miss something. The best of Arlo Guthrie. Looks like John's marked some killer stuff in the next crate. Killer. VG $9.99. Traffic, Steve Winwood. VG $12.99. I'm feeling all right. So many great songs on that one. Dave Mason, Steve Winwood, the Hellcat soundtrack. That's on Tower Records. That's one of those motorcycle gang type movies that were really popular during that era. VG $29.99. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. This is VG Plus $19.99 on Lou Reed. Also, James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, VG Plus $17.99. You've Got a Friend is on there. Scandal was VG Plus $12.99. Chuck Berry, VG Plus $29. Peter Gabriel Security with Shock the Monkey, EX $29.99. The Clash, still available. Better grab this now. This isn't going to last much longer. Tonight, tomorrow, VG $24.99 Combat Rock. Rock the Casbah. There's Boston again. Can't believe that's still there. It is, though, midnight. We have 154 faithful viewers still on, though. Thanks for sticking late with me. Jethro Tull, VG Plus 14. Wow, I love this. The colors are different, I think. I mean, I've seen a lot of these. I have one signed by Greg Lake, and I look at it quite often because it's framed. And I don't think I remember that being pink like that. But maybe I'm crazy. This is Kevin J. Reed's getting the Clash. Thank you. We have Dolly. That's the 9 to 5 album. I said single, didn't I? This is the soundtrack. This is a full album. The 9 to 5 movie soundtrack. There is some writing on the cover. VG Plus $14.99. Mott the Hoople UK, VG Plus 14. Charlie Daniels, VG 12. Pat Benatar with Heartbreaker, Love Maker, EX $12.99, and Aerosmith is VG Plus $19.99. I'm going to move this stack of puzzles over so we can grab a new crate and grab some more puzzles. And here we go. Oh, and my chest is sore from lifting weights. So there's all kinds of problems with it. I'm going to set these right here behind me. Thanks, everybody. Let me step up front and get puzzles and other stuff. What is other stuff? I don't even know. We're about to find out, though. Man, tonight might be a Waffle House night. Waterburger, Waffle House, water this, water that. Who are you? Who are me? Did Tanner eat my last Subway cookie? He probably did, that little rascal. Tanner, he'll grab my Subway cookies. Yep. I think Tanner grabbed my last Subway cookie. Yeah, probably. You gotta watch Tanner. That little rascal, he'll grab my Subway cookies. Him and Otis are probably laughing about it right now. They're probably laughing it up. Haha, we got Chad's last Subway cookie. That'll show him. That'll show Chad leaving his Subway cookies laying around. I'll teach him. I don't really see it anymore, so I think they legitimately sold it. I don't have time to break out an apple. That's too much crunching and munching. Too much peanut butter, too messy, too sloppy, George. When I find something, I stick with it. 1983, 1988, I ate the same lunch every day. Turkey chili bowl made of bread. It's a bread bowl, George. You eat the chili, then you eat the bowl. Nothing more satisfying looking down, seeing nothing but the table. That's a Seinfeld quote, by the way. Man, that chocolate chip cookie would have been good. My mic is temporarily muted. Steinbrenner says, I know one thing, I'm not gonna he's talking about that Heartbreaker song he had stuck in his head. He's like, I know one thing, I'm not gonna hum it to the guy at the record store anymore. I'm not gonna hum it to the guy at the record store again. Oh man, this is a great crate of vintage stuff. Here we go. These are New Arrival's best offer. Goodness. I'm taking a peek at them right now, honestly. Wow. All right, if you're watching late, there's some really good titles in here. No, my Seinfeld. Oh gosh, if not, there's. If I didn't know as much as I watch, if I didn't know it, then there's definitely a problem. Bowl made out of bread, George. Bread bowl. Nothing more satisfying looking down, seeing nothing but the table. That is a pretty good thought, though. Here we go. William Meadows wants Pat Benatar from the last crate. Thank you, William Meadows. That is so to you. So to William Meadows, Pat Benatar. Here we go. Buy it now, best offer stuff. New Arrivals, non-check condition. Whew. I got a bag of chips in me, but I'm still pretty famished. I'm thinking Taco Bell, Whataburger, or Waffle House tonight. I do have Publix pre-made meals at my house. Salmon, chicken. Yeah, New Arrivals, best offer. Here we go. Yes, yesterday's. Yes is a Spain pressing of yesterday's. Interesting. A Spain pressing. Look at that label. Estereo. Yes, yesterday's. It's in a plastic baggy sleeve. A Spain pressing. Bizarre. It looks like it has a lyric insert with it. And a solicitation. And it even still has a tab. Look at that. It even has a tab with it. A lot of foreign pressings have those. Yes is $19.99. I get a grilled chicken, bacon, chicken cheese sandwich with double hash browns and a pecan waffle. I get a cup of coffee, a Diet Coke, and a glass of water. Next is Yes, Yes Songs. Yes, Yes Songs is $39.99. 1973 club copy. We had a nice one like this the other night. There's another nice one. Topographic gets Yes for $15. Thank you. Also, Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Neil Young is $34.99. Hawks and Doves. Original inner sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. $34.99. New Arrivals best offer. Foreigner. Double Vision. Blue Morning. Blue Day. This is hot-blooded. Check it and see. I've got a temperature for some Waffle House. Foreigners, $19.99. Who are you? Who? Ooh, there's a... Somebody has put a glued... It's actually pretty gross, honestly. I mean, that's not just placed on there. Somebody has glued what looks like an old Band-Aid over Keith Moon's house, or Keith Moon's face. I wonder if John even noticed that. That's pretty weird, honestly. The Who, 1999. Also, the Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly. Somebody didn't like Keith Moon. Through the Past Darkly, $34.99. Jumpin' Jack Flash, Honky Tonk Women. Wow, this is bizarre. I've never seen one that looks this nice before. No ring wear. Glossy. What an amazing looking copy of Through the Past. Golly. That's a relic. Those are always trashed and thrashed. Through the Past Darkly. That's unbelievable. $34.99 on that. Lou Reed. Wow. 1972 original Los Angeles press. Should be an orange label. $49.99. And then Renee on the Stones. Top copy. Probably. It's probably really hard to find one of these in shrink wrap. For me, it has to be in shrink wrap for it to be a top copy. But yeah, that's pretty dang nice there. That's one of the nicest ones I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure John has a crate full of those that are just destroyed. I mean, they're common and they're always destroyed. Aldo Nova, self-titled with the big hit song Fantasy, $19.99 on that. Prince, whoa, this is what I was talking about. Some great titles in here. A 79 Los Angeles press with hop sticker and gold stamp promo. Original on her sleeve, nice vinyl. No condition notes. There's the gold stamp promo. Prince is $49.99. $49.99. Doobie Brothers, Best of the Doobie Brothers Volume 2. Another promo sticker. Original on her sleeve. $14.99. I never take off shrink wrap unless it's grimy. Unless it's discolored, fallen off, or it takes away from the cover. But if it's nice, clean shrink wrap, it carries a premium. It carries a premium, in my opinion. And we have Charlie Daniels High Lonesome, $24.99. And then Ted Nugent Free For All with Meatloaf on vocals. Yeah, let me go get the rest of the puzzles. I actually went up there to get puzzles, and I ended up grabbing a bag of chips. Oops-a-daisy. Whoops-a-daisy. I went up there for puzzles and ended up grabbing potato chips. So let me go get some puzzles now. Holy moly. Let's get another stack here. I got 2 more towers of puzzles to go through. Thank you for the reminder. Chad's trying to figure out what he's going to eat right after this. I have made a decision. I will not be going home early. I've got too much to do here, so I better eat something that's not going to make me feel terrible. So that rules out a lot of stuff. That rules out McDonald's. That rules out probably Waffle House. I mean, if I eat Waffle House, I'm usually heading to the bed. I don't know about y'all, but I've never ate at a Waffle House. Well, I have. Let me rephrase that. I hadn't ate at a Waffle House in daylight in a long time. That's our policy. Me and my friends do not go in a Waffle House if the sun is still up. If the sun's up and you're going into a Waffle House, you're going to be in trouble. Okay, so that's my policy. Some people may think differently. Do not enter a Waffle House during daylight. We have puzzles for $19.99. Iron Maiden, self-titled, Motorhead Overkill, Slayer, Rain in Blood, and Metallica Ride the Lightning. We're doing all of our puzzles, $19.99. We're also going through New Arrivals Best Offer, including NRBQ, Kick Me Hard. NRBQ is a 79 Wacky Tobacco version. This has the Wacky Tobacco on it. $26.99 on that. Also, Carrie Livgren from Kansas, Seeds of Change. Carrie Livgren, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. Slayer is sold to Sean Druin. Only time tonight, these are going to be $19.99. That is sold to Sean Druin for $19.99. Also, Devo, take a look at this. With poster and the bonus single, it has the Gold Stamp promo and the hop sticker. Wow, top copy. Just missing the shrink. $44.99 for Devo. Wow, Heart in shrink wrap. Dreamboat Annie, $29.99. Amazing. That's a fantastic one there. $29.99. And then we have Montrose Paper Money. Montrose is in shrink wrap. $19.99. I mean, couple places, like for me, like if I'm going to eat something like fast food, I mean, I've got to be like in a car and I know I'm not driving and I'm about to go to sleep because that stuff just puts me to bed. Waffle House. It's Waffle House in bed. It's Taco Bell in bed. If I eat that stuff during the day, I don't think I've ate Taco Bell during daylight my entire life. If so, I would feel like it's the end of the world or something. Hiram gets Montrose for 15. John Kaiser gets Lou Reed for 35. Thanks for the fair offers. We have Sammy Hagar, 9 on a 10 scale. $24.99. Sammy Hagar, 9 on a 10 scale. We're going through new arrivals, best offer. Nice. Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland. 79 pressing. 2 LP, $44.99 for Jimi Hendrix. Electric Ladyland, $44.99 on that. Renee, you've already got the Stones earlier for $34.99. That's already been tagged to you for $34.99. So you asked earlier the price. It was $34. ZZ Top Fandango, $34.99. Mark Don and Mail. And this does have the poster with it. Wow, John got into a batch of excellent records. A lot of stuff in here. Minty, complete with the inserts and stuff. $34.99. $34.99. Wow, look at that one too. That's just so nice. And the cover has very little ring wear for this black jacket. That's crazy. With poster, $34.99. Hendrix is... I will do that for $38. I'll do that for $38, and I'll do Yes Songs for $35. $38 and $35, okay? I'll do Hendrix sold to Steven for $38. Prince, I'll have to have $42 for that. John Kaiser. And Devo I'll do for $38. Some fair offers coming in. We just need a little bit of bumps. More puzzles. $19.99. Ghost prequel. I've got 2 of them. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Nirvana, Nevermind. And then I've got Rush, Permanent Waves. AC/DC, If You Want Blood. Def Leppard, Pyromania. There is a tear in the shrink, and then there's a nice one. These are all $19.99. Right now, I've shown puzzles for $19.99. I've shown Dead Kennedys, Metallica, Elton John, Queen, Motley Crue, Iron Maiden, Motorhead, Queen, Dead Kennedys, Iron Maiden, Motorhead, Metallica, Ghost, Pantera, Nirvana, Rush, AC/DC, Def Leppard. Excuse me. So, first, Jeremy Brighton said sold on Devo for $38. John Kaiser sold on Prince for $42. Let's keep going. We have Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton, in shrink, $24.99. Nice. Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life, $36.99 with booklet and EP. So this has the single and the booklet, $36.99. Foreigner. Let me figure out what was in here. Foreigner, this one right back here, this will be $15. Double Vision, clean copy, OG, Mark 19. I will do it for $15. Small Faces, Playmates. Small Faces is $19.99. Stephen first on Stevie for $30. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Tennessee Ernie Ford. Civil War Songs of the North. Civil War Songs of the North. Tennessee Ernie Ford, $9.99. Boss Gags and Band is $14.99. And Planet Waves, Bob Dylan. Planet Waves is $29.99. And Quarter Flash is $14.99. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood Puzzle. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood is $19.99. I've got one more stack up front to go get. Everything in here is new arrivals. Buy it now, best offer. Donnie Iris, King Cool. Donnie Iris is $14.99. Ultravox Vienna. Ultravox is $19.99. Genesis Trespass. Genesis is $19.99. Gatefold has a polyline bag. And that's a very nice looking copy for $19.99. Outlaws is $19.99. Boy, check this out. Nazareth, Hair of the Dog. What a spanking copy. $29.99. That is a spanking copy. $29.99 on that. This is the Best of Ted Nugent, Great Gonzo, Cat Scratch Fever. That is $14.99 for that. And over here, let me open this up. We have Rodney Dangerfield. I get no respect. No respect, Rodney Dangerfield, $12.99. Stephen Parton gets Nas for $25. Scooping up some of these great new... Boy, a UK copy. Look how nice this is. Queen, A Night at the Opera. A UK copy. Spectacular. It's real and it's spectacular. I think it's an early 80s. Yeah, it has a barcode on the back. probably an early 80s pressings, but it's definitely an older press. Over here, we got Psychedelic Furs, Pretty in Pink. That's a 3-track promo, $29.99 for Psychedelic Furs. Procol Harum Live is $24.99. And the Rolling Stones Aftermath, including Paint It Black. I see a red door and I want to paint it black. Queen was $34.99. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix. This is Cry of Love, $34.99. I must have not said the price on Queen. $34.99 on Queen, $34.99. And then Peter Gabriel, there's another Melt album for $34. And The Who, You Better, You Better, You Bet, $12.99, 12-inch single. And Foreigner, Head Games, Dirty White Boy, that is $19.99. Let me go grab that last stack of Poozles. Let me go grab that last stack of Poozles up front. Let me go do that right quick. Got to get these last stack of Poozles. And that way I can read through everything. And I can say, this is it. Just like the Kenny Loggins song. This is it. And this will be the only time tonight. These are $19.99. I'm actually going to post possibly a picture of what's left and say 24. So if you're here late, don't tell anybody else. But right now, they are $19.99. I've got the last stack here. I got the last stack. And then we can read through them all so they're right in front of me. We've created a wall of puzzles. All right, let's do these first. First thing I have is Metallica and Justice for All. These are puzzles. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son. Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss. Slayer, South of Heaven. Metallica, Master of Puppets. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Pink Floyd, Division Bell. David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. The Number of the Beast, Iron Maiden. And then Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Okay? First is Queen, and then Acclaim. All right, so Kevin has it. Kevin has it as sticker. DJ Not So Good, you were technically third. Okay? And then we have Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, in Shrink, $34.99. Boy, what a beautiful copy of the Yes album. Is this an original? Unbelievable. This may be the nicest copy I've ever seen. This is a first press, too. Look at this jacket. This is real. It's a 4-digit, 1841 Broadway. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve with it, a correct inner sleeve. Richmond Press. George Piros, and it looks like it's never been played. Okay, I'm going to put that on a 60-second timer, and then I'm keeping it. That is insane. Okay? No discount. That's going to go over here in Chad's box. Now, we have Psychedelic Furs, $29.99. The Best of Jay Giles Band, $19.99. Wow, look at this Tres Hombres. There's no way this is OG. Golly, where did these come from? It looks like Johns took a time machine and went and plucked some records off of the shelf back in about from 1968 through 1977. Yes was $19.99. John Kaiser is going to take it out of my hands. That may have been the nicest OG copy of the Yes album I've ever seen. There is no signs of wear on this jacket. That is incredible. The disc looked unplayed. I mean, it was mint. That is amazing. And that was, sorry, I got so caught up looking at it. There's a lot of stuff in here that looks like that. Now, I'm going to read through these titles one more time. John Kaiser, I mean, this is $34.99. I'm sorry, I'm so caught up looking at them because I'm like wanting to hide them and put them in my own box. I mean, if I'm upgrading records at this point, so, you know, I have been hiding and stashing records for years. And so if I start to keep something, it looks like this. I'm looking for like a total upgrade. I mean, this, once again, I can't find a mark on it. Incredible. All right, we're going to go ahead and sell James Hicks, a Psychedelic First 3-track for 20. And let's look at some of those again, because there's a few more in here that was similar condition that got overlooked. But I'm going to do one read-through of all the puzzles, okay? And if I'm reading a title here in the next 30 seconds, these are puzzles. Last Chance Tonight for $19.99. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. Metallica, Whiplash. Elton John, Captain Fantastic. Queen, Greatest Hits. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. Iron Maiden, Killers. Motorhead, Orgasmatron. Motorhead, Bomber. Queen, Greatest Hits. Dead Kennedys again, same one. Iron Maiden, self-titled. Motorhead, Overkill. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Ghost Prequel. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Nirvana, Nevermind. Rush, Permanent Waves. AC/DC, If You Want Blood. Def Leppard, Pyromania. We got Metallica and Justice for All. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son. Slayer and Slayer. This is Seasons in the Abyss and South of Heaven. Metallica, Master of Puppets. Iron Maiden, Fear the Dark. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. And Megadeth, Rest in Peace. All right, so price on Aftermath, it was $34.99. The first one that surprised me was that copy of Through the Past Darkly that was in there. That was beautiful. And let's go through this crate one more time. Okay? And then over here, we got the Foreigner record. Renee, I told you I would do 15 on it. 10 would make that half off. These are new arrivals. I am discounting them, but not that much. So I would do it for $15. And I think you're referring to Double Vision. Okay? And Double Vision is an OG copy, no condition notes with the original inner sleeve. I need 15 for that. It's yours if you want it, though. And then Red Cave Collections on Pink Floyd puzzle. And I'm assuming you're talking about the Division Bell, right? If you are, thank you. And if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. Thank you. I've got you down for Pink Floyd, the Division Bell puzzle. And honestly, I think that has filled up our crate here. And we're about to start a whole new crate. Yes, did sell. Yes, it did. Yes, did sell. And we have... there's another yes in here, though, that was beautiful. And I'm about to show it again. Okay? And then Renee Baldwin wants that other Stones album in here that was fantastic, which was $34.99. And let's take a quick peek at these one more time. Aftermath. Yes, another spectacular copy. Okay, so there's Foreigner. Now, let's read through these again. And, boy, if there's maybe similar stuff and I think we can sell them tonight, we'll go ahead and do that. There's that Yes song. So I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Topographic for $30. That's the one I was about to show again. That's sold for $30, okay? Yeah, that kind of stuff. So let me tell y'all about top copies, okay? Here's my policy on top copies. ZZ Top already sold. Yeah, ZZ Top went to John Kaiser. That already sold. So when I run across a top copy that looked like that Yes album, we've bought a couple collections that have nothing but top copies. But first of all, let me make sure Red Cave Collections, go fill out the first-time buyer form. That's in the description of this video. If you don't care to go ahead and fill that out, if you don't mind to go ahead and fill that out, please do that. And welcome, we'll invoice you on Monday. But we've had a couple collections, and this is what you've got to understand when you have an OG record like that Yes, or like the Grand Funk that's in here. We've sold some records before, probably for world record prices. I know one night we sold a Nazareth in shrink with a hop sticker, and they bid on it for like an hour. And like for me and my personal collection, if something is mint, and it's just unbelievably nice, because some of these records we see hundreds of copies of, like that Yes album. I have probably seen thousands. I've never seen one that nice. And so at that point, you could auction it, If it brought $190, I wouldn't have been surprised. How many exist in that condition? I'm going to say 1 out of every 1,000 maybe. Maybe 1 out of every 1,000 you're going to see that nice. So you're going to have to do a lot of hunting, a lot of looking, searching. So when some people find the right copy in mint condition, I've done it myself, the premium could be exponential. I've sold some in shrink and hop stickers for $200 or $300. The next night we'll have a VG Plus copy for $9.99. That's just how the premium carries on some of these top copies, especially if it's one where it's a pretty collectible title. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $34.99. We have The Who Are You? That was also $19.99. Aldo Nova, $19.99. I think we sold a shrink wrap hop sticker, Hair of the Dog, I think for $290 one night. They've been on it forever, and both people had been looking for one. They've like, Chad, I've went to every record store in North America. There's no mint ones in hop sticker on Discogs, and they just went after it. And it took about an hour, and one person finally gave in, and he got on the next night. He said, I should have kept bidding. The Doobie Brothers, $14.99. The Best of the Doobie Brothers Volume 2. I mean, I take home stuff when I see stuff like bread albums, even common stuff, like Linda Ronstadt, if it's in shrink with a hop sticker I've never seen before, I'm like, wow, I've seen 1,000 of these. This is the first time I've ever seen a hop sticker. I'll set it aside. Let's see here. DV condition, sleeve and record. DV. What was DV? DV. What was DV? Did you mean DB? And Charlie Daniels Band High Lonesome, $24.99. Ted Nugent Free for All, $14.99. NRBQ, $26.99. We have Carrie Livgren from Kansas. That was $19. Here is one you should pay attention to. In shrink wrap, Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Here's one of the first eye-opening records. This looks like the correct label and matrices. The vinyl just has a couple scuff marks, and you know why? This is a horrible inner sleeve. This is a thick, rigid, I mean, listen. That's a horrible thing to store that record in over all these years. Cover has a little bit of tear in the shrink. Nice copy, though, for $29. That's a hard copy to find with no scuffs because of what the sleeve was stored in. That one's nice, though. Sammy Hagar's $24.99. The Who, no condition notes on this. Does have a little bit of cover wear. I would say VG Plus, and the vinyl is nice. Oh, vinyl's very nice. $19.99 on that. John Kaiser Grabbing the Heart. That's sold to John Kaiser. ZZ Top Fandango, $34. Now, this cover is kind of notorious for ring wear. I'm sure y'all have seen a lot of these with ring wear. This one looks pretty nice. Just a hint of it right up here. $34.99. Double Vision. Double Vision, I'm going to say a VG Plus jacket. Just a hint of ring wear right there. And it's pretty dang clean, though. And the vinyl was EX Plus or better. Spectacular vinyl and the original inner sleeve. $15 on that. Darren Johnson wants the Who Are You? And, well, Darren, I do let you know about this. I'm sorry. There's literally a Band-Aid stuck to Keith Moon's face. I forgot about that. You probably want to be aware of that. It's kind of weird, but just FYI. I forgot about that. Sorry, that should be noticeable. Here is something else. This record is pretty crazy to see in this condition. Mark Don and Male with poster. Nice, $34.99. $34.99. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton, $24.99 in shrink wrap. Wow, exceptional, $24.99. Probably somebody watching was like, Chad, are you not going to tell them about the Band-Aid stuck to Keith Moon's face? I mean, if you can overlook it, the record's not that bad, but it looks like somebody glued it on there. It didn't look like somebody just put an old Band-Aid. It looks like there's like glue under it. Yeah, there definitely is. Somebody like glued that on there. I'm glad I caught that again. Yeah, sorry. I guarantee John didn't notice that either. I guarantee he didn't. It took me 2 looks to finally notice it. I mean, it's kind of camouflaged, but yeah. We got Small Faces Playmates. This is $19.99. We have Tennessee Ernie Ford. That's $9.99. Boss Skaggs, $14. Planet Waves, $29. Don't forget, Mark Donner Mail has I'm Your Captain, Closer to Home. Wow, that's such an amazing song. There's that. I think we're going to go through at least one more crate. I think there's some other nice stuff over here like this. Quarter Flash, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. $14.99 on Donnie Iris. Ultravox Vienna, $19.99. The AIDS Riddled Who album for $10. Well, at least we've got an offer on it. $10 on the Band-Aid, the rare Band-Aid variant cover. This Genesis was impressive. This Genesis was pretty impressive. Let's take a look at the vinyl. Wow. I don't use that word a lot. Wow. Actually, I use it about 100 times a night. That is immaculate. I don't know what version. It doesn't have a barcode. I can't tell you it's OG, but that is another spectacular copy. We have Outlaws for $19.99, and we have The Best of Ted Nugent, $14.99. Great Gonzo, an hour and 45 minutes. I think you mean an hour and 15 minutes, right? We have until 2 a.m. I don't think I'm going to go that long, but yeah. Rodney Dangerfield, No Respect. Wow, nobody got Rodney Dangerfield. $12.99. Genesis is marked $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Band-Aid cover for $10. We got to let that one go. Thank you, and sorry, Darren. Darren almost had him a nice one until he noticed the Band-Aid for the second time. And then Procol Harum Live is $24.99. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. Also, Peter Gabriel, $34.99. The Who, great 12-inch single here. You Better, You Better, You Bet. That's $12.99. Bernardi, Bernardi is getting Rodney for $10. We have $19.99. There's another nice foreigner. Head Games, $19.99. Clean and nice. And then Genesis is sold for $15 to Topographic. There's Neil Young. Hey, hey, my. Into the Black. Johnny Rotten Johnny, $34. And this Jay Giles is more of the bluesy stuff. Give It To Me. Southside Shuffle. Hammer Jammer. That's $19.99. So there's two different Jay Giles, sort of, okay? Don't touch the Band-Aid with bare hands. I don't know. That could have been Keith Moon's Band-Aid. I got an ad on my TikTok for a little scraper to take off stickers. And boy, I was like, dang, I don't know about that. I'm afraid the blade would dig down on the cover and mess it up. I don't know if y'all seen those little tools before. It looks like a little scraper. And I was like, man, I don't know. I'm afraid I would. It's like shaving, put too much pressure, and all of a sudden you've got some bad damage. You got some damage you don't want to deal with. My face, my neck. Okay, here we go. Let's go through at least one more. Boy, I see some good titles in here. I see some nice, clean records. Well, that one right there looks exceptionally nice, yeah. This one's going to be, ooh. Oh, man. Wow. Whoa. That looks nice, too. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that was something else. That yes was a gatefold too. See, I don't know if I've seen too many of those as a gatefold either. That's something else that blew my mind. Okay. Whoa. Oh. Sorry, I just squatted and one of my knees shot off like a .22 rifle. Oh my gosh. I'm falling apart, Jerry. I ain't going to no Bellevue. I ain't going to no Bellevue. Here we go, folks. Okay. Ryan Mustaine wants both foreigners. The foreigners are gone. Sold to Dave Mustaine's son, Ryan, who is on the chat tonight. Take a mortal man. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Sold. Here we go. 1 a.m. new arrivals. First time ever kind of deal here on Coletco. I need some flip room here. I'm going to have to do some stretch. I've told you all this before. My bones make some horrible noises, but I have very little, I have a 0 pain level. It just like feels a relief. It's like when I squat down, my knees pop and click, but there's no pain. I guess that's going to come later, I'm sure, but in life. But right now, there's no. I used to tell that my chiropractor. My chiropractor would crack my back and do all this stuff, and I'd go and I wouldn't have any pain. But when I left, I would feel amazing. I would walk out, and I'd be like, man, I feel so much better. I didn't even realize, how much I needed that. All right, here we go. New arrivals. We're going to start with Mr. Steve Walsh, another member from Kansas. He was the lead singer. Schemer Dreamer. Steve Walsh has the original on her sleeve. It's on the Kirshner, Kansas label, $14.99. In front of that is the Yes album, a Spain copy. Another interesting Spain copy. Single pocket, not a gatefold. Look, even the titles are written in Spain. Or in Spanish. That's pretty interesting. Sister Bluebird, flying high above. And we have George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. Sunshine doesn't last all morning. No discount on this. What a copy. That is $49.99 or it's going to disappear. It is got the poster and the inner sleeves. That is a steal. That's a very fair price. $49.99. And first thing is bundle on the last crate. Oh, wow. A bundle on the last crate? The only way we could do that and make it effective, since they're new arrivals and they're so good of titles, this is a 20,000 subscriber night. I could do I'll do 25% off if you just take everything that's left as sticker, John Kaiser. So if you take everything from that last crate, we'll do a straight discount at 25% off. If you want me to add it up, I can. Walsh is sold for $10 to Adam Bernardi. Yes is $19.99. Spain pressing. I don't even have these. And I collect all kinds of different variants. I've never seen the Spain versions. Now, George Harrison, let me give you a little backstory. Okay, the box is split. Well, the tape that held it as a hinge is ripped. This came with a poster, and let's see if it's on the Apple. This is, if you follow the Beatles' history, right there near the end, George Harrison had a stockpile of amazing music. And he basically unleashed everything on this album. Right now, at that time, they always only let him, they being John and Paul, they gave him maybe 2 songs per album. This guy was a songwriting machine around 68, 69. And, of course, as soon as they broke up, they all put out solo albums. And he put out a triple LP. That's how much material he was sitting on. A triple LP, All Things Must Pass. Has some of my favorite music. It has Bob Dylan's cover of If Not For You, which is incredible. It has What Is Life, All Things Must Pass, Behind This Locked Door. There's so many. There's so many on here. Let It Down, Wah Wah, I'd Have You Anytime. Oh, My Sweet Lord, good gosh. Can't forget about that one. Holy moly. I've always said, imagine if they could have done 1 or 2 more albums. That means Imagine would have been a Beatles song. All those first McCartney solo cuts, everything on here would have been in the Beatles catalog. At that point, it would have been just like unbelievable almost. Topographic gets yes for $15. We have Chicago. It feels like it has the iron-on transfer. It has a poster and iron-on. This did not come with a poster. So whatever poster's in here is not supposed to come with it. It did come with this iron-on transfer. Wow. Amazing cool stuff in these. What is going on here? What kind of poster's in here? This isn't supposed to come with a poster. Yeah, that don't go with this one, I don't think. That's a Chicago poster, but this one didn't come with a poster. That's just a bonus. But it did come with this really cool iron-on transfer. $19.99. That's Chicago 8. Yeah, Chicago 8. This was the one right before they did their big hit, Greatest Hits album. And what is this? This is a quadraphonic insert. Which this album is not in quad, though. Let me check the label. It didn't look like it was. No. Okay. And then over here, we got Michael Church on George Harrison. Matthew Sherrick second. I was going to keep that one a sticker. Donna gets Chicago for $15. Moving right along, we might sell everything in here. The Yardbirds, a 1967 press, $44.99. Yellow Epic. Wow. That is nice for a Yardbirds album. The cover, a little bit of hint of ring wear here, $44.99. That's probably why John put a little bit of a premium of a price. That is very nice, $44.99. And we have Chuck Berry back in the USA, a picture disc, a 1983 Denmark picture disc, $24.99. And check this out. This is an ELO box set of their first 3 albums, right? A box of their best, not their first 3. It's called a box of their best. A 1980 promo, $99.99. And it should have a bonus 7-inch with it as well. There it is. And this is kind of like the George Harrison. It's barely hanging on. Whoops, I may have just disconnected it. It was barely hanging on. I think I just ripped it off, honestly. There's some tape on the lid. It has a bonus 7-inch with it. And this should be 1, 3, 4 LPs in here. The box is like VG minus or less, mostly because of the condition of the lid. There's the double and that one and that one. Yeah. Okay, nice. And John has no condition notes on the vinyl. Those go right in there. The lid, the box, not the best box probably to store all this in. And then the top box has quite a bit of wear. It has tape. Somebody tried to save it, but too late. That's marked at 100. Everything in here is best offer. Yeah, this is wanting to open it. You might want to be careful if you do get this. This bottom of the box, this kind of needs to be wrapped. I'm going to put it in there like that. It kind of needs to be wrapped in a sleeve. The Yardbirds is stereo. Stereo on the Yardbirds. Petra, more power to her. More power to you. Petra is $24.99. Sammy Hagar, $24.99. Sammy Hagar has the original on her sleeve with it. Self-titled Sammy Hagar album, $24.99. Jay Ferguson, Real Life Ain't This Way. Jay Ferguson, $12.99. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. Geldof is $14.99. Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Face Value, Phil Collins. I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight, $19.99. Why can't I get the inner sleeve out? It must be wedged in a seam. Uh-oh. Let me open this up. That helps sometimes, because sometimes it slides all the way through. Yep. There we go. Atlantic inner sleeve. Phil Collins. Beautiful vinyl. I remember, don't worry. I forget it was the first time, the last time we ever met. I know the reason this is so to Renee. She was waiting for a Phil Collins. There we get. That is so to Renee. She was waiting for a Phil Collins. She's been waiting for 6 hours. Blues Brothers, made in America with a promo stamp. Nice, another clean record. Blues Brothers, $24.99. Jason and the Scorcher, still standing. $19.99. The worst of Jefferson Airplane. The original press, a 1970 gatefold textured cover. The OG pressings of these are so nice. It's no secret. Great album. Great song. Don't you want somebody? White Rabbit. One pill makes you stronger, and one pill makes you 1970. It has a DU sticker on the back. I don't know what that is. $26.99. Nice. Jay Giles Hotline with the phone cover. Jay Giles is $19.99. Jefferson Starship Nuclear Furniture. That looks like nice. It's very nice. $14.99. Donnie Iris back on the streets. Donnie Iris is got Aaliyah on it. Aaliyah. $19.99. Brian May. That's Brian May from Queen. And guess what? Edward Van Halen plays on here. Yes, that Eddie Van Halen. $29.99. Original inner sleeve. No condition notes on anything in here. Also, we have Woodstock. I was looking at this earlier. It's a nice copy. I don't think it's the first press. It just doesn't have the right color to it, but it's nice. The Woodstock album, $39.99. Let me check the labels. It's supposed to be Cotillion. Even if it is Cotillion, yeah, it's the second. I can tell you right now, it's purple. It's supposed to be like blue, but wow. This is an album known for being pretty wrecked. This is a second label, but it's beautiful. The Woodstock album. Amazing. I just watched it on Netflix, Woodstock 99 again. There it is. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Wooden Ships. If you're smiling at me, I will understand. That is something everybody everywhere does in the same language. Here's what I was oohing and awing over. Another spanking Yes album. And it looked, at first glance, OG. $24.99. Gatefold with the book. And when I glanced at the vinyl earlier, it was OG markings with the correct inner sleeve. Somebody had bought some original Yes albums. Porky Prime Cut, OG Richmond Press, George Piros. Amazing. Wow. I mean, the only thing on it right now is some dust, probably where John cleaned it, and he put it back in the original inner sleeve. I mean, there's just, just some freckles of dust on it. Yeah, that's Porky, George Piros, OG, original Atlantic inner sleeve with the book and very little signs of wear on the cover. I mean, just right there, maybe right there, but still. That's another one known for heavy ring wear. One of my favorite albums of all time. Well, all those are my favorites. Fragile, Yes album, Close to the Edge. That is a snag. Wow. So to Grog. John Kaiser was second. Europe, Superstitious, a 12-inch single, $24.99. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Speaking of Yes, $19.99. A number one album. A number one album on the charts back in the day. Journey to the Center of the Earth, Rick Wakeman, with the Royal Festival Hall, London. Also, ZZ Top. I was impressed by how nice this looked. $34.99 for Eliminator. It has, that's not the original. What kind of sleeve is it? Whoa. What kind of pressing is it? Oh, it's foreign. That's why. It is a German press. Well, that's a cool inner sleeve, though. I've never seen that before. Look at the vinyl on this. It's brand new. What is this, German? This typically looks like UK or German. It's got to be German. Yeah. Made in Germany. Whoa. I've never seen that inner sleeve with his car on it like that. That is fantastic. So no wonder it looks so nice. It's a near mint minus German press. I don't know what year. That very well could be OG. I mean, it has a barcode, but this one's supposed to have a barcode. It came out in 83. Adam Minardi gets ELO for $75. Thank you. That's so to Adam. Very cool box. I've only ever had a few of those. Next is another ZZ Top Tejas. This one has a label maker marking on it. But this looks like it's the OG jacket, so it could very well be an OG press. Yeah, it folds open like this. Wow, very nice. There's the late Dusty Hill. He's the one that's passed away, right? Dusty Hill. And what do we have here? That is a U.S. Terre Haute. That's got to be I mean, it has all kinds of stuff in the dead wax. That's another beautiful ZZ Top. It just has that. If you could maybe heat that up or knock that off, that is another extremely nice copy. Trifold jacket. I'm assuming, Grog, you wanted at $28 Eliminator, right? You wanted Eliminator at $28. If that's true, then I'm selling it to you. Sell Grog Eliminator for $28. We have Neil Young Trans. Neil Young is $24.99. Original inner sleeve, Neil Young, $24.99. Is this the one he got sued over? I think David Geffen sued him for not making albums that sounded like Neil Young. Yeah, that one's on Geffen. I think that's the one he got sued over. He's like, if you don't start making albums that sound like Neil Young, I'm going to sue you. We have Blackfoot. Nice. Strikes. This has Train on it. $19.99. Train. $19.99. Neil Young is sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Thank you on that. Also, that was a beautiful copy. Foreigner's debut. Hey, another Foreigner. Feels like the very first time. There it is. I would climb any mountain, sail across the stormy sea. $19.99 for Foreigner. The Boomtown Rats, the fine art of surfacing. Boomtown is $19.99. Glenn Fry from the Eagles. A gold stamp promo, nice copy, $19.99. Gamma 3, Gamma is $19.99. These are very nice looking records, still continuing even with the common stuff. Zappa has a little bit of wear right there. This is Joe's Garage, $39.99 for Joe's Garage. Zappa. Bad Company, Desolation Angels. What is going on here? Because it's got like a baggie as an inner sleeve. Is this another foreign copy? What is going on here? I've never seen one at this album. This is like in one of those old Columbia baggy sleeves. Golly. I mean, it's just got some lint on it, probably where it's in this super statically charged sleeve, but that is another extremely nice disc. The cover has some ring wear on it. If that's the original baggy, I've never seen one of those in a baggie like that. And we have had, yeah, there's the inner sleeve. This is supposed to be what it's supposed to come in, that right there. And somebody might have saved it a lot of sleeve scuffing, because that's another one of these thick cardboard inner sleeves. So I'm going to tuck that. But there is some writing on the back of the jacket and quite a bit of ring wear at the bottom. Gamma have I'm Alive on it. I will check right now. What's Gone is Gone. Right the first time. Moving Violation, Mobile Devotion, Stranger, Condition Yellow, Modern Girl, No Way Out, and Third Degree. Does this one have Phil Collins on it? Ronnie Montrose, drums, Danny Carmassi. Not on that one. But Ronnie Montrose is on guitars and vocals, I guess. Yeah. No, Danny Patterson's vocals. Okay. Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood. $24.99 on that. Wow. Avalon with the Avalon Hop sticker, a gold stamp promo, and an in-store promo sticker. Avalon's $24.99. Original inner sleeve, $24.99. Grog on Boomtown for $14. That's sold to Grog. Weather Report, Black Market. Weather Report with Jaco Pastorius, $24.99. And we have The Who Face Dances with the poster, $24.99. Bad Company is $19.99 with Rock and Roll Fantasy. The Blues Brothers, $19.99. Peter Gabriel Plays Live, nice. I don't see that too often. Gold stamp promo, both inner sleeves, $39.99 for Peter Gabriel. We have Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Pat Benatar, $14.99. Pat Benatar, $14.99. Big Country, Steel Town. That's with Hop sticker. Big Country's long-awaited second album, Mercury Records, Beautiful. Beautiful, $24.99. Adrian Belew, Lone Rhino. Adrian Ballou. That's a gold stamp promo. He went on to be in King Crimson, $24.99, and other projects. What do we have here? Burr Tillstroms, Kaluka, Fron, and Ollie with Fron Allison. Kind of a creepy record. $14.99. Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing in Shrink. Superb. $34. And the last one, another Rolling Stones, an early 80s pressing from Abco, remastered of December's Children. Matthew asked about Bad Company. Jay Nutra asked the songs, but Matthew's went ahead and made an offer, and we're going to go ahead and sell it to Matthew for $15. He had first dibs on it either way. Wow. That was a pretty dang another nice crate. Should we go through the last one and just go ahead and say we went through everything? Should we go through the last one and just say we've gone through everything? And that will be maybe one of the last crates of the night. And we've gone through all 4 crates of new arrivals. I mean, we're here. Y'all are here. I'm now over here stretching my leg because I hadn't sat down or stretched properly throughout the night. I've been full force for almost 7.5 hours. I'm honestly catching my breath right now. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to go eat later. Might be a good Taco Bell night. Nothing too heavy. Got a lot of stuff to do here in the store. I'd love to go home and crash, but can't do that. Got to order new vinyl for Metal Thursday. Got to shoot these videos for in the morning. Got a lot to do, folks. Got a lot to do. Okay, I'm back around the corner now. Let's read through those one more time. And what happened here? We have Bad Company 15. And then, yes, how much was the Stones? $34.99. And then over here, we got Melinda said she would do 16. And that was on the Foreigner self-titled. Sell that to Melinda. And Boston from the previous crate. You must be talking about the check condition crate. I got it. You're talking about this one here, right? The debut, the one I was singing. VG Plus $19.99. Grog, hey, Classic Rock will fire you up when it's in near mint condition and shrink wrap and stuff and promo copies. Let's go through the last crate. Okay, that'll probably take us to 1:30, and then we'll see if that was it or if we need to do a final call on something else. All right, so there's the last 2 crates. They're now in the one. That means we're moving some vinyl. We have sold 4, 12. We're about to fill up our 13th crate tonight. That's pretty amazing in itself. All right. Maybe we can take John's 2. Maybe we can take John's 4 new arrival crates and make them 2 after we go through this last one over here. I bet we will. What a night for vinyl. That's a lot of quantity we've sold tonight. Holy moly. Oh, man. I'm looking at these for the first time right now. I'm taking a quick little peek. Make sure there's no mint condition Yes records in here. Wow. There's some interesting stuff. Ooh. I've never seen that sticker before. Ooh, a MoFi record in here. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. It has it. All right, here we go. Wow. Here we go. Jeez. I didn't even recap what was left in that crate. Dang it. Let me read the titles that was left in that last crate. Rolling Stones, Hendrix, Kukla, Fron, and Ollie. Adrian Ballou, Big Country, Benatar, Peter Gabriel, Blues Brothers, Who, Weather Report, Roxy Music, Gamma 3, Frank Zappa, Glenn Fry, Blackfoot, ZZ Top, Rick Wakeman, Europe, Woodstock, Brian May with Eddie Van Halen, Donnie Iris with Aaliyah, Jefferson Starship, Jay Giles, Jefferson Airplane, Jason Scorchers, Blues Brothers again, Doobie Brothers, Bob Geldof, Jay Ferguson, Sammy Hagar, Petra, Chuck Berry, and the Yardbirds' Greatest Hits. Okay? Yardbirds' Greatest Hits right here. It is a yellow label 1967 stereo press. It's been rechanneled from the original mono versions, but the vinyl is exceptional, $44.99. You make a fair offer, and it's yours. Here we go. Here we go. It's 13 a record. If it's nothing but, that's 13 crates and 12 of them is new vinyl. That's pretty much a record, yeah. 12 crates of new vinyl. Wait, well, no, we had to check. Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, if you do probably, and plus we had some higher end auctions too. So yeah, that's up there. It's not a record because one night I did a bunch of puzzles and we did like 16 crates, but I had done puzzles. So it kind of skewed my numbers, but it's up there. That's in the top 10 and probably top 10 shows and probably top 1% of sales tonight ever. And for a single night, it's up there. All right, here we go. First thing is Queen Jazz. And yes, it is $39.99. And yes, there's no condition notes. It has a nice cover. And close your eyes if you're sensitive to nudity. It has the fat bottom girls. They are nude and they're all riding bicycles. $39.99. Embossed cover and OG copy, clean with poster. Jazz, $39.99. That is pretty spectacular. Also, the Susie Quattro story. Don't think I've ever seen this before. 12 golden hits. It's a Holland press, EMI Electrola, a German press, $19.99. Never seen that before. Next is Pretenders Packed, a 1990 Columbia club copy. This Pretenders album is from 1990. Very low production for vinyl. It has the original inner sleeve, $26.99. You made a great decision there. That was a spectacular copy of Jazz. The vinyl is also nice. Super nice copy. That is sold to Grog. Over here, the best of Procol Harum, a wider shade of pale, triple light Fandango. Nice. A&M Records, $24.99. Bernardi got the Pretenders for $20. Sold. The Psychedelic Furs. This is spectacular. A 1980 Pittman press. Look at this. No wear. $39.99. Unbelievable. Super nice copy. With the original inner sleeve. That is auction worthy. Psychedelic Furs, $39.99. That is pretty amazing. That was nice. In front of that is another Queen. News of the World. Look at this. I want you to just look at it. Glossy. Unbelievable. Beautiful vinyl. Look at this guy. Boy, it made a popping sound when you owned it. That's a great sign. Wow. The people who went to bed tonight are going to be angry when they find out what they missed out on. Oh, my goodness. Now, we got Psychedelic Furs, so did John Kaiser. Great decision. How about some more Rodney Dangerfield? Rappin' Rodney, $12.99. Rodney Dangerfield, nice copy, $12.99. We have Meet the Ruddles with a hop sticker, free record with this 20-page book. Free record with this 20-page book. Meet the Ruddles. They're a Beatles kind of spoof deal. $29.99. Queen is $34.99. I must have not said the price. I'm getting so caught up looking at these, I'm forgetting to say the price. Donna, it's yours. If not, Adam. If not, Stephen Parton. It is $34.99 with that iconic sci-fi cover they reimagined on there. Nice. Over here, we got Ted Nugent in shrink wrap, $14.99. Original, what another nice copy. Top copy, Nugent, $14.99. And we have Nazareth, Loud and Proud. Nazareth, $24.99. Original inner sleeve, $24. Donna struck first, and she does want Queen. We have Adam, Stephen next, and Matthew. The Ruddles for $20. Let's do that at a $2 bump. I'll sell it to you for $22. I don't know if I've seen too many with that sticker, that hop sticker there on the cover. That's one of the hop stickers I noticed here. John Kaiser getting Nugent. That's so to John Kaiser. Thank you. And then we have the greatest hits of the Outlaws. High Tide Forever. Clean. Beautiful. $19.99. And then Adam Bernardi getting the Ruddles for 22. Sold. Whoa. $64.99. I was looking at this. I was wanting to get it out. This is spectacular. What is right here? Oh, man, does that come off? It looks like it's going to peel off. I don't want to mess anything up. It's going to leave a little bit of sticker residue. But now it looks a lot better. The rest of that will come off too. This is spectacular. It has the original lyrics, the original sleeve too. $64.99. Look at this though. A 79 wall. Original inner sleeves. I'm looking at this disc. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Wow. Terre Haute. T1, Terre Haute. Hey you, out there in the cold, getting lonely, getting old. Can you feel me? Is it just me, or is this on like a completely different level? Is that just me being biased, or is this just on a completely... Like when you put this on, you're like, what am I listening to right now? What am I listening to right now? John Kaiser gets it for $55. Sold. Music from the Apple film Son of Dracula, starring Harry Nilsson and Ringo Starr, 1999. This is really cool. It opens up. On the Rapple, a subsidiary of, I think, Apple and RCA kind of combined. Very cool. Grog, I already sold it. He was going to pay $10 more. 55 was fair. 65 would have even been better, but John's claimed several already as stickers, so I sold that to him for 55. Adam's first on this, 15. And then Trent, and then Steven. Pink Floyd, Next Level. Yeah, like, you listen to that, and it's like, what is going on? Like, how did they do this? It's the same thing when I listen to Animals and Dark Side of the Moon. It's like, what am I experiencing right now? Every time I listen to it. Roy Orbison and Friends. We had one of these the other night, sealed. A black and white night live. This one's near mint and shrink, $24.99. Orbison, Springsteen, Tom Waits, Costello, and T-Bone Burnett. I got the lineup now. Roy Orbison, $24.99. MoFi, Alan Parsons, iRobot. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. 1982 MoFi, $79.99. And I'm assuming this is stone mint. Wow, it is. MoFi pressing. That's long got it. Well, no, I think it's actually in print. This is, of course, from 1982. I think that's still in print. Yeah, it is. It's a 2 LP. And there's a one-step box, right? I think that is still in print. That's the 82 on that one. Adam Bernardi on Roy Orbison for 20. You got it. No pun intended. We have Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe, 1999. The Alan Parsons Project, 1999. Wow, that's a nice copy. Is this foreign? It feels like it. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is... What do we have here? Another Spain? Todos y... Yeah, that's got to be Spain. Must be another Spain. It feels like it's different, too. It's got this glossy gatefold jacket. Definitely Spain, right? Where is it? Portugal. It's Portuguese. Is that... I guess that's different. Okay. Now... Stephen put EAP, Edgar Allan Poe, Alan Parsons. So you wanted this one, not the MoFi, right? Grog was second, and Michael Church third. Yeah, there's a one-step. There is a one-step, and there might even be a 2 LP still in print, but I know there's a one-step. I'm glad Patrick's watching. He's my go-to MoFi questionnaire. If I have a question, I'm like, Patrick. Tom Petty. Damn the Torpedoes. Original inner sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. Beautiful jacket. Maybe sticker residue right there. Refugee. Here Comes My Girl. Even the Losers. Don't Do Me Like That. Man, he was clicking right there. What a great lineup of music. $34.99. Whoa. What a bold jacket. Genesis, Selling England by the Pound. Looks like it's another UK version. It is. Wow. Look at this. Trying to get this where y'all can see what I'm seeing in the reflection. It's beautiful. $19.99, UK copy. Roy Gallagher Blueprint, $19.99. Whoa, a white label promo. Roy Gallagher white label promo, or as have I been told, Roy Gallagher Blueprint. Grand Funk in shrink with this hop sticker I've never seen before that looks like a comic book bubble. And the insert, $29.99. So this has the inner sleeve, shrink, hop price tag, and it has the comic book looking insert poster. Wow. Another beautiful Grand Funk, $29. Noah, I'll have to have 30 for Tom Petty. 1, that will be my counter. And 2, somebody else has already offered 30, but you have dibs. That is a beautiful copy. $30 if you want it. Genesis is sold to Grog. Grog got Genesis. Edwin, you were second. Patty K on Roy Gallagher, and she said never mind. John Kaiser third on Genesis. Never seen this. The Ultimate Journey by Quicksilver Messenger Service. It's another foreign. It's a compilation. $19.99. What is this, UK? Some kind of compilation. Does it have Fresh Air on it? It does. Another hit of Fresh Air. $19.99. John Kaiser getting Grand Funk for $25. Noah gets Tom Petty for $30. The Art of Noise with Max Headroom 12-inch single. Paranoia Mia. The Art of Noise, an 86 UK, $19.99. The Great Lost Kinks album by the Kinks, $19.99. Reprise Records, don't recall seeing this too much. The Kinks, nice vinyl. The Great Lost Kinks album, $19.99. Roy Gallagher again, Irish Tour 74, $29.99. A Gatefold 2 LP, red Polydor label. Supertramp, even in the quietest of moments, with Give a little bit of ring wear, has some writing, no condition, no sale on the vinyl. Once again, a very nice disc. Give a little bit. Contact You, Fay Ray, gold stamp promo, $14.99. Eagles, One of These Nights, in boss cover, original, $34.99. Irish Tour by Gallagher was $29.99. Genesis, some cover wear noticeable right off the bat, $34.99. This is the original label, a Monarch pressing. I think that's OG. And the Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Sorry. Supertramp was $19.99. I can't believe the Roy Gallagher 74 promo was left behind. I'm kind of surprised on that one as well. So first is Eric Van Leuven offered 15 for Kinks. You got it. Grog wants Genesis and Gallagher. You got it. That other Gallagher is still available. Or Gallagher. I'll never get that straight. Stevie Wonder for filling his first finale. $29.99. Stevie Wonder with Boogie On, Reggae Woman. $29.99. Adam Bernardi on Supertramp. $15. John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, live piece in Toronto. A Purple Capital reissue. $24.99. A Purple Capital reissue. Stevie Wonder is sold at Ada Bernardi for $22. Matthew Sherrick's second on Supertramp. Wow. John Lennon, Happy Xmas, War Is Over, and Beautiful Boy, a 12-inch single. Promo. Never seen it before. You would think I would have seen this before. It's from the John Lennon Collection promotional. So they were promoting that John Lennon Collection 2LP. So this is Christmas. And what have you done? Another year older. A new one's just begun. Beautiful Boy. That's so good. Those pianos when it comes in. Dun, dun, dun. What a genius. Oh my gosh. Aha, Scoundrel Days. $26.99. Aha, Scoundrel Days. Original on her sleeve. It does have a tear right here on the cover. Aha, some 80s there for you. Free. I noticed some cover staining right off the bat. Envelope original style cover. We'll have to give it check condition cover, but the vinyl has no condition notes. Free. All right now. Free live of Paul Rogers with, gosh, which one's Paul Rogers? I guess that one. No? Orange? Boy, they all look different. Or he doesn't, I guess that's got to be him there. He doesn't look like him there. And then over here, Todd Rundgren. We have $19.99 Todd Rundgren. And we have Christopher Cross, another page. $9.99 on Christopher Cross. Michael Bloomfield, It's Not Killing Me, $14.99. Some Jazz customer appreciation discounts. I don't have any Jazz to discount. I went through every new vinyl LP. There was no Jazz in stock. It's all sold. We had one McCoy Tyner. And y'all buy up all the OG Jazz. There's nothing to discount. You and Grog buy it all. There's nothing left. And it doesn't look like there's any in this crate. Christopher Cross, but we're not done yet. There's still a handful. Miles Davis. What? No, this is Survivor. Sorry. Survivor Vital Signs. Survivor's $22.99. I never just have a whole crate of Jazz laying around. That's not going to happen. That'd be like a whole crate of metal laying around. That's not going to happen. Or a whole crate of funk or something. Or a whole crate of metal or hard rock or, you know, that's just not going to happen. Dennis DeYoung, $14.99. The Long Riders, Two-Fisted Tales, $14.99. The Long Riders. John Coltrane. No, this is Keith Sykes. My bad. I'm not strange. I'm just like you. Gold stamp promo. Keith Sykes. I'm not strange. I'm just like you. $14.99. Art Blakey. Oh, my bad. This is the Psychedelic Furs Talk, Talk, Talk. This is $39.99 in shrink wrap. And wow, what a beautiful copy of that. Holy moly. $39.99 on that. Wow, does this, ooh, it has the poster. Oh, wow, this has never got the poster with it. This is with the Hendrix poster, $49.99. This here is a true rarity of a poster. It's in about 1 every 1,000. Oh, wow, there it is. A true OG, too. Two-tone label. We never have the poster with that one. $49.99. Nice jacket, too. Infamous for having ring wear. Let me get the sleeve off of it. Infamous for having ring wear. That is a nice copy. Boy, we was talking about Pink Floyd. What kind of level was this guy on with his guitar skills for the time? Oh, my gosh. Every time I listen to Voodoo Child, I'm like, what kind of dimension was he tapping into? That solo, wow! It starts the speakers where they mixed it. It's going back and forth. Wow, 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 wow. I'm like, oh my gosh, Stephen, this is such a beautiful copy of Psychedelic Furs. I will split it with you and I'll sell it to you for $35. John Kaiser on Jimi Hendrix. It's called LSD. Yeah, on a podcast, he thinks that his drugs tapped into a part of his brain that only so many people can get to, and that's why he was on a different level. And I was like, well, I can't argue with that. I'm sure whatever he was putting into his body probably triggered a part of his brain that caused him to be able to produce what he put out on a guitar. The Corgis, Dumb Waiters, $14.99 for the Corgis, Dumb Waiters. I will do $35 on Psych. It's such a nice copy. Greg Ken, Next of Kin, $14.99. Prince, Around the World in a Day, an 85 specialty press, $34.99. Thank you, Stephen. Such premium vinyl in here. That is sold to you for $35. Ultravox, that is $19.99. Is this just self-titled? Ultravox, $19.99. For sure with the Beatles. Man, whatever they did over in India, too. Whatever they started doing over in India, they came back different. And then you had the White Album. And then you had, they started doing Abbey Road. And just, all of them went to a different level at that point. Sgt. Pepper's. That was pre-India, but still. We have Rick Ocasek, $19.99. We have Eddie Money, Where's the Party? In shrink wrap, $14.99. Another Roy Gallagher, The Story So Far, $19.99. Merle Haggard, 11 Winners, $14.99. Nice. Janis Joplin. Look at all these stickers. A white label promo, double LP, a promo. So this is like a soundtrack to the film. There's evidently a film called Janis. I've never seen it. I've never seen it even available anywhere. This has double hype stickers, and they're different. That's a different one than that one. It's got the timing strips, $39.99. $39.99. Cyndi Lauper. Whoa. I've never seen the 12-inch single to Time After Time and the Second Hand Unwinds. It's UK, that's why. And Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Wow. So 4 tracks, 3 different ones, 2 mixes of Girls Just Want to Have Fun, $19.99. I don't think I've ever had that before. And Bruce Springsteen, The River. Whoa. A 1980 white label promo on Bruce. $49.99. A white label promo on Bruce. Gold stamp promo on the back. $49.99. Heard a rumor that Jimmy cut his forehead open, soaked his headband in LSD. I've heard that. I have heard that. Boy, if anybody's got a Jimi Hendrix autograph, please contact me immediately. Man, what a beautiful signature. I would love just a cut. I mean, an album is out of the question. I don't think, the couple experts I've talked to, they don't think there's only but a couple signed Jimi Hendrix albums that exist. Think about that. Think about that. There's only a couple signed Jimi Hendrix albums that exist. Wow. Just a couple. I mean, you're not just going to find a Electric Ladyland with a big bold signature on the front of it. It's just not out. They don't exist. Okay, that is an incredible crate. I'm just going to read those titles one more time. We need to end on a high note. I don't have any more new arrivals. We need to end on a high note, so I'm not going to show anything else after this. This may be the greatest 4-crate stretch of new arrivals I've went through this late ever. Promos, mint, first pressings, shrink wrap, hype stickers, top copies. I didn't even know these were over here tonight. We did nothing but 6 hours of new vinyl, and then we've went through all these. Amazing. This is Bruce Springsteen, The River. It's a 2 LP. This is supposed to come with 2 inner sleeves and an insert. $49.99. It's got the insert, 2 MoFi sleeves, or 2. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the original inner sleeves. I don't have any original inner sleeves. As long as that promo copy came with them. And then here is the lyric insert. Okay. Cyndi Lauper, I will go ahead and sell that to Jerry Rock for $15. And then the John Lennon was $34.99. Let's read through these one more time. That John Lennon single, Melinda, was $34. Buy-Saw Waffle House. Can everybody get the Lebanon in the next 10 minutes? How many people's actually watching in Tennessee right now? I'd say probably the minority. I'd say we have the most people in other states right now. If everybody's willing to say where they're watching from, I bet we have a minority of Tennessee viewers, honestly. And by the way, the feed's going to end anyway the feed will end automatically on Facebook in how many minutes? 20 minutes exactly. So that's about time to recap and do our final goodbyes. We got a viewer in Los Angeles. There's one. We have Vicky's not too far. Vicky may be the closest right now. Vicky is in Gordonsville, Tennessee. That's my hometown. She's in Tennessee. Dale he can be here in about 25. He's in Murfreesboro. And then we got Los Angeles, California, Colorado. Hermitage isn't too far. Mike Barley could zip down I-40. We got Kentucky and Texas. Arizona, Kentucky. Grog is halfway across the country. Kansas. Yeah, some of y'all are pretty good drives. Susie Quattro story. 12 golden hits. Susie Quattro, $19.99. The Best of Procol Harum, Wider Shade of Pale, $24.99. Rodney Dangerfield, these always get grabbed, $12.99. Rappin' Rodney. We got a viewer in Chicago. We got a viewer out in Minnesota. There's Texas represented. East Chicago. Nazareth Loud and Proud, $24.99. The Greatest Hits of the Outlaws, $19.99. And then iRobot, I will entertain fair offers on this. Don't hesitate. $79.99. Also, somebody said something about a museum. Steven, Museum of Pop Culture if you go to Seattle. Yeah, Seattle, I thought we was going to go out there one time and buy a collection. I had a guy, he had a basement full of vinyl about 3 years ago. But I was like, how the heck are we going to get that stuff back from Seattle? And we was going to have to leave in trucks and trailers. And it was tough. Yeah, there's always a lot of people watching in Texas. Adam Bernardi gets Rodney Dangerfield for $8. Roy Gallagher Blueprint, a white label promo, $19.99. Roy Gallagher Blueprint, $19.99. Don't forget, these are best offers. Some of them I'm going to be pretty firm on just because they're premium at condition. But, you know, I'm here to sell records. Y'all know that. Quicksilver, The Ultimate Journey, that's $19.99. The Art of Noise is $19.99. This is Fay Ray Contact You, $14.99. Chad, in Alice Cooper, none have shipped yet. If you give me a second before I sign off, I will go ahead and pull up my database or my back order list. Eagles, One of These Nights, $34.99. Textured cover. And don't forget, that has Lion Eyes and Take It to the Limit. After the Thrill Is Gone. Nazareth is sold for $15. Let's go ahead and roll that to John Kaiser, $15. John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, $24.99. Aha Scoundrel Days is $26.99. Free Live, $19.99. Envelope style cover, a little bit of cover damage. We have Todd Rundgren, and this is $19.99. The Hermit from Mink Hollow. The Hermit from Mink Hollow. Michael Bloomfield, It's Not Me, $14.99 on that, no condition notes. We have Survivor Vital Signs for $22.99. Also, we have Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon, $14.99. The Long Riders, Two Fisted Tales, $14.99. Keith Sykes, I'm Not Strange, I'm Just Like You, $14.99. I'm Not Strange, I'm Just Like You. Isn't this a comedy album? I've said that 2 or 3 times. I'm Not Strange, I'm Just Like You. Where did I watch that at? Was he on like David Letterman or I'm Not Strange, I'm Just Like You? No, this isn't comedy. I know where this is from. I know where this is from. He was on Austin City Limits. He was on this really cool thing I watched one time, Austin City Limits. He was on there with like Guy Clark and John Prine and what's that other guy that hung out with them? It's like Guy Clark. Oh man, but yeah, it's a really catchy song. I will show y'all the link, or I'll show you the video. Y'all have got to watch that if you've never seen it before. The Corgis, it's an amazing. My uncle showed it to me one time. It's one of the greatest live things I've ever watched before. He was on there with those guys, I think. I think that's what that's from. Next of Kin, Greg Kin, 1499. But it's kind of like a novelty song. I think it's kind of like but I can't remember, but it's almost like folk or a country Americana. 85 Specialty Press of Prince. Prince is $34.99. Ultravox is $19.99. Rick Ocasek from the Cars, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Where's the Party? Eddie Money in shrink wrap, $14.99. Roy Gallagher's $19.99. The Story So Far. Merle Haggard is $14.99. Janice, a white label promo, $39. Bruce Springsteen, a white label promo, $49. And then John Lennon. Melinda, if you're interested, don't hesitate to make an offer. You'll be surprised what I might say. Let me see if I can find that YouTube. That was killing me. Every time I read that, I'm not, I'm not strange. I'm just like you. Let's see. That's Austin City Limit. Let me see if I can find it. John Prine. That might narrow it down. It's been I might watch that tonight. Might be, for those, it's going to be up for a while. Let me see if I can find it. There she goes. I think that's part of it. I wish I could remember all those other guys that was on there. Okay, let me search. Who's that? Who does the Rotten or Green Tomato song? Or you can put them in your stew. You can put them in your great tomatoes. Who is that guy? He's another one of those like John Prine, Guy Clark kind of people. Eagles is $29.99. That is sold to Michael Church. Very nice record there. Oh man. Austin City Limits. Let me look up. They might have took it down. You know, it might not be on YouTube anymore. It was Austin City Limits. I figured John Prine would pull it up. No, not Booker T. I never can remember that. Prine. Was it Guy Clark? Homegrown Tomatoes. Yeah, Homegrown Tomatoes. That's it. He was another guy that was on there. I was hoping I could find that full. I bet they've took it down. It used to be a whole uncut Austin City Limits. And they all was just sitting around and they took turns and they was doing songs. And I wish I can find it. Most of these are just clips. But the way they had that thing, it was just full uncut. He did Homegrown Tomatoes. That's it. But I don't see that on here anymore. I'm sure it was like, I don't, ACL Songwriter Showcase. ACL Songwriters Showcase. Is that it? That's it. That's it right there. You have found it. And right there's Keith Sykes, I think. Is that who that is? Or is that Shame on the Moon guy? That's the Shame on the Moon guy. Is it Rodney Crowell? Yeah, Rodney Crowell. He's on there too. Does it tell the lineup at the beginning? John Prine. Billy Joe Schaefer. That's the other guy. Oh my gosh, I couldn't think of that for a second. Rodney Crowell, John Prine, Billy Joe Schaefer, Guy Clark, Keith Sykes. There he is. Bill Caswell, Roseanne Cash. You've got to go find that and watch it, okay? Songwriter Showcase 1983. It'll be worth your time. Not typically my kind of music, but I loved it. John Kaiser gets Boss for $35. That's sold to John Kaiser for $35. And we have Any Other Claims. That was it. Yeah, that's great stuff there. I might keep this record. I've never seen this before. I'm going to send a picture of it to my uncle. Wow, he's on Tom Petty label. He's on the Backstreet label. I'm at least going to listen to it because that's the only time I've ever seen that guy's name was that right there, 1710. Is that him? Let's call the coast to Marseille. Yeah. But he does that song, I'm Not Strange, I'm Just Like You on there. So, and that Bill Caswell song is pretty good too. I remember ordering, after I watched this, I got on YouTube and I ordered Bill Caswell records. He has a catchy song too on here called, gosh, I'm just going to watch this tonight. I couldn't believe I couldn't remember Billy Joe Schaefer though. He's the other guy. Yeah. Okay. Jimi Hendrix, Cry of Love, $26 from Last Crate. Let me find it. And that's sold to Jay Castillo. Sodbuster. That's it. You've already watched the whole thing, Grog. I almost said dollar. Sodbuster. That's it. How are y'all? Y'all get all this information quick. You and Steven are boom, boom. You almost have like dual monitors and multiple speakers and all this stuff going on. The Facebook feed's about to expire. The show is coming to an end. If anybody has anything else they want to do or say, right now's the time. Thanks for watching. The show is wrapping up. A pre-order. I think I saw your message come in, but I hadn't opened it. It's one of those things that I read in my notifications, but I hadn't opened it. And I was supposed to look on Patrick Lear, Alice Cooper. Patrick Lear, Alice Cooper. And Cooper. Let me see where I have those ordered. I don't have them ordered there. I wonder if Patrick's even still watching. And then Alice. Uh-oh, hold on a second. They may have it. No. No, this still says out of stock. So Patrick, if you want to, I understand if you want to get it somewhere else, no problem. Because I have no idea. It's one of those things they could show up tomorrow in my cart and they ship, or it could be never, we don't get any of them, or it could be too much, it could be a variety of things. This week, tomorrow, 3 months, or they cancel it and say you didn't get any and you're out of luck. You're SOL, as they call it. So, there's that. And what was the other question? Grog, Camper Van Beethoven. Yeah, let me look that up right now. Camper Van Beethoven. telephone. Yep, I see it right here. A 40th anniversary green vinyl. A 40th anniversary green vinyl. I will post a pre-order. They will be $29.99. If you want down for one, I'll make sure I tag you. I will get that posted. I don't know much about that. When does it come out? September 5th. We got plenty of time. Jay Nutra said, Chad, wanted to thank you for the World War II book you sold me a couple weeks back. It arrived today, way bigger, nicer, and amazing quality than I thought I was getting. Give it to my old man earlier. Thanks, quality products, quality shipping. Thank you. In 4 hours, there will be new vinyl videos posted, and it's essentially going to be a recap of everything that was left from tonight's blitz sale. We have filled up 13 crates of sold records, and that's no fluff, all killer, no filler. And I still got 2 crates of $24.99 left, 2 crates of $29.99 left, and 1 crate of higher price stuff. And if we could have time, I bet if I read through everything again, we could sell a lot more. But we've got to stop, and I've got to eat. And wait, but let me know if for some reason you don't get the exclusive. Okay, I will. Last sale, Nirvana puzzle. There is a Nirvana Nevermind, $19.99. Thank you, John Kaiser. Patrick, just keep reminding me. I'll keep you updated. There's 1 Nirvana puzzle left for $19.99. Steven's trying to get the last sale. Steven always tries to get the first sale and the last sale. Bookends. I love it. They're going to have a lot to tag and watch tomorrow. I better give Tanner a heads up right now. I'm going to be like, buddy, you better get here early and you better get focused. Because we have pretty much sold nonstop for 8 hours. He says yes on Nirvana. All right, and let's tag it right now. And right here, I'm going to go watch Austin City Limits on my laptop. Kaiser, if you want to make an offer on Yardbirds, it was laying on top of the puzzles. If you want to make an offer on that. Oh, yeah, Jerry Rock offered Starship. Jerry Rock on Starship. I didn't ignore you. I forgot about you. Same thing, though, right? Nuclear Furniture, Jerry Rock, $10. You got it. Jerry Rock, Nuclear Furniture, $10. You got it. Thanks for the reminder. I didn't ignore you. I forgot about you. Is that kind of the same thing? This is sold to Jerry Rock for $10. And then this puzzle is sold for $19. I'm about to get to work. I'm going to watch Austin City Limits. And I'm going to Fleetwood Mac Rhino Hi-Fi. Comes out in September. Is that for Rubber Band Tuning? I actually made that the last in the crate. Your puzzle's the last in the crate. So technically you are the last. Yeah, did I have not posted the self-titled yet? I could have swore I posted the self-titled. Man, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff coming out. I forget. Okay, I've got Buckingham Nicks, Rhino, Hi-Fi. I got Buckingham Nicks, Indy. I've got Tango. That might be it. Yeah, so I don't have self-titled posted yet then, do I? I don't have self-titled posted. It doesn't look like it. Let me search Rhino. We've been talking about a website forever. We got to get pre-orders on a website for people that don't have Facebook. Okay. I've got a big decision to make. Where am I going to go get food at? Oh, man, I wish Subway was open. There used to be a 24/7 Subway at the Pilot, a truck stop down here at the interstate. There used to be a 24/7 Subway. I used to go to it all the time, and then they started closing. And I was like, y'all killed a great thing. Y'all used to make enough business just off me to stay open. Yeah, I might go to Waffle House. I think I can eat that, and it won't kill me, and I can come back here and get some work done. So, I think you're all onto something there. I can put in my headphones and watch Austin City Limits. That way no one will try to talk to me. Hey, man, who are you? You want to talk about UFOs? No, I've got headphones in, and I want to eat and go back to work. Whataburger. Yep, that's down there too. Golly, I got a lot of great options. Whataburger. I'm going to eat a grilled bacon chicken cheese sandwich with hash browns and a half of a pecan waffle. Yeah, there shouldn't be too many drunks. There is an older guy that sits at the bar, and he's a Vietnam War veteran. And I try to talk to him, and he doesn't want to talk to me. I've tried to ask him about JFK. I've tried to ask him about the 60s. He's got long white hair. He's got a long white beard. And he's always at Waffle House. He sleeps in his truck. He drives a nice truck, but he sleeps in it a lot. And then he'll go in and sit at the bar. And then he'll come back out. And he kind of grumbles. And I am... if I meet somebody, though, from that era, I usually ask them about JFK or the Beatles. Like, do you remember Ed Sullivan's show? Can you tell me about it? And where were you when JFK got killed? Can you tell me about JFK? And anybody that's from that era that I meet that was still alive and very old enough to remember it. And they usually can remember they can usually tell me something about the Beatles. And then they always remember where they were when JFK got killed. Everybody I've ever asked, they can boom, I remember. I found out I was in 3rd grade in Mrs. Johnson's class, and she came in and turned it on the radio. Or she came in and they turned it on a TV set. So, most people can remember, that's memory burn. And then if they were old enough to have watched the Beatles on Ed Sullivan, I always ask about that. Where were you? Did you watch it? Etc., etc. So that's two things. And sometimes the moon landing, but I'm always curious about what they say about JFK. Most people remember the moon landing too. They're like, yes. So Adam Bernardi was 7 when JFK assassinated. That means you were 13. That means you had to have watched the moon landing, Adam. Anybody else watch the moon landing on TV? Anybody old enough to remember JFK getting assassinated? Anybody old enough watched the Beatles on Ed Sullivan show? I was at school and my mother came and took me home and placed me in front of the TV. There you go. See? Boom. He instantly remembers that. It freaked out the country. It was a bizarre day. I've been reading and watching about it and studying it my whole life. I've been reading and studying about it. I'm so fascinated about what was going on around the country on that day. Different places, what people were doing, how other people reacted, what was going on in Dallas, what was going on around Dallas, what was happening in Dallas. I've went to Dealey Plaza twice now, and one day I stood there for about a half a day and just walked around, looked, took pictures, went to the museum, went back down, went back up to the museum. Saxon has a made song about the moon landing called The Eagle Has Landed. I've never heard that. Saxon also has a song about JFK called Dallas 1 p.m. Dang. I need to start listening to the Saxon. I've never heard those songs. Wow. All right. If you're on the 6-4, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, if you go down to the grassy knoll and stand behind that fence, you know exactly where that headshot came from. Right behind that fence. I've took Seth there. I took Tanner there. I stand there and talk to other people, and it's like, you've got to be kidding me. So, all right. enough of conspiracies. We'll get into that to another night. We had enough conspiracies last night with the Walt Disney autograph. By the way, a big auction house bought that Walt Disney autograph. So for those that was following that last night, it sold to an auction house. So we'll see what happens. I told Tanner, I was like, well, we've talked to them. We'll see what happens when they get it. So a second spitter, Keith Hernandez. It wasn't Keith Hernandez, though. They thought it was Keith Hernandez. So, yep. But, hey, I'm okay getting $2,000 for it. I found it in a shoebox of Fred Goodwin stuff. So, I had no idea we even had it. I'm okay, even though I think it's a mystery. Honestly, I wouldn't have been confidently selling it to anybody else unless a full disclosure. And that's what I've told these people, because I'm like, it's like a coin flip now. I mean, it's a mystery. I told Tanner, I was like, Tanner, I don't know if you know this, but they debate artwork. Like, there's Rembrandts, and they argue if actually Rembrandt painted it or if it was one of his, like a peers or mentors or one of his students. And I was like, I think some of these high-end autographs are the kind of the same way. You could get 2 or 3 experts, and they may say, who knows? And then they just don't pass it. So, they just don't want to certify it. To me, I'm kind of like, well, if somebody wants to give me $2,000 for it, it's up to however they want to sell it. I was kind of just, I was just wanting to sell it and say, all right, whatever they want to do with it now. So at least I know it's not going to somebody who was probably knowing they're going to keep it. It sounds like it's going to somebody that's going to go to a reseller. So now it's up to them, whatever they want to do with it. If they want to try to get a different letter, if they want to try to get a letter, it's on them now. So I feel better knowing it's going to them, and it's whatever. I think I think it's a pretty cool item, regardless of whatever it is. But yeah, I'm going to follow it and see what happens. Art. Oh, gosh. Art. Don't get me started. Every time I've run across something significant in art, it's been a headache too. There's a couple things I don't deal in a lot, and because it's headaches. Coins can be headaches. Art, high-end autographs, stuff that's really valuable and highly forged or counterfeited, coins, art, autographs. That stuff's a headache. But you've got to just check your boxes and be careful, both as a dealer, so you can have your name stand behind you, and customer confidence, which I'm very big on, especially with autographs, and then legitimacy, all kinds of different stuff. So many boxes to check off there. Okay, thanks everybody. Watches. Oh my gosh. You know how many fake Rolexes I've got? Don't get me started on Rolexes. I've had so many fake Rolexes. Unbelievable. Be careful with watches. Oh my gosh. Crazy. I'm going to shut up. Thank y'all and good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. We'll do this all again. I'm ending the stream.